And we're live.
All right, thank you, Sean. All right, good morning. We are now on the record and video streaming. I am calling this evidentiary hearing to order. My name is Andrew French. I'm chair of the Kansas Corporation Commission, serving as presiding officer for this hearing. I am joined by my fellow commissioners, Dwight Keene and Annie Keither. This is docket number 25 CONS 3411 CUIC, captioned in the matter of the application of Shakespeare Oil Company, Inc. for a permit to authorize injection into the Whitehorse and Cedar Hills formations at the wells number 227 well in section 27, Township 16 South, range 35 West, Wichita County, Kansas. We will begin our hearing today with entries of appearance from counsel, and we will start first with counsel for Shakespeare Oil.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. May it please the commission, David Bengtson, Stinson LLP, Wichita, Kansas, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Shakespeare Oil Company, Inc. And just so that everyone knows, with me in the room here in Wichita today, I have my three witnesses, Andrew Eck, Don Williams, and Jeff Scarborough.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. Bankston.
Good morning.
For commission staff.
Good morning, Chair French. Good morning, Commissioners. Kelsey Marsh on behalf of Commission staff and the public generally.
Good morning, Mr. Marsh. All right, I'm going to turn first to notice of this proceeding. Does staff have a recommendation regarding notice?
Yes, Chair French. Notice of the hearing in this docket was contained in the presiding officer's December 15th order, which set an evidentiary hearing for this date and time via the Zoom video conferencing platform. The presiding officer's order was properly served on the parties who are all in attendance today. Additionally, on February 20th, 2026, Shakespeare filed affidavits of publication from the Wichita Eagle and Wichita County Negative Sun, indicating notice of the hearing was published as required by KAR 82-3-135. Staff believes notice is proper and that the commission has the jurisdiction to hear this matter at this time and place.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Are there any objections to notice? Hearing none, and based on staff's recommendation, I will find that notice is proper. The commission has jurisdiction over this proceeding at this time and place. Before we begin, I want to turn to preliminary matters, and then I'll discuss the procedure for the hearing. So I guess it sounds like we do have a couple preliminary matters. One is a potential exhibit that may be viewed as an amendment to the application that the parties might want to address. The other, I understand, are some objections to written pre-filed testimony. I don't know if the parties want to address that as a preliminary matter or if they would prefer to just raise those objections as the witnesses are brought up. But first, am I correct? We've got those two issues, and is there a preference on what order we take them in from either party?
A preference from me, Chair French. I would add maybe one other preliminary matter to the list just to bring up. I know that I'll just talk about it now, if I may.
Yes, please.
Prior to the hearing, that we had delivered to each of the commissioners in Topeka blown up copies of EC exhibit number 3 and number 4, since they were relatively small and difficult to read in a PDF format, and I'm assuming that you have received those. And also, I believe Mr. Marsh also has them. There's one other exhibit that I would offer. If we did not blow it up, it is also a stratigraphic cross-section. and it's EC Exhibit 11. It is a little easier to read in PDF form, but I would offer that in the event any of the commissioners, or if Mr. Marsh wants to have a larger version of that exhibit, we'd be happy to supply that after the conclusion of the evidentiary hearing today.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I can confirm those were received, or at least I know they were received in Topeka. I believe Commissioner Keen, you can speak up if you didn't get yours. I also spoke with Mr. Myers, our pre-hearing officer, and he indicated that during today's hearing, he would be able to pull those up on Zoom and zoom in on them so we could see them. I'm presuming he could do the same for what you've identified as EC number 11. John, speak up if you've got any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't believe I have exhibit number 11, but Mr. Bankston was indicating it's actually the same. Is that correct, Mr. Bankston? I don't have exhibit 11.
No, you have it. It's just in a PDF form that's smaller than a blow-up form.
Right.
So-
And that's the equivalent of the ACT exhibit number 3. Is that correct?
No, exhibit 11 is attached to Mr. X rebuttal testimony.
Okay,
It's
then
the
I have it.
last.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've got it.
Great.
Pardon me. Very
Yeah.
briefly. In response to your question, I have all of the exhibits. I picked them up in Topeka, so I have
Okay.
the largest schematic of the electric logs.
Very
Thank you.
good. Thank you for that confirmation. So I do think, yes, thank you, Mr. Bankston, for raising that and for identifying the additional exhibit. From everything I know today, it sounds like we will be able to proceed with hearing. John, hopefully will be able to display all these exhibits on the screen as we go along. And then we very much appreciate your offer. And I suspect if people need a larger version of those following the hearing, it sounds like you're amenable to making that happen, to effecting delivery of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Very, very good. Well, then let's move to the other potential preliminary matters. I don't know which party wants to address this. Let's talk about what could be characterized as an amendment to the application. I believe it's operator cross exhibit number 1. I don't know if staff or operator wants to address that and what the request would be. It sounds like basically it's going to be a request to just get that into the record. But if either of you want to address what's going on with that exhibit, that would be helpful.
Yeah, if I may, Chair French. Operator SOC exhibit number 1 is the amended application for injection well that was filed by Shakespeare after the filing of the application
Okay.
in this matter. And it includes, in addition to the amended application, includes the affidavit of publication of the notice of the application and just everything that's, I believe, in the KCC's files with respect to this application. This was filed, Chair French, in response to in the staff's pre-filed direct testimony. They raised some questions about whether or not the proposed injection formations have been misidentified in the original application. After this application was filed and as our witnesses developed the testimony, yes, the description of the proposed injection formations, particularly the top uppermost perforated formation, was identified as the Date Creek instead of the Whitehorse. It had been originally called the Whitehorse. And staff raised the objection. I talked to Mr. Marsh about this and I said, I want to take away any problems you've got with our application. How can I do that before the hearing? We've got time to get this done. So we simply filed amended application for injection well, which is SOC number 1, and it's in the commission files at this time. And in the event it needs to be in the record, we'd offer to admit it into the record of this proceeding just to make clear that there are no issues.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best approach to get it into the official record in some manner. Mr. Marsh, do you have any objection to admitting SOC number 1 into the record now?
No, Chair French, I believe SOC number 1's probably identical to KCC Exhibit 3 or Exhibit KCC 3. So it was something that, in their testimony, they were saying that the perforations were different than what was in their first amended application. So like I said, we pointed that out and said, hey, what you're applying for isn't what your testimony lines up with. That probably needs to be corrected. So it's more of just a housekeeping issue of what they're actually looking for.
Very good. Then at this time, I will go ahead and admit it. I'm going to admit it as SOC number 1, if that's okay as far as identification. So it sounds like also might be identified as KCC number 3, but we're going to identify it as SOC Exhibit 1. Okay, I'm also aware of a motion to exclude certain staff pre-filed testimony. I am not sure if that's been filed in the docket. It looked like a lot of this came up right before the hearing. I have a written objections from operator. I have replies from staff and operator I think in email form. Can the parties confirm that? And maybe clear up for me whether anything's been filed in the docket or whether these are just communications to the pre-hearing officer.
Yes, Chair Branch.
Go ahead, David.
What I might offer to clarify is that at the pre-hearing conference, we talked with Mr. Myers about whether or not that we had any objections to the pre-filed testimony that we could try to get worked out in advance of the hearing. He asked us to submit to him the in writing our objections, which is what we did. Shakespeare filed or submitted to Mr. Myers the objections to pre-filed testimony of commission staff. It's paid about 5 pages objection. Mr. Marsh replied to that by email to Mr. Myers, and I responded to Mr. Marsh's email response in an email to Mr. Myers. I asked Mr. Myers if this should be filed in the docket, and he indicated to me that did not need to be. Both Mr. Marsh and I have asked that all of this communication, written communication relating to these objections be made part of the record in this hearing. And I'm happy to address those either now or as the witnesses pre-filed direct testimony is offered into evidence, whichever the commissioners would prefer.
If it's okay with the parties, and I'll give you an opportunity for objection, I think for as far as administrative efficiency, rather than raising objections at various times during testimony and with multiple witnesses, I think it might be better to address it now, given that we have the benefit of having it in writing, Mr. Bankston, and we will make sure to get all those written objections and responses into the record. That seems the easiest to me, to let things then flow a little easier during cross-examination. Is there any objection by either party to going ahead and addressing the evidentiary objections right now?
No,
None from the applicant.
Okay. Well then, Mr. Bankston, we have received the written objections and all the responses. We've read it all. But I think I will go ahead and let you just briefly summarize your objections so we can then make a ruling on it. And Mr. Marsh, I will give you the opportunity to respond, but would emphasize, please Both be brief because we have read it. We've read all the objections, we've read all the responses. So really more in the way of just introducing the arguments and responses. And so Mr. Bankston, I will let you go first since they were your objections.
Thank you, Chair French. Shakespeare, the applicant, has filed objections to, and I'll just start with the pre-filed testimony, direct testimony of Todd Bryant, page 12, line 1 through page 13, line 4, and also to exhibit TB-5. You've seen our written objections. I think that they're fairly straightforward, but I do want to, and I will be brief, I won't repeat what's in my written submissions. But I do want to emphasize at this point that this is a serious objection. I don't mean that you would diminish it, but to this evidence, specifically TB-5, which is essentially an expert opinion expressed by a member of the KCC staff without any explanation, underlying facts, underlying data, explanation of how that expert witness applied those facts and data, how he arrived at his opinions, and then it's attached to the testimony of Mr. Bryant, and Mr. Bryant simply adopts that in his testimony as his own expert opinion. Prejudice that is substantial. We're prevented from knowing the basis for his opinions. We're preventing from introducing rebuttal testimony. We're preventing from cross-examining that witness. He's a member of the KCC staff. They could have easily called him as an expert witness in these proceedings. There's no administrative efficiency to that. He is on staff. He is there. He is available. And so our objection is simply that. It's very unfair. It's very prejudicial. It's hearsay. And also, in addition to hearsay, you need to take seriously the objection that we made under KSA 60-456B, which governs the admissibility of expert opinions in Kansas. And clearly, it doesn't satisfy the test set out in that statute either. So there's two levels to this objection. It's hearsay, it's 60-456A. So that's what I have to say about Mr. Bryant's testimony. If you want to address that and have Mr. Marsh respond to that, we can do it that way, or we can go talk about the other objections we made.
Why don't you go ahead and move to the rest of your objections as well? We'll just handle everything as a batch.
Okay. Objections to the pre-filed testimony of Kenny Sullivan were laid out at page 4 of our written submission. First, at page 4, lines 21 to 22, Mr. Sullivan, in his direct testimony, simply testified to what he believed was in Shakespeare's head when they took certain actions. He doesn't include in his direct testimony any basis for his knowledge of the intent of Shakespeare with respect to those actions. So the objection is simply that speculative testimony. It's not admissible. The other objection we have to the pre-filed testimony of Kenny Sullivan is at page 12, lines 5 through 15, and exhibit KS-9. I'll be brief. That KS-9 is an email from Don Whittemore, who is employed by the Kansas Geological Survey. It is his expert opinions in the form of an email to Mr. Sullivan, that then Mr. Sullivan has introduced as an exhibit. And so we're objecting again to this backdoor improper introduction of expert opinion testimony without any support or basis expressed under the hearsay rule in KSA 60-456A. Doesn't satisfy either of those tests. It's clearly hearsay. There's no question about that. And it's also clearly doesn't contain the information that expert opinions has to be provided for an expert opinion to be admissible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bankston. Mr. Marsh, an opportunity to respond.
Yes, Chair French. I mean, I would just reiterate the statements that we made in our reply, I guess, to get into a little bit more detail. One of the things is, staff availability, and Mr. Eastis has been unavailable a lot here recently. So whenever you don't know what his availability is going to look like, it's hard to make him a witness. That being said, Todd is his supervisor. I think Todd can talk to about conversations that he had his employee do, research that he had his employee conduct. And looking at that and the conversation that Mr. Sullivan had with Mr. Whittemore, I mean, Shakespeare also reached out to Dr. Whittemore. I don't think there's really any issues there. And whenever I think about the commission having, one of its statutory obligations is ensuring that fresh and usable water is protected, I think that testimony helps the commission determine those facts. So we would ask that the objections be overruled.
Okay, I have read everything. Appreciate both parties making their objections and responses clear. We now have all of that on the record, which is going to be very helpful and will be preserved. The ruling is going to be, we are going to overrule the objections, all of the objections. Under KAR 82-1-230, the presiding officer does have authority to relax the Kansas rules of evidence if it's in the public interest and if doing so would aid in ascertaining facts in the case. And so they are overruled. However, and you all have heard me say this before. I mean, the commission will take these objections into account, and we will give the evidence the weight that it's due when making our order. We will basically let that go into our assessment of credibility and which facts we decide we should rely on in our order. So with that, however, I will have all of this filed into the record. John, would it be possible for you to do a notice of filing after today's hearing, labeling the emails, commission email exhibits 1, 2, and 3? That way we have all of the written objections and responses as part of the official record.
Yes, if you'd like me to do that, I can file some presiding officer minutes noting the acceptance of those emails as exhibits that are.
And I assume the parties would like would like those written pieces to be part of the record, and I assume there is no objection to that, but I'll leave this time open to see if anybody has an objection to making all of those written arguments part of the record. All right, hearing no objection, Mr. Myers will get those filed after today's hearing. So they will be in the record, but we will move forward. The other thing I will note, even though we have overruled the objection, Mr. Bankston, if you wish to cross-examine and challenge credibility on any of these grounds, that is certainly fair game in cross-examination. So we won't be excluding the written testimony, but if you want to examine on credibility or other grounds on those issues, I'm not forestalling that at this time. So just to make that clear. All right,
Sure,
go ahead.
just one other matter. I just wanted to make clear that I may have additional objections to when staff offers for admission the testimony of staff's witnesses that I need to make at that time. I assume I'm not precluded from doing so.
You're not. If it's on the same grounds as these, it will be the same ruling. But maybe identify that clearly for me if it's the same objection or if it's a new objection. But no, if you want to do it for the record when they seek to introduce them, that is absolutely fine.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that is all the preliminary matters. But let me ask just for confirmation, do the parties have any other preliminary matters? All right, hearing none, I will briefly discuss the procedure for this hearing. These are our standard reminders. First, we are conducting this hearing over Zoom. Sometimes things can go wrong. If any party encounters a technical issue, please just ask to go off the record. Then we can recess, resolve that technical issue before going back on the record. Second, witnesses are asked to keep their microphones off or muted when they're not scheduled to talk. Really, everyone is asked to keep their microphones off or muted when not scheduled to talk. And if everyone would mute your cell phones, phones in your offices, other electronic devices, that would be appreciated. Third, so the parties are aware, if the commission needs to consult among ourselves for something like an evidentiary ruling, we will go off the record and we'll enter what's called a Zoom breakout room to discuss that, and then we'll return and go back on the record. And finally, just please be very careful to identify exactly what you're referring to when you're discussing pre-filed testimony or exhibits. We do have copies of everything on hand, so we should be able to follow along as long as you identify it. And as I mentioned before, Mr. Myers has gotten quite good at sharing documents on the screen on Zoom. So as long as you're identifying the item for Mr. Myers, he should be able to pull it up so everybody can follow along at one time on one screen. So with that, I believe that is all the preliminary matters, both substantive and procedural. So we will now move to the procedure for the hearing. We typically allow the parties to make opening statements, and after opening statements, we have examination of the witnesses. After direct examination of each witness, there will be an opportunity for cross-examination, commissioner questions, and redirect examination. Any further examination after redirect will be at the discretion of the commission. Following witness examination, we do typically allow closing statements and arrange for filing of post-hearing briefs if the parties believe that is necessary, and then we close the hearing. So we will begin with opening statements, and I don't believe we've established any time limits. I don't intend to put time limits on as long as both parties can be fairly succinct, and we will begin with operator Shakespeare Oil for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair French, members of the commission. Shakespeare Oil Company has filed this application for approval of converting the Wells 227 well into a disposal well. Shakespeare initially drilled the Wells 227 and sometimes referred to as the subject well in the testimony in November 2024, and it was a dry hole. In lieu of plugging and abandoning the well, Shakespeare decided to convert the well to a disposal well to serve its nearby Jance 122 producing well. That well was currently, they were hauling water from the Jance 122 well at substantial expense. And in order to avoid that expense, wanted to convert the Wells 227 into a disposal well so the water from the Jance could be piped to that well and disposed. Shakespeare ran casing and perforated the proposed injection zones in the well. The disposal zones in the subject well were based on another disposal well operated by Shakespeare known as the COG 225 disposal well. That well is approximately 5 miles southeast of the Wells 227. And in 2015, Shakespeare converted the COG well into a disposal well. It had been a producing well, but was converted to a disposal well. Initially in that well, they perforated a zone called the Cedar Hills formation, attempting to use that zone as the injection zone in the COG 225 well. The Cedar Hills in that well would not take sufficient volumes of water to use as a disposal well. So Mr. Don Williams, who's with Shakespeare, one of our witnesses, contacted Renee Stuckey, the head of the CUIC department, who suggested they perforate the Whitehorse formation. And that well, the COG 225, had been operating as a disposal well with perforations in the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills from 2015 to date, till they were getting ready to convert the Wells 227 into a disposal well, without objection from the KCC. In the wells 227, they first perforated 200 feet of Cedar Hills formation. That zone wouldn't give up any fluid or take any fluid. It was tight. It was not going to work as a disposal well. So second, they perforated what they thought were two Whitehorse zones. The same zone perforated in the Cog well. And the Whitehorse formations that they perforated in the subject well were correlated to the Whitehorse formation in the Cog well. They filed their initial disposal well application seeking permission to dispose of up to 500 barrels of water per day with zero pressure, zero PSIG, in the Whitehorse formation from 1,452 feet to 1,476 feet and from 1,522 feet to 1,582 feet and into the Cedar Hills from 1,800 feet to 2,000 feet. And staff denied that application. Subsequently, as you know, that we've amended the application, you admitted the amended application as Shakespeare Exhibit 1, and that's what brings us here today. The permitting factors that you need to consider in deciding whether or not to grant this application are set forth in KR 823-403A. Its maximum injection rate, we're seeking 500 barrels per day. Injection pressure, we're seeking no pressure. So that should not be any issue. Rock characteristics of the injection zone. Mr. Eck, one of our witnesses, has testified that the proposed injection zones, the Day Creek, the Whitehorse, and the Cedar Hills in this well are Table 2 compliant. Mr. Scarborough, based on his testimony, he said that under Scarborough Exhibit 9, those uppermost two formations are under pressure. We believe the rock characteristics of the injection zone are appropriate for a disposal well. The next factor to consider under the regulation is the adequacy and thickness of confining zones between the injection zone and the base of fresh usable water. Mr. Eck's testimony clearly shows there's 57 feet of impermeable shale between the shallowest injection zone and the top of the Permian red beds. Those are certainly adequate confining layers based on his testimony. Mr. Scarborough's testimony established that there's no usable water in the proposed injection zones. He introduced in his testimony the water test from Champion X, which tested the water from the upper two most injection zones in the well. Clearly showed that it's not usable water. The other factor, or the last factor that the regulation requires you to consider is the construction of other wells within a quarter-mile radius of the wells 227. And Mr. Bryant, in his pre-filed testimony at page 9, lines 1 through 7, said that factor's been satisfied. There's no objection based on that factor. Shakespeare is going to present you with evidence today from 3 witnesses: Andrew Eck, Jeff Scarborough, and Don Williams. All of these witnesses are experts. I believe they will qualify as expert witnesses. Mr. Eck's testimony is going to testify to the formations in which the 227 is perforated, identifying what formations those are at the perforated depths. He's going to testify that the perforated depths in this well are Table 2 compliant. And just so the commission knows, you're probably familiar with what Table 2 is. But Table 2 is attached to the KCC regulations. It was adopted by an order of the commission, and it sets the absolute minimum depth for disposal wells in the various counties in the state of Kansas. And for Wichita County, the absolute minimum depth is the top of the red beds. That's the top of the, I think the parties agree, that's the top of the Permian form, what you'll hear called the Permian formation. And Mr. Eck's testimony supports that the proposed injection zones are Table 2 compliant. What's really going to be important in this case, I believe, is the log analysis that Mr. Eck will testify to, and it has testified to in his direct testimony. Eck Exhibit 3, which you have received a blow-up copy of, and Eck Exhibit 11 are 2 stratigraphic cross sections of logs that Mr. Eck has created and he's analyzed. And based on his analysis of those logs and those cross sections, He's determined that the uppermost perforations are in the Day Creek Formation. The middle set of perforations are in the Whitehorse Formation, and the lower set of perforations are in the Cedar Hills Formation. I want to say one thing here about the Cedar Hills Formation. It's really not going to be, I don't believe, the topic of much discussion today, because I think Shakespeare has indicated it won't take much water. They don't anticipate any water being injected into that formation because it simply is impermeable and has no porosity. It won't take water, it won't give up water. So the primary focus will be the Day Creek and the Whitehorse formations. I will note that I don't believe, and haven't seen it in their pre-filed testimony, you're not going to see any stratigraphic cross-sections presented by KCC staff witnesses. They've not done that work. They haven't done what Mr. Eck has done to prove that the format where the perforations in the subject well are located. And I think the absence of that evidence is telling and striking. The one thing that staff you're going to hear a lot about today that they rely on is the color of sand that was recovered from the uppermost perforations in the Day Creek Formation in this well. You're going to hear a lot of conversations about red beds, and the Permian formations are what's known as red beds, and they have red sand. The sand from the uppermost perforations that was taken from this well does contain some whitish colored sands, but Mr. Eck's rebuttal testimony, he clearly shows, based on a sample of sand taken from an outcrop of where the upper portions of the red beds outcrop in Clark County. He took a sample of sand from that outcrop, and it shows that it's a whitish colored sand with some red in it, and it is strikingly similar to the color of the sand that was taken from the uppermost perforations in the subject well. We also believe it's strikingly different from the sands or from the formation samples shown by staff from what they allege the upper perforations are in, which is the Morrison Formation. You can use your own eyes to determine whether or not what these sands look like and what these cuttings look like. And I'd urge you to do so when you consider the testimony. You're going to hear testimony today from Mr. Scarborough. He's a petroleum engineer. He's clearly an expert witness. He will testify that based on samples of the water taken from the two uppermost perforated zones in the subject well, the water from those zones is clearly well above usable water limits in the state of Kansas, for approximately double. Staff doesn't offer any contrary evidence to that. They've not offered any evidence that there is usable water in any of the proposed injection zones in this well. The other thing that Mr. Scarborough will talk about in his testimony, and if you've read it, you've seen it, is he pointed out there's 25 existing approved Whitehorse and Day Creek injection wells in the vicinity of the Wells 27 well. Those are wells in District 1 that are currently injecting water into the Whitehorse with permits issued by the KCC and are active injectors. Three of those 25 wells are also injecting into the Day Creek. I don't want you to think all of those are Day Creek injectors. There's 3 of them injecting into the Day Creek, 25 into the Whitehorse and the Day Creek. And 24 of those wells are currently actively injecting water into those formations, permitted by the KCC, allowed to continue to inject. You'll hear, we'll talk more in closing about that. You're going to hear today some testimony about the whether or not the proposed injection zones are overpressured or underpressured. Staff contends that the proposed injection zones are overpressured, and that creates a risk. Mr. Scarborough's testimony has actual calculations from the Wells 227 well. That in Exhibit 9, Scarborough Exhibit 9, the calculations show, and Mr. Scarborough testified to this, that in reality, the proposed injection zones are, if anything, under pressure. Staff doesn't offer any similar calculations in their testimony. You're going to hear testimony today also from Don Williams. Don Williams is Vice President of Shakespeare. He's a petroleum engineer, clearly an expert witness. He's going to talk about primarily the waste that will result from the denial of the application in this case. The waste is two categories. There's economic waste and there's physical waste. The economic waste is the amount of money that's been spent to date, which he testifies to, on the Wells 227. The current amount of money that Shakespeare is paying to haul water from the Jance well that would go into the disposal well, and then that expense would be saved. That's $7,177 a month that Shakespeare's having to spend, that it wouldn't have to spend if this application is approved. He's also going to talk about the $600,000 in lost revenue from the Jance 122 due to the premature abandonment of that well. Because if those extra operating expenses have to be incurred to truck water, that well will be undeniably abandoned at an earlier date than it otherwise would be if it were able to pipe water to the subject well. That's another $600,000 in economic waste. The physical waste that will be incurred if this application is denied, there's two categories. There's 11,974 barrels of oil that won't be produced from the Jance 122 well due to its premature abandonment. And Mr. Williams also testifies that there's potential zones behind pipe in the Jance well. That if that well is not has the ability to use a disposal well versus trucking water, those behind pipe zones could potentially produce another 10,000 barrels of oil. They'll be produced. They won't be produced if the application is denied. Once you hear all the evidence today, and you're going to have to eventually weigh it, we believe that the technical, actual evidence presented by Shakespeare, which relates to the subject well, the cross-section, stratigraphic cross-sections presented by Mr. Eck, the water samples, the calculations from Mr. Scarborough will certainly convince you the application should be granted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bankston. Mr. Marsh, you may give your opening.
Thank you, Chair French. Denying Shakespeare's application for disposal into the Wells 2-27 is about protecting usable water. The well at issue in this matter is located in an area where the saturated thickness of the Ogallala Aquifer has been depleted over 60%. It is a matter of when, not if, water in deeper formations will be needed. The evidence in the docket shows that Shakespeare has perforated the Wells 227 above usable water and above the minimum disposal depth established by Table 2. This evidence is the white/gray sands that were pulled from the well, and there's a difference between white and gray and red. If you're in the white and gray, you're above the red beds. And that evidence shows that this well is above the top of the red beds. Additionally, the evidence will show that Shakespeare has not perforated the Cedar Hills, but instead the Blaine Formation. The reason that is important is because the whole purpose for perforating the well uphole was that the Cedar Hills wasn't taking water. Well, if you didn't actually perforate into the Cedar Hills, how do you actually know if it'll take water or not? The evidence will also show that the Day Creek Dolomite and the Big Basin, or also known as the Tologa Formation, are not present at the Wells 2-27 well location. This means that Shakespeare is incorrect about the formation the uppermost perforations of this well are in, and also incorrect regarding the confining layers between Shakespeare's proposed injection and usable water. Staff has performed its due diligence of this application and consulted with multiple people, both within and outside of the KCC, to ensure that denial of the application is correct and that the well is a threat to usable water. Based on all of staff's research and review of the proposed application, staff has zero doubt that the well's 227 is perforated above the minimum depth established by Table 2, and that the well's 227 is currently polluting usable water in Wichita County, Kansas. Staff has acted within the discretion provided by the Commission's orders and regulations in denying this application, and respectfully request the Commission support staff's decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Well, with that, we will move into the examination of witnesses, and we will start with operator. So, Mr. Bingston, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Chair French. Shakespeare Oil Company would call Andrew T. Eck.
All right, Mr. Eck, we don't have a court reporter, so I'm going to swear you in. This is all being recorded and it will be transcribed later, but I'm going to do the swearing in. So if you will please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bingston?
Thank you. Please state your name.
Andrew Eck,
And Mr. Eck, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Shakespeare Oil Company. I'm a geologist.
Mr. Eck, did you cause to be certain pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony to be filed in the docket in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you also include with that pre-filed testimony certain exhibits? I believe they were numbered Eck exhibits number 1 through Eck exhibit number 11.
Yes.
Were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
One, excuse me, one correction.
Where is
On
that?
my direct testimony, page 3, lines 20 through 22. The sentence reads, "The formation pics and the type logs are not mine, but rather were picked by KGS scientists working on the type log project." I would insert the basis for formation pics, so basis for in front of formation pics. The cross section was still my creation. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Do you have any other corrections to your pre-filed direct or rebuttal testimony or exhibits?
No, sir.
If I asked you the same questions that are contained in your pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony today under oath, would your answers to those questions be the same with the one correction that you've noted?
Yes, they would.
At this time, I would move to qualify Mr. Eck as an expert geologist based on the education and work experience described in his pre-filed testimony.
Is there any objection?
No, Chair French.
Hearing none, we will make that finding.
Okay. I move to admit the direct pre-filed testimony and rebuttal pre-filed testimony and exhibits X 1 through 11 into the record in this hearing.
And did I say with the correction that was noted?
With the correction noted, yes.
Any objections, Mr. Marsh?
No, Chair French.
Hearing none, the referenced testimony and exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you. I would come to the witness for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Marsh, the witness is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Eck.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Eck, Shakespeare has filed the application in this matter 3 times, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. The first time the application was, or the first application that was filed was in January 2025. Is that correct?
I would have to defer to Dawn. That sounds correct, but I don't know that for a
Okay.
fact.
So I'm gonna share on my screen exhibit KCC 1. Do you see that first page?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Application for injection well, date stamp January 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Bankston, mentioned this in his opening, but in that first application, Shakespeare indicated that the Whitehorse formation had been perforated from 1452 to 1476 and 1522 to 1582 feet, correct?
Yes.
And then the Cedar Hills was perforated from 1800 to 2000 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then in March 2025, Shakespeare submitted an amended page 1 of the application, correct?
Yes.
And then they changed the top perforation of the Whitehorse from 1452 to 1476 feet, correct?
Yes.
And the Cedar Hills from 1522 feet to 1582 feet, and then 1800 to 2000 feet, correct?
Correct.
Why did Shakespeare make that change?
I do not know. I had not been, I was not involved in these applications at the time.
So at that time, you had not performed any log analysis of the well?
That I don't know. I had not performed my stratigraphic analysis that you see here.
Okay. I want to bring up another exhibit. It's KCC 11. Mr. Eck, do you see this
I don't-
email?
I have a KCC 11.
Sorry, I may not have. I don't know if I
only
had
know
it
one.
put together.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll send it to you later, David. Sorry.
I'm sorry, folks are talking over each other a bit. This does look like maybe an email we've had before us. Mr. Marsh, can you identify this and whether it's been shared with the parties and the commission?
I do not believe that it's been shared with the parties or the commission, Chair French. I apologize for that. It was something I think I got put together yesterday, and it was after I'd sent
Okay,
all the
that's
other
fine.
cross exhibits. Mr. Eck, do you see this email from Don Williams to Evan Dara that you're CC'd on dated March 14th, 2025?
Yes.
And that email says, Evan, please find an amended Form U1, page 1, letter from our geologist Toby Eck regarding the Whitehorse and sand correlation, tops and base from the wells 227 to the COG 235 saltwater disposal in Scott County, and a PDF of the dual injection induction log showing the tops, bases, and perfs of the wells 227. Did I read that part correctly?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember this. So
Okay, so scrolling down to the logs. At that time, you indicated the top of the Whitehorse was at 1450 feet, correct?
yes, I did.
And the base of the Whitehorse was at 1524 feet?
Right.
And then the top of the Cedar Hills, or is it 1524 or 1514 feet? Was the
That's
base of the Whitehorse?
24.
Okay. So then top of the Whitehorse, or top of the Cedar Hills, excuse me, you had picked at what, 1530? I think it should be 1520.
15.
And then,
Wait, can we get clarification on that question and answer?
yeah. So every mark is 2 feet, correct, Mr. Eck?
Yeah, every vertical line is 2 feet. They're extra dark
Okay.
on the 150.
Right, and a little darker on the 10.
Yeah.
So the base of the Whitehorse should have been 1514 feet, correct?
Correct.
And the top of the Cedar Hills is.
Yeah, and that was at the time. That's it's a little embarrassing looking at it. So basically this one, what I did was I found the nearest well that had tops picked on the survey website and correlated to that. It was clear after we got into the stratigraphic analysis after this that we needed to use the type log project to help kind of get rid of some of those inconsistencies. So none of these picks are accurate.
Okay. Then after Shakespeare's direct and rebuttal testimony was, or direct testimony and staff's testimony was filed, Shakespeare filed another amended application, correct?
Yes, believe so.
And that was November 10, 2025. I think this is exhibit KCC 3, also identified as exhibit SOC 1. And at this point, Shakespeare had mentioned that the Day Creek is from 1452 to 1476 feet, correct?
The Day Creek perforations are from 1452 to 76, not necessarily the Day Creek.
Okay. And then the Whitehorse perforations are 1522 to 1582 feet, correct?
Correct.
And then on the second page, you put the Cedar Hill perfs from 1800 to 2000 feet, correct?
I did not, but whoever made this application did,
Okay.
yes.
Well, and I think in your testimony, you said that the well was perforated in the Flower Pot and Cedar Hills formations, correct?
Can you point me to that?
Should be able to. Bear with me for a second. If you look at page 5, line 9 of your direct testimony.
Okay, yeah, that's correct.
So why was the flower pot not included on the third version of the application?
I can't speak to that. I didn't make the application.
Did they not
I will
consult you?
point out that those perforations from 1800 to 2000 are ineffective. It's impermeable.
Right. Did they not consult you whenever they're filling out the application?
No, I don't believe so. Not directly. I'm sure he consulted my stratigraphic analysis at that time.
Okay. I want to dive into your testimony a little bit, Mr. Eck. On page 1, lines 14 through 17 of your direct testimony, you testify that you're a CPG for the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, correct?
Correct.
When did you become a CPG?
Oh, you're testing my memory here. It required 8 years of professional experience to earn it. So probably in the 2019 range, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay. Is there any testing requirements to become a CPG for the AAPG?
No,
No. Okay. And you're not a professionally licensed with the state of Kansas, correct?
correct.
And the state of Kansas does require geologists to take tests and conduct testing to become a professional geologist, correct?
Correct.
So have you taken those tests at all, or have
No.
you? Okay.
No, I've never had any reason.
On page 2 of your direct testimony, you referenced table 2, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that table 2 was attached to your testimony as exhibit number 1.
Correct.
And looking at page 2 of that exhibit, make sure I'm in the right spot here. Whenever table 2 was created, it was mainly focused on an investigation into the Cedar Hills. Is that correct?
You'll have to point me to that.
Okay. Looking at the bottom of this page, I think it's technically page 2 of Exhibit 1. It says the investigation was particularly centered upon the advisability of continued use of the Cedar Hills formation for disposal in certain areas of Kansas. Did I read that correctly?
I'm still having trouble finding it. Which paragraph? Oh,
It's
yeah.
at the paragraph 3, bottom of it.
Oh. If I got to the right page, that would help. Yes, I believe you read that correctly.
Okay. And here Shakespeare is seeking to inject several hundred feet above the Cedar Hills, correct?
Let's see here, how far? It's not on there. Yes, we are above the Cedar Hills.
All right. And going to the top of table 2, whenever it says establish minimum depths for disposal wells, it says the following depths are the absolute minimum depths which will be permitted. Depths greater than those given may be required for some areas. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. In table 2, I believe in your testimony says that the top of the red beds is the minimum depth for disposal in Wichita County, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pull up exhibit KS-1. Mr. Eck, is the exhibit of sand on the left red?
Nope.
Whenever Shakespeare was drilling this well, they had a daily drilling report created, correct?
Correct.
And in that drilling report, they mentioned pulling out white sand from the well. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be from our top set of perfs in the Day Creek.
Day Creek's a dolomite formation, correct?
The Day Creek has a dolomite bed in it, known as the Day Creek Dolomite.
Okay, was there any dolomite pulled from the well?
We did not perforate the dolomite. The dolomite is pretty clearly above our perforations, and we've actually, we've got a modern log suite. We can prove there's a dolomite there.
Okay, well, we'll get to that a little bit later, I guess. Was there any mention of red sand coming from those top perfs?
No, not in the top perfs.
Okay. Have you gone to the wells 227 to collect a sample of the sand that was coming out of the well?
I was not on location, no.
And even after this process started, you haven't gone to the location to see what the sand sample looks like?
No, we have those in the staff exhibits.
Okay. On page 3, line 9 of your direct testimony, you state that not all of the rocks within the red beds exhibit rust color, correct?
That's correct.
I believe
So-
earlier in your testimony, you stated that you're familiar with the Bob Slamel digital type logs project.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I'm going to click on the top of the Permian.
Okay.
Looking at this, it has the formations written out and there's remarks there. Is that correct, Mr. Eck?
Yes.
And for the Taloga/Big Basin, it says red beds of silty shell, siltstone, and very fine feldspathic sandstone. Red beds, silty shell. I'm just going to run down the list here to save time. Light gray to pink, fine grain, dense dolomite, gray, green, sandy shell, or red or maroon silty shell, siltstone, a minor amount of very fine sandstone, dolomite, even bedded, sandstone very fine, and shaly siltstone, mostly even bedding, but locally cross bedded in the upper part, containing sand balls and sand crystals, brick red and maroon, dolomite red beds of sandstone, fine grain, locally shaly or silty, cross bedded, sand balls, locally prominent. Did I read all those remarks correctly?
I don't know. We can't read that from here. It's very
Okay.
small.
Is that better?
A little bit. If you can go in just a little more, I think that would help.
And ultimately, Mr. Eck, my question is going to be, is there any remarks about white sandstone being found in the Permian?
There's been entire theses written on these formations. I don't think that necking it down to 3 or 4 lines in this is really adequate here.
That's not my question, Mr. Eck. My question is if there's any remarks about white sandstone being found in the Permian according to the Bob Slamall or Slamel type logs project.
Slamel.
Slamel.
No, I don't see that mentioned here.
Okay. On page 3, lines 10 through 12 of your direct testimony, you state that you determined that there are red beds present above the upper perforations in the wells 2-27, correct?
That's correct.
And that was based upon your log analysis?
In part, yes. So the log analysis was, I mean, it all fits into back to junior high physical science, guys. We use the scientific method. So the question we want to answer is where are the red beds? Next, we compile our data. Okay, that's the type log projects, then we have to work the data. Okay, we've got to display the logs, we've got to fill in gaps, we've got to fix inconsistencies. From there, exhibit 3 is the basis for the hypothesis, which was exhibit 4, correct? And then staff provided their own hypothesis. That was Mr. Sullivan's exhibit KS12, which was his marked log. That's not the conclusion yet. Then we had to test those hypotheses. Okay, and that's what I do in exhibit 11 with a little bit of help from Mr. Sullivan's exhibit KS10.
So do the logs list the color of the formations?
No, they do not.
So there's really nothing in the logs that would indicate that there are red beds above where the well's perfed. Correct?
No, the logs don't help with that, but the logs help with correlating to the physical evidence where we have photographs of red beds.
Okay. Did you not look at rock cuttings from the wells 227 to see if there were red samples from above the upper perforations?
So the vast majority of wells out here, you don't actually start sample depth until you need a geologist on site looking for potential pay zones. And the reason you don't do that is because the drilling rig is on a footage and day rate contract. So they get paid by the foot, or if you stop them, by the hour. So uphole, where they're making the same dollar per foot as they are downhole, they are going as fast as they can go while still drilling a straight hole. So no samples uphole. And you also don't have your mud system displaced until around, I believe in this case, it's usually in that 3,400 foot range.
And that logging that you're talking about or describing, that was conducted by Trilobite, correct?
Trilobite conducted the drill stem tests. We had an independent well site geologist describe the cuttings and set up those tests.
Okay. But none of the cuttings above the upper perforations were described, is what you're telling me.
No, those were not even caught. We don't have them to describe.
Okay.
And that's the same way with the vast majority of wells out there.
Okay. On page 3, lines 12 through 13 of your direct testimony, you state that your log analysis shows approximately 57 feet of Permian above the upper perfs, correct?
Correct.
And your EC Exhibit 4 indicates that that is Big Basin / Tologa Formation and the Day Creek Dolomite Formation, correct?
Day Creek Formation, not Day Creek Dolomite Formation, but yes, otherwise correct.
Okay, and the wells 2-27 is located in the northeast corner of Wichita County, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to pull up figure KS-8 for you.
While you're doing that, Mr. Marsh, I assume you are keeping track of whether any exhibits you're referencing are not yet in the record and that you will ask for admittal at the end.
That's correct, Chair Frank.
Very good.
So
We've referenced quite a
Yeah.
number of exhibits, and I've lost track of which ones are attached to testimonies and which ones may be new. So just want to make sure someone's keeping track.
let me get
I hope I
KS
can track.
in front of the witness, please.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Eck, you see Exhibit KS-8 here?
Yes, I do.
So the wells 227 is located in the northeast corner of Wichita County, correct?
Correct.
And based off of the logs that are reviewed here, it shows that the Tologa Formation or the Big Basin and the Day Creek Dolomite are pinched out before they reach northeast Wichita County. Is that what is that correct?
See that from this 1963 publication, that was the interpretation at the time. More modern research has moved that line far north.
Do you refer to that modern research in your testimony?
I believe it's in no, I do not.
Okay.
Except for the type log project that is research from the last 10 to 15 years.
How long have you worked with type logs?
Since 2011.
Okay.
Would have been late May, early June when I was first introduced.
All right. On page 4, lines 9 through 11 of your direct testimony, you state that 57 feet of Permian red beds above the upper perforations is an adequate confining layer, correct?
Correct.
I believe later on page 4, I think it's around line 21, you describe it as 57 feet of impermeable shale. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to a web page from the KGS website. Title of the page is a stratigraphic succession in Kansas, dated 1968. And we're talking about the Permian system. Does that appear correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to scroll to the bottom of the page, which talks about the Big Basin Formation.
Okay.
And it says Big Basin Formation, beds of red, silty shale, siltstone, dolomitic siltstone, and very fine grained feldspathic sandstone. The Tologa of early reports belong to the Big Basin Formation, O'Connor, 1963. It crops out in western Clark and eastern Meade counties. These strata are seemingly equivalent, all or in part, in the Quartermaster Formation in Oklahoma. Maximum exposed thickness is about 45 feet. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Is there any reference there about impermeable shale layers?
No, not in this general description.
Okay. And then looking also, since we've talked about the Day Creek dolomite, it says this formation is a light gray to pink, dense, fine-grained dolomite cropping out in Clark County and locally in southern Comanche County. At some localities, the formation contains chert nodules and disseminated chert. The thickness is about 2 to 3 feet. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
So how do you fit 22, 24 feet of perforations into a 2 to 3 foot thick dolomite?
We are talking about two different things here. The dolomite bed is, 2 to 3 feet thick at outcrop. It's 3 to 4 here in our well. We are in sand below the Day Creek dolomite bed in our upper set of perfs.
What formation
And
is
it's
that?
clear. Say again.
What formation is that?
We're calling it the Day Creek, which is consistent with all the other wells perforated below the Day Creek dolomite bed, but above the Whitehorse. That's consistent with all of the active and in good standing Day Creek SWDs in District 1. I mean, there's some
In your
of them
testimony,
that-
do you point to anywhere that references the Day Creek formation as having a cap of a 2 to 3 foot thick dolomite with, however many feet of sand below it?
No, except in my marked log.
Which you created?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And I believe in Mr. Scarborough's testimony, you'll see some of those Day Creek active injectors as well. You'll see those logs and how much is perforated there.
Going back to the confining layers discussion, I was kind of curious what defines a confining layer, and I came across this and I thought it was interesting. It's on the internet, so it must be true, right? But it says a gamma ray reading of above 100 GAPI and often in the range of 100 to 200 plus GAPI is considered good for identifying a confining layer, such as a clay or shale. Would you agree with that?
No, not in its entirety. A shale itself is effectively impermeable. Okay. I don't know the exact. I can tell you our gamma throughout the Big Basin would be somewhere in that 100 API range. But the photoelectric curve shows that it's a shale. There's no invasion profile on the resistivity logs that would indicate any permeability whatsoever. There's no SP deflection. There's no wall cake on the caliper that would indicate any permeability whatsoever.
Well, you just testified that it's around 100 on the GAPI. I'm going to pull up your Exhibit 4. And it's the gamma ray is on a scale from 0 to 150, correct?
0 to 150.
And so that means each box is approximately 15.
Correct.
Okay, so whenever we look at the gamma, we've got 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. So for this whole section, it's in that, well, almost the whole section, it's in that 75 to 90 range. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So it doesn't really get to that 100 GPI or GAPI point, does it?
So the gamma does not indicate permeability in any way. The gamma ray measures the natural radioactivity of the formation. Okay, specifically.
And shells,
potassium.
excuse me, Mr. Heck, don't
Objection.
shells.
Objection, please let the witness was trying to answer your question. You cut him off. Please let him finish his answer.
Yeah,
Yes.
we will let the witness finish, please.
Okay, thank you. Gamma ray simply measures the natural radioactivity of the formation, okay? Specifically looking for potassium, radium, thorium. It has nothing to do with permeability. It's a good indicator of whether it's a shale or not. But as far as using gamma to say permeable or impermeable, we've got a full modern log suite. There's a lot better stuff we can use.
So
So
shale
again,
layers are typically, oh, sorry, go ahead.
again, caliper will indicate mud cake, which in a permeable formation, the fluids from your mud system leach into the rock because it's permeable, leaving the solids caked. Okay, so that's an indicator of permeability. Your resistivity curves will separate, indicating an invasion profile. That would be permeability. Your SP to the left, that would indicate permeability. We don't have those things.
And the shale layers are generally radioactive, aren't they?
With the exception of red beds, they're very low in organic matter. So they would be naturally lower gamma ray compared to other shales. So the high organic shales will be off chart to the right, okay? And they'll actually wrap around from the left. That's your hot gamma signature. Like the one I show in Exhibit 3 that shows the top of the Morrison. So I guess a more concise answer is yes, shales are higher, but in red beds, because they're low in organic matter, they would be lower than some other shales. But our photoelectric curve on the porosity track is a solid 3. That can be two things, shale or dolomite.
Okay, I'm next going to go to Exhibit KS11.
Let me get that for him.
Okay. It's Kenny's exhibit about Dakota aquifer water quality. And there's a line in here that says the present salinity pattern of Dakota waters is mainly dependent on the rate at which fresh water is
Where are you
able
reading
to.
from?
The second
CD,
sentence.
please? Second sentence, okay.
Highlighted it here. The present salinity pattern of Dakota waters is mainly dependent on the rate at which fresh water is able to enter from above and along the long flow paths in the aquifer in comparison with the rate of saltwater intrusion from the underlying Permian rocks. So I guess my question there is, if this big basin was, 57 feet of impermeable layer, then how would any saltwater be able to intrude and impact the water quality of the Dakota?
That's actually answered in the next sentence, if you could pull that back up. Can we pull that exhibit back up, please? So the very next sentence, in some regions, the saltwater is able to more rapidly intrude into the bottom of the Dakota, such as in parts of central to north central Kansas. I'll interject that we are not there. Where the Dakota directly overlies the Cedar Hills sandstone, this is not applicable to District 1.
Well, I believe that sentence says in some regions it's more able to rapidly intrude from the Dakota, but it doesn't say that it doesn't intrude from other regions, does it?
I don't believe it says that it does or it does not.
Well, I think it talks about in some regions it's more rapid, but it doesn't say that it doesn't happen in all the regions, correct?
Does not say that, correct.
On page 5 of your direct testimony, you state that the upper perforations are in the Day Creek Dolomite from 1452 to 1476. The middle perforations are in the Whitehorse Formation from 1522 to 1582 feet. And the lower perforations are in the flower pot / Cedar Hills formation from 1,800 to 2,000 feet, correct?
Yes,
And on your exhibit 4, you have indicated that the Day Creek formation is 40 feet thick.
correct.
Moving to the Cedar Hills portion of that, can you point to anywhere on your logs that shows that the wells 227 is perforated in the flower pot or Cedar Hills formation?
No, so my investigation basically stopped in the Blaine. The Blaine is the top that we all agree on. And strangely enough, we actually agree on, from the Blaine up, more or less, we agree on everything except the top of the Morrison and the Permian, which we should investigate. I did not go below the Cedar Hills or below the Blaine because it's impermeable and ineffective for injection.
Well, and I think on page 3, lines 2 through 3 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that you are confident in your top 2 sets of perforations or that they're labeled accurately. But so would that mean that you weren't as confident in the lowest set of perforations?
I did not perform such a exhaustive analysis below the Blaine. Again, it doesn't matter.
So where would you say the Cedar Hills formation's at footage wise?
I do not have that log in front of me. I stopped at the Blaine. And if actually, I would offer if that's a sticking point on the application, we can put a bridge plug between second and third sets, and then we would not be injecting into that ineffective formation.
Okay. Mr. Eck, I'm going to pull up page from exhibit KCC 4. This is the type log for the Nelson 1 well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that type log indicates that the Cedar Hills sandstone was at,
Get there. If you wouldn't mind, sorry. You have it in front of you.
I've got it, yes.
And which well?
the Nelson 1. So we're page 8 of 24, top of it.
Yep,
The Nelson well has the Cedar Hill sandstone at 2145 feet, correct?
2145.75, yes.
175. So, unless it changes 145 feet from this well to where the well's 227 is at, the Cedar Hills would be located below where Shakespeare perforated this well, correct?
It's not on any of my exhibits.
Okay. On page 5, lines 16 through 23 of your direct testimony, you state that injection into the well will not endanger usable water, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pull up exhibit TB1.
TB1.
This is the notice of intent to drill for the wells 2-27, correct?
Correct.
And that intent indicates that the depth to bottom of usable water is 1,520 feet, correct?
Yeah, but I would point out that prior to drilling a well, there's no way to know.
Has Shakespeare drilled other wells in this area?
Yeah,
So they would have a way to know what the depth of usable water was prior to filing this intent, correct?
you can have an idea, but at the end of the day, you put the number that's most common. You'll see in Mr. Scarborough's testimony that the KCC will approve, a wide range of those numbers. Some of them 100 feet higher than that in the area.
Well, in this situation, the depth to bottom usable water was 15, 20 feet. And Shakespeare
The
perforated,
Estimate.
and Shakespeare perforated this well 70 feet above that, correct?
Correct. Based on the data that we acquired in drilling the well.
I'm gonna pull up exhibit KCC3 again,
Is that the amended?
or
Amended
SOC1. Yeah. There, Shakespeare has put the deepest usable water as the Ogallala at 200 feet. Correct?
Yes.
But that is not the deepest usable water in the well, correct?
No, that looks like a mistake. That's the difference between fresh water and usable water is a different definition. And I believe that Ogallala would be the fresh water. So that appears to be a mistake.
And with that mistake, wouldn't that indicate that Shakespeare has not notified the landowner or surrounding landowners that their usable water may be impacted by the application?
I would have to defer to Dawn on that one. I didn't fill out the applications or take care of any of the notices or anything like that.
Okay. I want to go to page 2 of your turning your rebuttal testimony and looking at page 2, lines 4 through 5. You state that your cross section is run in a general north to south trajectory with the wells 227 in the middle, correct?
Correct. And in exhibit 3, there is an index map on the right side.
And on that index map, I was looking at that before the hearing, and I just did some simple counting, but pulling that up here real quick. You described it as a general north to south direction. So just kind of counting, this is really just as much east to west as it is north to south. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you could make that case. The index line was, that just shows which wells are in there. I use the available logs from the type log project to include in there to help create this analysis that again helps us to create the hypothesis, which was exhibit 4, our marked log, and that didn't become the conclusion until we tested both hypotheses with logic tests and with physical evidence tests.
Can you point to any other cross sections that look similar to the one that you created?
If I'd have known that question would come up, I could give you a lot of cross sections depicted like that. Yes. But
there's
no,
no reference in your testimony or anything like that.
No, I have 2 cross sections in my testimony. There are no cross sections except the 1963 publication in the KCC staff testimonies. So no.
We talked a little bit about the type logs. On page 3, lines 7 through 8 of your rebuttal, you state that your cross-section was created using seed picks from the KGS type log project, which you correlated consistently to the wells 227, correct?
Correct.
And I think on page 3, lines 20 through 21. I'm going to go flip back to your direct testimony a little bit, but in your direct testimony, you state that the formation picks, well, I think you've already corrected that maybe, or, but those
Yeah,
formation picks were picked by KGS scientists working on the type log project.
Yes, those were used as the basis for the cross-section in Exhibit 3. They, as with virtually any data set, the data has to be worked. There were gaps to fill, there were inconsistencies to correct, but those seed picks were, those provided the basis for correlating the logs.
And I believe in your rebuttal testimony, I think it's page 3, line 12, you described the KGS type log picks as consistent and high quality. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to pull up your exhibit KCC 3.
That's not our exhibit.
Or not, sorry, not exhibit KCC 3, exhibit EC 3. Thank you for correcting me. And I want to look at the McKean Trust well. This is the well that you placed just right of the wells 227, correct?
Is that KCC 3?
It's EC Exhibit
It's
3.
EC exhibit 3.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so this one was not terribly consistent with the rest. It's also the furthest one away. But instead of excluding it, I felt that in the interest of a transparent and complete scientific analysis, to keep it in and to correct those inconsistencies so that it was consistent with the other type logs.
Okay, and in that log, you placed the Cheyenne sandstone at roughly 1326 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you placed the Big Basin at roughly 1409 feet,
Correct.
and the Day Creek Dolomite at 1473 feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up, see if that works. Can you see the same old log for the McKean Trust 130 1803 well or 1831
Yep.
well? Okay. So here they have the Cheyenne sandstone at 1422.9 feet, correct?
Correct.
And so around 100 feet different from where you picked it.
Yes.
And they also did not pick the Big Basin or the Day Creek Dolomite, correct?
Correct.
So why did you move the Cheyenne sandstone up 100 feet?
To make it consistent with the established consensus of the other 7 type logs.
So in order to be consistent, you moved the usable water formation up 100 feet and added formations that were not picked to this well, correct?
Correct. Yeah, filled in the gaps. That's a requirement for working with virtually any data set. Unfortunately, the survey did not do my job in its entirety.
And if the Cheyenne sandstone was moved down to 1423 feet, wouldn't it correlate with about 1410 feet in the wells 227?
You will have to, it's not a straight across correlation, no. So if you zoom out.
Well, you had a
little
straight
bit,
across correlation for the Big Basin Permian. So that's what I was going off of because it's similar
Pretty close.
in depth to that. How far out do you want to go?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Scroll down so you can see we are flattened on the Blaine. And we'll work our way up from there. Okay, the Blaine's an easy pick. Dog Creek is next. It's not the easiest pick, but it's also not, it doesn't matter that much. The only thing available on this log suite is the resistivity curves and the gamma curves. Gamma's kind of, sometimes it's good and sometimes it's tough to correlate with. But the resistivity profiles are pretty clear.
And for the wells 227, you did not pick the Morrison formation in the well, correct?
That's correct. And the reason for that is probably best illustrated in Exhibit 11, EC Exhibit 11. So the Morrison in this type log project, you'll notice the top has a high gamma ray signature, what we call a hot shale, where the gamma goes off scale to the right. Keep zooming in, please. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. So you notice there at the top of the Morrison in the AEC test well, that's the middle well, how the gamma goes off scale to the right and then wraps around from the left again. So that would be halfway through 50 and 70, that'd be 225 counts. And then on the type log on the left, it's not quite as high, but it's still off scale to the right. That is your textbook Jurassic top signature. Okay, and you'll notice our wells 227 on the right, it's gone.
But the Morrison formation has more than just the top hot shell layer, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Morrison, that shell layer got weathered away, there could still be Morrison left present, correct?
I suppose you could make a case for a basal Morrison sand above our big basin in there, but I don't believe we can be real confident in that. And I'm not quite done with Exhibit 11 if you'd like me to answer your questions.
Well, I think you have answered my
No,
question.
but if you go back, well, he said he wasn't finished with his answer. Could you go back to Exhibit 11, please?
Okay, so the basis for correlations, again, if you scroll down, we are flattened on the blame. You look at my marked log, you look at Kenny's marked log, Kenny Sullivan's, excuse me. The blame is not a point of contention. That's the easiest top to pick. Okay, so we flatten there. Besides the Morrison and the Permian, we agree more or less on everything else within a reasonable range. I believe he picks the Whitehorse, a little further down than we do. Stop right there, please. Okay. So on the correlations, he picks the Morrison around where we have our big basin pick, all the way down to below where we have the Whitehorse picked. And as you can see on his exhibits, we know that the Jurassic pinches out to the east. And for the commission's benefit, a pinch out is where the formation bends to the point that it no longer exists. Okay. And all of us who work the subcrop plays know that you don't thicken over by the subcrop, you thin towards the subcrop. Okay. In addition to that, so we know that that subcrop happens around that Scott Wichita County line, close to our wells 227. But we're on a large paleotopographic structure. And again, for the wells 227, we're on a large paleotopographic structure. And for the commission's benefit, that means that it was a positive feature. Think of hills and valleys. This was the hill. Okay. And it runs north-northeast, south-southwest for a good bit. It's a substantial structure. Paleotopographic high means that it was a hill or a high during deposition. We can see that on exhibit 3 with the thinning of the formations throughout the interval. Okay, so we have to apply the logic test. He's saying, or KCC staff alleges that not only do we have the full thickness of the Jurassic, that we actually doubled the thickness of Jurassic. Okay, that doesn't pass the logic test near the subcrop where it's thinning on a large paleo structure. That is totally counter to what makes sense. And the other thing I'd point out is we've got a clear dolomite here. We can prove that it's a dolomite with our modern log sweep. I did not run across a single occurrence of dolomite mentioned in the Jurassic in any of the publications. But there's a recurring mention of the Day Creek dolomite and a few other thin bed dolomites in the Permian. Okay, so to say that's all Jurassic and then ignore this dolomite in the middle of it also does not pass the logic test. So here we are, we're testing the two hypotheses. Staffs doesn't pass the logic test. And lastly, we've got the physical evidence test, and that's with help from Mr. Sullivan's exhibit KS10, I believe, where he's got red bed photos that I marked on this AEC test hole log. Okay, you can see the two boxes with the red text in them. Those are clearly red beds that they took photos of. And we've got a very simple, very clear correlation from the AEC test hole to our well here. If we can zoom in a little bit, I'll walk you through the resistivity profile of the big basin. It's glaringly obvious that it's very simple correlation. And that top photo correlates directly to what we're calling the big basin formation above our top set of curves. So at some point, we've got to stop fighting against Occam's razor and admit that we are table 2 compliant here. We have red beds above our perforations. It's a very simple correlation. So the resistivity log in the AEC test hole, that's the middle well, right at the top of the big basin, it's the far right curve. You see how it kicks right and stays right until well below the Day Creek dolomite. Now look at the wells. I'm not getting real good picture quality here. I don't know if we can fix that, or maybe we can look at the wells resistivity profile on exhibit 3 would be a little higher quality. But we have the same thing, and notice the resistivity log on the AEC test hole is a linear scale. We're on a logarithmic scale where we're at, or on the wells 227. So it's not going to be quite as exaggerated on the rightward kick, but that correlation is as straightforward gets. So again, we came up with our conflicting hypotheses, and now we've tested the hypotheses, and we passed the physical evidence test. We passed the logic test. And I guess it bears repeating. The conclusion is that we are table 2 compliant.
Mr. Ack, did the maps from KGS indicate that Morrison Formation is present where the wells 227 is located?
Yes. Those are very generalized maps. The number of control points used are actually somewhere around that 2 to 5% of available control points. So I think it's important on these very generalized maps to understand that these are meant as the basis to begin our research. It's a 30,000 foot view. We don't draw conclusions from this. This is meant as an aid to research, not the conclusion.
Well, the aid will show you if it's present or not, right?
It generally shows that it should be present in that area. Again, we're on a substantial paleo structure, and for that paleo structure to not even show up on this map proves just how general it is.
Mr. Marsh, we've been going about an hour and a half. I'd like to give folks a break at some point here. How much longer do you think you have for cross-examination for this witness?
I mean, it probably depends on the length of the answers a little bit, but I've got about half a page to go.
I would have preferred to wait until you were done in between commissioner questions, but I think not knowing how long that's going to take, why don't we give everybody a short break here? I know my coffee's empty, so let's do a 10-minute break, 9-minute break. We'll go into recess and off the record and return at 11 o'clock if that's acceptable to everyone. So we are in recess. We are off the record. We will return at 11 o'clock. Make sure you all have your microphones muted. You can turn your screens off if you want, but most important, have your microphones off.
Unmute.
All right, I have 11 o'clock. Looks like we've got operator back. Mr. Marsh, are you back? All right, you are. Okay, we are back on the record in this proceeding out of recess, and we are going to continue with staff's cross-examination of Mr. Eck. You may proceed, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you, Chair French. Mr. Eck, as we discussed earlier, you stated that the type log project, I believe, was consistent and high quality, correct?
Yes, overall, we were able to establish a consistent and high quality foundation for seed pits.
Okay. So looking at the project page for Wichita County, it has the Nelson, Witham and Sons 13-1 and the Ford 1-33, correct?
Mhm.
And these are all wells that were included on your cross section, correct?
Correct.
And did you see where the status for each of those wells says poor?
Yes, and that's pretty easily explained if you click that legend.
Poor means that the number of accepted tops per 3 users is less than 15%, correct?
Correct. It also means that the LAS start and stop there are tops that they'd like to pick outside of that range. So if it doesn't go all the way to Arbuckle, it's poor. Or if it doesn't include the top of your Fort Hayes or something like that, then it's poor. And again, I'd point out that Mr. Sullivan and I are in basic agreement on everything except 2 tops. So whatever we did was fairly consistent. We just had to clean up the Permian and Morrison tops, which of course Exhibit 11 helped with.
Well, and even like clicking what's on Witham and Sons, it gives the level as poor for all of these formations, correct?
Correct.
And
Are there any you'd like to go through in Exhibit 3 that would help to clear that up?
I think I've already gone through the parts of Exhibit 3 I wanted to.
Okay.
I did find it interesting that one of the picks puts the Morrison below the Tologa. Did you notice that?
Yes, I did. I had to adjust the Tologa down 10 feet. You'll notice that one. This is the Witham and Sons, I assume.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Morrison's an easy pick. Again, it's that hot gamma signature. And the Morrison's obviously above the Tologa. So that was an inconsistency that I had to adjust.
Okay. And I think on page 5, lines 12 through 14 of your rebuttal testimony, you reference EC Exhibit 6, which I think you described as laterally extensive white sands at the top of the Whitehorse Formation in Section 12, Township 33 South, Range 17 West, correct?
Correct. And that's referencing the EC Exhibit 5, which was basically the title page and one exhibit from a plate from that publication showing white sand at the top of the Whitehorse, or white sand, yeah, at the top of the Relay Creek member within the Whitehorse.
And the Relay Creek is towards the bottom of the Whitehorse, correct?
Say again, I'm sorry.
The Relay Creek is towards the bottom of the Whitehorse, correct?
Correct, I believe.
I did do some research on that page where you reference the Relay Creek, Dolomite or Sandstone. It does have a question next to the Relay Creek, correct?
Correct.
And it says in Kansas, the Relay Creek questionable. Dolomite and Sandstone member as well developed only near the Oklahoma line, although sections exposing both the upper and lower Dolomites are rare. In the northwest section, 18, Township 33 South, 16 West, and in the southeast quarter of Section 12, 33 South, 17 West, Comanche County, the upper Dolomite and underlying sandstones are exposed in a shallow draw. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Going to flip to what we have identified as exhibit KCC 5. And this is a geologic map of Comanche County, Kansas, correct?
Correct.
And zooming in to section 12, Township 33 South, Range 17 West. In the northeast corner of that section, which you identified as your exhibit A or exhibit 6, I believe, as being the white sands at the top of the Whitehorse. It identifies the formation as KC, correct?
Yes. When was this published? I assume it was much more recent than the publication that I included, correct?
2001.
Considering the photo was black and white.
And
2001.
KC stands for the Cheyenne Sandstone, correct?
Yes.
So what you call Whitehorse Sandstone in your exhibit is actually Cheyenne Sandstone, correct?
Yes, it would actually appear, since there is more modern research kind of refuting and that publication I referenced. I would say, as long as we are accurate that that is indeed section 12, which I believe the township range will be identified on the bottom and on the right side. But if that is correct, I would have to concede that one. So 33.
33 was there, and then 17 West right there.
Yeah, and that was section 12 northeast corner. Yeah, if the more public research indicates that the other one is outdated or incorrect, then I have nothing to refute that. I would concede that one.
Okay.
Luckily, I did take my own sample at the outcrop as well, so we can still prove white sand or non-red sand within the Permian red beds.
Well, and talking about that, on page 5, lines 15 through 24 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss a trip to Clark County where you collected a sample from the hillside next to the highway, correct?
I should clarify that hillside is a road cut. Yes.
Well, let's pull up that exhibit then.
Okay.
Can you see exhibit 9?
Yes.
And there, I mean, it's a hillside covered in grass. I don't see much of a road cut, do you?
That is indeed a road cut because you have unconsolidated sediment. They cut it back away from the road to avoid any slumping. But yeah, there were several areas that I could explore for white sand just identified on Google Earth and using a geologic map of the county. I deliberately chose the road cut because that's where the rock gets exposed. Because it's unconsolidated, yes, plants can still grow in it.
So it's not broken off from you didn't break it off from the formation. You just picked up some unconsolidated material from the side of the road then, correct?
No, I didn't just pick it up. So what I did, again, I chose a road cut where, for the commissioner's benefit, they either bulldoze through or dynamite. They wouldn't have needed dynamite here because it's unconsolidated, but they bulldoze through so that they can keep the highway reasonably level. You're not bouncing up and down, right? And every geologist knows that's the best place to see the rock, right? Or one of the best places. So the way I collected the sample, because you have so much unconsolidated stuff, is I used a sharpshooter spade. You've all seen them. They're about 4 inches wide and about maybe 18 to 24 inches long. So I dug into the side of the hill, and it's hard to tell in that picture. We're about maybe 8 feet higher than your lowest point. So we're up on the side of the hill, not where things would have washed down and piled up, if that makes sense. So I dug into maybe 6 inches pad longer than the spade, which would be, somewhere around 2 feet plus. And when I was confident that I was in clean sand, I went ahead and scooped up my sample at that point from within the hill to ensure that I had a clean sample.
Well, and that leads me to what we've identified as exhibit KCC 6. This is the area that you took your sand sample from, correct?
Nearby, yes.
And for the hillside, shoulder, hills, back slope, it describes it as like Quinian, Woodward, or Cary, correct?
That would be the soil that's there, but you can also see clearly exposed rock. Okay, and that still shows up as soil on that map. That's very generalized. That's just what kind of soil you may find there. If we could look at the photo of my sample, I mean, you're not suggesting it's dirt.
I don't know that there's a way to tell a difference if it's dirt or formation.
The sand grains are a pretty good indicator, I think, that it's sand.
Do you have a microscope picture attached as an exhibit to where we can see the grains?
No, I do not. I thought a pile of sand was a pretty good indicator.
Okay.
And I point out it looks a lot like the sand pulled from our upper perfs, and it also comes, and you can see on my geologic map that I included in this exhibit that it was it's very similar to what we brought out of the perfs. And then if you look at that top photo, you do see rocks exposed. That soil map does not indicate anything other than soil.
So are you saying that the sand sample here matches the rocks that are here?
No, those are red bed rocks exposed. But my point is on your soil map, that would have indicated soil there as well. It's a very general map.
So I guess, why did you drive all the way to Clark County to collect this sample, but then not actually go to the Wells 227 to collect a sample so you could compare them side by side?
We have those to compare in exhibits.
So you don't want to perform your own analysis?
I think we can all see that the point here is that there is non-red sand in the red beds with red bed above, red bed below. Okay, coming from the contact around or near the contact of the Big Basin and the Whitehorse, which is exactly where my correlations put our top set of perfs, the white sand, the non-red sand.
So, we have pretty much pure like white or tan sand coming from this formation, and there's no description of the Permian containing such sand. So where is it coming from?
We've got a pretty good description. You look at that photo and look at where I took it from in the geologic map. It's not really a rarity to have non-red sands in the red beds. So the reason that you've got red in the red beds is it's iron-rich staining. Okay, so if you look at the Whitehorse in our log, look at the gamma ray. It kind of looks like shale on the gamma ray. If we pull up my exhibit 4 in our Whitehorse perfs, that'd be second set. It's not especially clean, and the reason for that is you've got lots of thin-bedded clays in there or shales. So when you're in close proximity, the sand grains get stained. They don't come from the ancestral Rockies like that. They get stained in place here. Okay, but if you look at our Day Creek perfs, our top set of perfs, it's clean. There's no clays there. There's nothing to stain it with. Okay, so the sand doesn't come red. It gets stained red, but we don't have the process here in a thick, clean sand to cause that staining. Anybody can do a quick internet search of white sand and red beds and see plenty of pictures and such. It's not a rarity. It's nowhere near the big deal I think that staff is making of it. There are white sands or non-red sands in red beds, all of them.
And 20+ foot thick. Areas or sections?
I don't have an exact, but where you have a massive clean sand like we have here, it can be 10 feet thick. If there's not clays in there to stain it red, then it will not be red.
And
It's a
I guess-
pretty simple. Go ahead.
well, my last question was just going to be, there's nothing that you've pulled from the well that would indicate that there's red sands or red material above the upper perforations. You're just based that off your own log conclusions.
Correct. Correlations to the physical evidence in Mr. Sullivan's exhibit KS10. We went over that in my exhibit 11, how it very simply and directly correlates to those zones. We can pull that up if you'd like.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. We will now move to commissioner questions. I will begin with Commissioner Keen. Do you have any questions of this witness?
I do, Chair French. In the interest of connectivity, which seems to be better if I take down the video, I'm going to do that, and I'll spare all of you looking at my mug in the process. So there's two good benefits from one thing. Let's do that right away here because I'm getting a signal here that I need to. All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we
yes,
hear
sir.
you.
Okay, very good. Well, we're there. Good afternoon, Mr. Eck. We've crept into the afternoon hour. Just as a follow on, because it was the questions last asked of you by Mr. Marsh. We're talking about Clark County on the one hand, Comanche County on the other hand, and what's most germane, I think, is Wichita County on the other hand.
Yes.
Again. How far is Wichita County geographically? How far is it from Comanche and Clark, roughly?
Oh, I would have to reference a map. It's far enough that these formations that we're working on in the subsurface, excuse me,
Is it more than 100 miles?
probably, or close to it. I don't have a real accurate answer, but these are the same formations at the surface. Is the reason that I made the trip and prove the presence of white sand in the red beds or tan sand.
I grasp that. Sometimes outcroppings can stretch over several hundred miles, can they not?
Yes. Yeah.
Many of the questions and much of the testimony so far has consisted of a lot of very technical geologic frames of reference and terms, which is fair. After all, that's what we're dealing with, isn't it? We're dealing with questions that have to do with the geology and petroleum engineering to a large extent. But my concern is, from my perspective, I'm going to try to focus on things that I believe are relevant to this docket. And I'm simply saying here that at least it's relevant as I comprehend relevance, because I think a lot of the directions we've gone in so far this morning have been somewhat exogenous, if not somewhat esoteric. So I'm going to try to provide an overview from myself and maybe my colleagues here, so that we want to kind of rely on your expertise in the effort to do that, if I might. So
Sure.
You could metaphorically say, I'm asking you to pick up a crayon for me. I don't mind that. That's perhaps what we are doing here. My first question is, in this well, in the well that's the matter of this docket, identify for me by name and by depth each zone that's perforated.
Yes, sir. So our top perforations are in the Day Creek from 1452. Is that to 76? 1452 to 76. Next is the Whitehorse perforations from 1550 to 1580. And if I get those off by a foot or two, I apologize. I'm looking at the log and reading depths. And then I believe our Cedar Hills perfs are 1800 to 2000. Is that correct? That's not on my exhibit, so I need help with that. Is that correct?
Cedar Hills.
Yeah. And all of those formations are Permian in age, which would be below the top of the red beds, so compliant with Table 2 of the state regulations.
Fair enough. And the reason I'm asking that is because as Mr. Marsh, and I think of some of the exhibits he was showing there, which had to do with your application, amendments to your application, it seemed like we were kind of dealing with a moving mass there. So that's why I was asking you to just identify for my benefit what it is that we're talking about here in terms of perforations. And just for the benefit of all of us here on the commission who may not be that technologically savvy on some of these oil and gas field terms. Well, what are perforations? What are those in effect?
Perforations are holes we shoot in the pipe to allow fluid in or out.
Okay, so basically
Okay,
we're trying to, go ahead, please.
Well, so we cement the casing in the wellbore. You've got casing, cement, and the formation. And in order to allow fluid in or out, we can perforate out into the formation.
Okay, so you allow some fluids that are going to be produced into the wellbore vis-a-vis the perforations through the pipe, if I understand correctly. Correct. Is that right? And
yes,
for each of these zones where there are perforations, do you have proof or evidence of cementing behind the pipe?
Yes, with a cement bond log.
All right. All right. Again, if I'm being redundant, I really don't apologize for it much because I'm looking for perspective. Okay, from these three zones that are perforated, which zones is it intended that you inject into?
The top two, the Day Creek and the Whitehorse, are both effective intervals that will take fluid. The bottom interval is ineffective. It lacks the formation permeability, so we can't get water into it.
Okay, and that's the Cedar Hills, right?
Correct.
And how did you reach the conclusion? Well, first let me step back for a second. Again, I won't do this too many times, but when you're talking about permeability, what does that mean?
Permeability is the ability of fluid to flow through a formation. Okay, so it's impermeable. You're not going to push fluid in it and it's not going to come out of it. Permeability, a permeable formation allows fluid to flow through it.
All right, thank you. And so it's got a close cousin, and that's porosity, isn't it? So what is porosity about?
So porosity is the amount of pore space, and it's measured in percent of the whole. So 10% porosity, the 10% of the rock has is pore space. And yes, those are often directly related because if you've got more pore space in the rock, it's going to be easier for fluid to flow through.
What's the porosity of the Cedar Hills in this well?
I do not have that log in front of me, sir. I can't answer. Hopefully
Okay.
Don maybe can.
That's fair. I don't want you to answer something you feel uncertain about. So that's a fair answer. Thank you.
My apologies.
How did you determine that the Cedar Hills in this particular well was impermeable and non-porous?
So it has porosity, but not permeability. So we attempted it and we determined that it was not permeable because after we perforated it, we went in and swabbed to pull whatever fluid it gave up out of the well, and it didn't give up fluid.
Did you try to acidize it?
I'm getting a nod, yes. I'm not the person to ask. Operationally, Mr. Williams, Mr. Scarborough would be the ones to ask.
Okay, I'll ask those questions of them. The one thing that I find striking about this particular case is that I guess I hadn't anticipated that we'd have a case where there would be a dispute as to the formation designation and the depths. I was thinking that the markers that would be able to delineate the tops and the bottoms of given formations and the names of those formations at this stage in the maturity of the oil and gas industry would not be in controversy. But there it goes to show you how little I know, because we have this in controversy right now. One of the contentions I think the state has is that what you're calling the perforations in the Cedar Hills is not in the Cedar Hills, but is in the Blaine. Am I, in your judgment, correctly portraying a contention that the staff has?
Yes.
In your judgment, is the Blaine present in this well? And if so, where is it?
The Blaine is present in this well, and I have the top picked at around 1735. Again, you can see that on Exhibit 4. I do not have the base marked because I cut the log off after that. Again, the dispute at its core is not about Cedar Hills or Blaine. It's about Table 2 compliance and whether the rules were changed without communication to operators. And we'll get into that later, of course, but
I get all that. So what I think you're saying is that in your opinion, the Blaine lays below the Whitehorse and above the Cedar Hills.
that is correct.
And in your judgment, is it an easily identifiable zone?
It's very easily identifiable. Yes.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you off, please.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that on any log suite, new or old, the gamma ray goes left, the resistivity goes right. It's probably the most easily recognizable pick within our investigation here. In fact, there's no probably about it. It just is.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm going to ask you a question that may be more in the province of perhaps Mr. Williams. But I guess my question is, given the investment that the company has in this well, as evidenced by the pre-filed testimony and as noted by Mr. Bingston in his opening remarks, do you have a fallback position here in terms of injected zones? Or is it imperative that both, in your judgment, the Day Creek and the Whitehorse be used as injection zones?
It is imperative. And the reason being is because the precedent was set that we could fall back on the upper Permian. We went ahead and ran pipe to the Stone Corral anhydrite and no deeper, okay? Because it was a dry hole, we saved ourselves and investors over $40,000 by setting pipe there, okay? Had we known this would be disputed, we could have gone deeper, but that there was no communication to make us think that this would be any issue at all. So no, there's no other zones that we think we can get water into, and to go deeper at this point would require effectively re-drilling and running new casing at great expense.
Okay, thank you for that. There's some questions about the economics of this that bear on waste. I will definitely save those for Mr. Williams. And I think Mr. Bingston was suggesting that would be the best thing, and it's probably the most expedient thing. The reason I just asked you that latter question, Mr. Eck, is because I wanted you to put into context one of your responses to Mr. Marsh. And I think one of your responses was that you would be willing to use a bridge plug to accomplish some end. What did you mean? Explain in greater depth what you were talking about with respect to.
Yeah, so we were talking about, there seems.
Mr. Eck, but before you explain it, tell us what, first of all, is a bridge plug?
Okay, yeah, a bridge plug we set in the pipe to shut off everything below us. Okay, so nothing comes up, nothing goes down. It bridges off our casing. And so what I was referring to, there's some.
Pardon my interruption. It's zone isolation, is it not?
Yeah, in effect, it isolates those above from those below, or separates.
Okay. Pardon my interruption. Please continue.
Oh, that's okay. And the reason that came up is we're refuting each other's Cedar Hills or Blaine, and I didn't even show Cedar Hills in mine because, again, it's ineffective and it's going to do us no good to have them. And the reason I said that is I guess to point out that we can just take those off the list if they don't like what we call them. It doesn't matter at the end of the day because it won't take water. They're ineffective perforations.
If I can paraphrase you, and if I do so incorrectly, correct me. I think what I just understand you to say is that to provide further evidence of the fact that you think that the Cedar Hills is of value in this particular circumstance, you would be willing to isolate it by use of a bridge plug above the Cedar Hills from the other two perforated zones. Did I perforate? Did I perforate? Excuse me. Did I correctly restate what you said?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Let's go on to this issue of Table 2 compliance. I believe I understand the essence of your testimony, but if you could put the finest point on it you possibly can as to why it is that you've reached the conclusion, as you stated, basically in terms of logic and evidence, why you believe that your application and your desire to inject into the Day Creek and the Whitehorse is Table 2 compliant.
Absolutely. So it's back to the basics, right? So we have a question we want answered, which is where are the red beds? Because those are the basis for Table 2 compliance. So we use the scientific method, like we all learned in junior high science, right? So first we had to compile the data. I went with the type log project because that's the basis for our correlations. I created that cross section with the wells in it, wells 227 in it, along with those 8 type logs. and correlated those logs to our wells, okay? That became the hypothesis that, okay, we've got to test, is this the correct stratigraphy? Staff also provided a marked log. So that was the alternate hypothesis, and they refuted each other on basically two main tops, Morrison and Permian. Obviously, Permian's the one you don't want to disagree on because that's the one that matters most. So then we tested those hypotheses. Again, so you start with the logic test. Staff's hypothesis was that the Morrison was actually about double the thickness of what it would be normally out away from the subcrop, only nearing the subcrop where we know that it's thinning. The subcrop is where the formation has thinned to where it no longer exists, okay? It doesn't get extra thick next to the subcrop. It thins to the subcrop where it no longer exists, okay? On top of that, as you probably know, Commissioner King, we drill on structures because oil is lighter than water, less dense than water. And so it traps enclosed highs. So we're chasing this anticlinal feature, which is kind of like a linear hill, right? I said, think hills and valleys. This was a hill, okay? And it was a hill during deposition. We know that. Well, deposition of the investigated formations. Now we know that because they thin in our well relative to the ones around. So we know that it was a paleo structure, positive structure, okay? If everything's thinning, why would the Jurassic be twice the thickness? It doesn't pass that test. In fact, it defies the logic. And the second thing was dolomite. We don't ever run across any mention in the publications of dolomite in the Jurassic, and yet we've got this dolomite right in the middle of where they think it is, but where we think is Permian. All the mentions of dolomite through these investigated intervals are from the Permian. Okay, so what that did was that validated my correlations. And from there, we were able to look, what we're looking for is the red beds. So we can correlate known red beds. That's the photos. We can see them. We can go check out those envelopes from the survey and we can feel and smell and whatever. They are red beds. That's the known, that's the fact. And we were able to correlate those in Exhibit 11. If you'd like to look at those pictures of the red beds they were in Mr. Sullivan's testimony, Exhibit KS10.
Yes, I've seen.
If we pull that up.
We don't need to do that. It's not necessary for me unless you wish to do it to embellish your testimony.
Yeah. Well, they're obviously that rust red color, right? That's red bed. And there's a very clear and simple correlation in EC Exhibit 11. I talked about the resistivity profiles of the big basin being kind of the thing that you can't miss. It's as straightforward gets. It's a freshman level correlation. It's simple. And most correlations are, frankly. It's not hard. It's pattern recognition. We earn our keep as geologists in the analysis, and that's what I'm talking you through here. But it clearly correlates just above and just below the Day Creek in the Wells 227, Day Creek Dolomite member, excuse me. So it clearly shows physical evidence of red beds correlating to well above our perforations. So it corroborates my correlations, the basis of which were from the experts at the Type Log Project. Okay, so I'm in agreement with the experts, and the physical evidence is in agreement with both of us. think that it's pretty clear. The conclusion is we are Table 2 compliant.
Appreciate the granularity of your response, and I think almost everybody here will, for the reason I say that is because you've, in the process, answered two additional questions that I had. One had to do with your take on the relevance and germaneness of the basically EC Exhibit 3, which is that large schematic, the stratigraphic cross-referencing that you did there. That is your work product, I take it?
Can you repeat that question?
Is that your work product?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When was that prepared?
Prior to my direct testimony.
Okay. The reason I ask you that is it's not dated and it doesn't show your identity on there.
Okay.
Let me. I only have a couple more questions for you. Let me go back to a comment that Mr. Bingston made in his opening remarks that I want to follow up with you as a witness, and that had to do with other injection wells in the Whitehorse within reasonable proximity to this well. Do you have information about that you can share with us?
Yeah, so we operate the COG saltwater disposal well about 5 miles most east in Township 16 South 34 West. The wells is in 16 South 35 West. We've operated that since 2015 or 16 as a saltwater disposal well. It was primarily a oil producer. And I can't speak much to the application process or anything like that, but you'll see in Mr. Williams' testimony that it was not only approved, but recommended by KCC staff at the time. And that was in recent memory.
Okay. I want to go back to one of your answers again in response to a question by Mr. Marsh, and have you embellish this a bit for me, if you would. I think you said that with the exception of 2 tops, you agreed with Mr. Sullivan.
Yep.
To which exhibit was that making reference, and what specifically did you mean by that comment?
Yeah, so if we look at Mr. Sullivan's marked log, bear with me here, exhibit KS12. Yes, exhibit KS12,
Okay.
and compare it to my exhibit 4. And again, I kind of quit at the blame, but he marks the lane within probably 3 feet of me. He marks the Dog Creek within 2 feet of me. He marks the Whitehorse. He's a little lower than me, but within 15 feet, which we would want to clear up. But then the top of the Permian, which he also calls the Whitehorse. He alleges Whitehorse is top of Permian here. Then he calls the Morrison, where I call the top of the Permian. The Cheyenne is close. It's within probably 15 feet. The Kiowa is close. It's within 10 feet. So our correlations are very similar, except for those 2. But again, the Permian's the one you don't want to disagree on, because that's the top of the red beds, the top of the Permian. That's the one we needed to clear up. And again, that's where I applied the logic tests and the physical tests.
So your testimony is that with respect to the top of the Permian, your contention is that you're in agreement with Mr. Sullivan.
We are disagreeing on the top of the Permian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
We're in substantial disagreement.
Gotcha. Because that in turn leads to a conclusion about compliance with table 2.
Correct.
The conclusion you reach. Okay. Very, very well. Mr. Eck, I appreciate very much your indulgence of my questions. I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you, Chair French.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, do you have any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
I'm trying to decide whether I whether I need to ask anything beyond where Commissioner Keen went there. I think I have lasered in on that same issue that you've identified, which is the compliance with table 2, and where is the top of the Permian. If you could maybe just summarize for us. I know you don't believe that there is supporting evidence for staff's position on that, but if you could just kind of lay out succinctly, what did staff miss? Why are they wrong about their position on where that layer exists?
Sure. That's difficult to say. I mean, I just went through, I'm going on 2 hours here of showing my work. I've got a lot of data here. So does Jeff. Get ready. I showed all my work. I invited that scrutiny because that's how we provide a scientific investigation. There's no data. There's no work shown from staff. I don't know where he went wrong. So he provided a hypothesis. We showed how we reached our hypothesis and then showed how we tested those hypotheses. We just got a hypothesis and conclusion in one. I don't know where he's off, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that's enough. All right. I don't think I actually have any more questions for you, Mr. Eck. At this time, we will turn, unless any other commissioners have developed any other questions, we will allow redirect at this time. So, Mr. Bankston, if you have redirect for your witness.
Thank you. I think I just have probably one question that I'd like to have Mr. Eck follow up on. In your pre-filed testimony, and you discussed it extensively today at the hearing, you prepared and presented 2 stratigraphic cross sections, analyzing the logs in neighboring wells and in the wells 227, correct?
Correct.
And you've used that as a scientific basis for correlating and determining where the tops of the various formations are in the wells 227.
Correct.
And that was exhibit 3 and then exhibit 11 you presented.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see in staff's testimony, Ms. Stockton, that they did any similar type analysis that they presented?
There was nothing provided in their testimonies. No stratigraphic cross sections? No cross sections.
Nothing similar to your exhibit 3 or your exhibit 11?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bankston. With that, I'm going to assume, Mr. Marsh, you do not have any recross that is absolutely burning necessary based on the commissioner questions. Can you give me confirmation?
No, Chair French, sorry.
All right.
I was trying to shake my head no, and then
That's all right. Okay. Well, since there's no recross, there's no need for any other questioning. Mr. Eck, we thank you for your time as a witness today, and you may step down virtually. So thank you very much.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Chair French. Thank you, Commissioners.
I think we're close enough to noon. This is probably the most convenient time for everybody to take a lunch break. You know, a quick reminder, let's see, we've gotten through one witness out of five. So, you know, we're gonna have to keep plowing once we get on the other side of lunch. So we're at 11:50. Do all the parties think it's doable to do lunch within, say, 40 minutes? Come back at 12:30? Is there any objection to that?
No objection, that's fine.
Great. Okay, hearing no objection, we are going to recess for lunch and we will return at 12:30 to continue with the next witness. So we are now in recess and off the record. And make sure everybody gets themselves muted while we're off the record now.
Okay. There's 7,000.
Commissioner Keen, you're not muted if you want to. There you go.
12:30.
Okay. And we've been pretty prompt, so,
Yeah.
which is good, because
Or we're 12:28.
he's pretty good. Nobody can wait. It's still hot.
And we can, there's a single cup. In there.
Well, doing the speed of my addiction, yeah, I don't even know you're 50.
Oh, I didn't coffee.
Thank you. Be 90 now. He took the coffee break. Ooh, great as water.
No.
He did.
Coffee's made with water.
Yeah.
I might get like, well, if it's decaf, it counts as water.
Sounds fair.
Mediation. Oh, we can't go over.
Yeah. Maybe you do that here, or do you have to go somewhere?
We're doing it here because I'm the mediator. And it's a case pending out in Kearney County. And one of the lawyers is from Wichita. The other lawyers from Scott City. They agreed to come. It's American lawyer.
All right. I've got 12:30. Let's just double check to make sure we've got everybody back. I see Mr. Marsh. I see Commissioner Keith there. I see Commissioner Keen. And I've got operator. Mr. Myers, are you there? Ah, I see Mr. Myers. Okay, I think that we are good to go. So we are back on the record out of recess, back on the record in this proceeding, and I believe, Mr. Bankston, we are ready for you to call your next witness, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair French. Operator would call Jeff Scarborough.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scarborough. If you would please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bankston.
Please state your name.
Jeff Scarborough,
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Shakespeare Oil. I'm the engineer and the operations manager.
And Shakespeare Oil Company is the applicant in this document, is that correct?
It is.
And did you cause pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony to be filed in this docket?
I did.
And did you also include with that pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony certain exhibits that were marked Scarborough exhibits 1 through 9?
I did.
Were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
They were.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
I do.
And what corrections do you have?
On exhibit 9, underneath the top table, it says pressure, height of fluid column, and specific gravity. And that specific gravity is 1.0.14. That second point should not be in there. It should be 1.01.
Okay. Do you have any other corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions that are contained in your pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony today under oath, would your answers to those questions be the same?
They would.
Next, I'd like to move to qualify Mr. Scarborough as an expert petroleum engineer based on the education and work experience described in his pre-filed testimony.
Any
No
objection?
objections.
Motion will be granted.
I would move to admit the direct pre-filed testimony and rebuttal pre-filed testimony and exhibits with the one correction that Mr. Scarborough has noted today on the record into the record in this hearing.
Any objection?
None.
All right, hearing none, the reference testimony and exhibits will be admitted.
Okay, I would tender Mr. Scarborough for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marsh, the witness is yours.
All right. Thank you, Chair French. Good afternoon, Mr. Scarborough.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Scarborough, you stated that you are the operations manager for Shakespeare, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So talking about the wells 227, that well was perforated in December 2024, correct?
Correct.
Whenever the well was perforated, did Shakespeare acidize the upper and middle perforations?
We acidized no, we did not acidize let me make sure that's correct. We did not acidize the upper and the Whitehorse, we call the Whitehorse or the Day Creek.
Okay. And you did not contact either District 1 staff or UIC staff about injecting at those depths prior to perforating the wells 227, correct?
I did not myself.
Okay. Have you had any communications with geologists about the depth of usable water in that area?
I have.
Okay. Who was that geologist?
Well, I mean, I've talked to, with staff geologists, or you're saying?
I mean, staff geologist, did you have any conversations
Or
with
any
Dr. Whittemore?
geologist? I did.
Okay.
Well, email conversation. He
okay.
never did call back. Email.
I'm going to pull up exhibit KCC 7. And Mr. Scarborough, this is an email from you to Dr. Whittemore on February 7th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
And it says, Mr. Witt, I talked with Jim Butler this morning about some questions I have about the base of usable water in Wichita County, and he recommended I reach out to you. Is there a time I could call you and have a brief discussion? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And then you received a response from Dr. Whittemore on February 17th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of that email, Dr. Whittemore indicated that the depth of the upper Dakota for these total dissolved solids values, which are in the range of 500 to 1,000 milligrams per liter, are found at depths around 1,100 to 1,300 feet. Is that correct?
That's what his email said, yes.
Okay. And then lower in his email, he says that the depth to usable water could potentially extend down to around 2,000 feet. Period. I would imagine that the depth to usable water in Wichita and Scout counties would also extend down to about 2,000 feet and might be expected to be somewhat deeper than in Logan County. Did I read that correctly?
You did. And yes, you did read it correctly. I will say that in the first part of his email, he said it extended down to 1,300 feet for the upper Dakota. The base of the Dakota in this well has been identified at 1,220 feet. So the upper Dakota would be more like 900 to 1,050 or 1,100. And and then I also read those documents that he referred to in those emails. And in those documents, I looked at that study and looked at other studies like that where they used spontaneous potential to determine, because that's what he was judging his information on. It wasn't actual test of analysis of waters. It was spontaneous potential that they had correlated to test. And the test that he referenced in the appendix of those studies, the wells, the majority of the analyses of Dakota waters from 600 feet and up. There was only one well, I think it was 820 feet that was tested in Wichita County. And all the wells that were deeper than that were like in Ellis or Russell County, I believe. And they had very high 20,000 to 30,000 part per million numbers. And when I looked at that, what I determined was that like in Oklahoma, they did one of these studies, and they did it for that county, and they had a number of analyses of TDS values for that county that they compared to the spontaneous potential. And then, like I said, in Wichita, they had 1 or 2 wells was all they had for the Upper Dakota. And so they didn't have the Cheyenne or anything deeper to compare to. So I took it with a grain of salt.
Okay, but his email did indicate that there could be usable water down to 2,000 feet, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. And I think you mentioned the Lower Dakota being around 1,250 feet. Was that right?
1220 base of Dakota.
Okay, and that's based off of Shakespeare's interpretation?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, your direct testimony references tests on fluid from the Wells 227, which was performed by Champion X Corporation, correct?
They did analysis of the waters, yes.
Do they do all water analysis for Shakespeare?
Not all. They do on certain areas. They do.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you don't always use Champion X whenever you're having water
Well, we
samples?
use other chemical companies. We use other chemical companies in other areas.
Okay. When were the fluid samples collected?
They were collected when we pulled the swabs on the 10th. Let's see here.
Would it be between April 9th and April 14th of 2025?
That is correct.
Okay. So those fluid samples were collected approximately 4 months after the Wells 227 was perforated, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On page 3, lines 24 of your testimony, you reference Scarborough Exhibit 5. Correct?
Exhibit 5. Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 5 is adjacent counties, Whitehorse and Day Creek wells, correct? That's the title of it.
Yes, it's some of the wells. There, I have another exhibit here, Exhibit 4, I believe, that lists multiple wells, but this is some of the wells that I saw at Whitehorse and Day Creek.
All right. And the dates for all those wells, I see that you have a question mark next to them on number 3, correct?
I couldn't determine when it was drilled.
Okay, so is it when they were drilled or when they were permitted?
When it was made into, I'm sorry, when it was made into a disposal well.
Okay. So this is a letter from the Department of Health and Environment for the Mon well number 3 saltwater disposal. The date on that is August 29th, 1979, correct?
Correct.
So based off of this letter, it indicates that the question marks should really read 1979.
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay, and then I noticed that at the bottom you mentioned the Wyatt number 3, or I don't know if it was number 3. It was
Wyatt number 1.
And the date you had there was 1999, correct?
That's what I found online, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I was pulling this data, as you may well know, it's not easy to find UIC information on wells. But you go to KGS, you can find some of the information. So
Sure.
that's,
I just wanted to make sure that we have accurate information if we can.
Okay.
And so this permit's from the Kansas State Department of Health from 1971, correct?
looks like it, yeah.
Okay, and this appears to be when that Wyatt number 1 well would have been permitted for injection, correct?
All right.
So the wells that were referenced in that Scarborough Exhibit 5, were all permitted permitted around 50 years ago, most likely by Kansas Department of Health and Environment, correct?
Yes.
On page 4, line 9 of your direct testimony, you state that the uppermost perforations in the wells 227 is at 1452 feet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as we discussed earlier, whenever Mr. Eck was testifying, the intent for the wells 227 indicated that usable water was at 1,520 feet, correct?
That's what the intent had on it, yes. And
Okay.
I will say, you know, on those intents, we don't usually put a lot of thought into those. And, you know, I know Don does most of the intents, Toby has done some, but what typically, as I understand it, you know, talking to Don, you can ask him more, is that we look at an offset well and see what was used on that, or another well that was approved and put it on, because we plan on setting casing cementing from an anhydride up. So on a normal oil well, the depth of usable water, we're planning on covering that with cement, so it's not an issue. So we don't put a lot of effort into determining that at that time.
Okay. On page 4, line 19 of your direct testimony, you reference a McDaniels 2 number 12 well, correct?
That's correct.
And that well was in Logan County, is that right?
Yes.
I think you attached exhibits to your testimony indicating that, you know, Case Morris was okay with that well being injected into, correct?
It just, the exhibit says that the gentleman went into the KCC office at Hayes and met with Case Morris, and they agreed to perforate 1550 to 1590 and 1430 and 1460.
Okay. I'm going to pull up, we've marked as exhibit KCC 9. Mr. Scarborough, do you see that exhibit?
I do.
Okay. Notice of intent to drill for the McDaniel 2-12, is that correct?
Looks like it, yeah.
And the intent indicates that the depth to bottom of usable water is 1,150 feet, is that correct?
Yes.
So there's a couple hundred feet in between the depth of what the intent indicates is the depth of usable water and where that well is perforated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Scarborough, let's move on to your rebuttal testimony. On page 1, lines 9 through 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you stated that Mr. Bryant and Mr. Sullivan claimed that water samples were contaminated by water from the Cedar Hills formation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you point out to the places in their testimony where they reference the Cedar Hills contaminating the fluid samples?
I would have to look through it and see that I reference to the page. On page 10, line 20 through page 11, line 5.
Okay, so you said page 10, line 20 through, or what was the first one?
So on page 10, line 20 through page 11, line 5, Mr. Bryant's testimony.
Okay.
And on page 16, lines 11 and 15 of Mr. Sullivan's testimony.
All right, let's start with Mr. Sullivan's. So you said page 16, lines
11 through 15.
11 through 15. Okay, I pulled up that piece of testimony. Can you see it?
I can.
Okay. Is there any part of that testimony that referenced the Cedar Hills formation?
I do not see that. He just mentions perforations being left open.
Okay. And then what was the portion of Todd's testimony that you cited as page 10?
Page 16. No, I'm sorry, page 10, lines 20 through page 11, line 5.
Okay. Is there any part of that testimony that references the Cedar Hills?
He just says that there's a delay in testing completion resulting in 3 to 4 months of cross-contamination. By cross-contamination, I took it that he was saying that fluid was traveling from one formation to another. So it doesn't specifically say that it came out of the Cedar Hills. So maybe I misinterpreted that part of it, but he was saying there was cross-contamination.
And it would be from, all those sets of perforations, correct?
That's what I'm assuming he was implying, and I was trying to address in my testimony that because over a 12-day period, and if you look on my exhibit 8, you can see that we had shut the well down on December 18th, and then opened it back up on 12/30 and had swabbed it. After having no fill up on the 18th, we still had no fill up on the 30th. So that was saying that the bottom perforations, the Cedar Hills perforations, what we're calling the Cedar Hills, gave up no fluid. So I don't see how it could have contaminated the top 2 zones.
Okay.
And then further, I went on to explain that during the swab testing in April, that when both zones were open, the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills perfs were open, the overnight fill-ups at fluid level, we would find it at 800 feet from surface. But when we set a retrievable bridge plug between the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills, the Whitehorse and the Day Creek, that the Day Creek was isolated. It was the only thing open, and when we swabbed on it, its fluid level was 750 feet. So therefore, one can reason that the pressure in the Day Creek was greater than the pressure in the Whitehorse. And the Whitehorse was subsequently, when it was open, it was drinking some of the fluid coming out of the Day Creek. So if anything, the Whitehorse sample could have been contaminated, but not the Day Creek, because the Day Creek had the greater pressure.
That's not supported by your Exhibit 9, is it?
Yes. Well, I mean, let me
On
see.
Exhibit 9, you have a PSI for the Whitehorse is 399 PSI, and the PSI for the Day Creek is 372, correct?
But if you look at the fluid level calculated, okay, maybe the reservoir pressure is not greater, but the hydrostatic head that pressure can become equivalent to is greater. You have 630 feet. You have to take in hydrostatic head when you have the Day Creek above the Whitehorse. You have to calculate how much pressure it takes to overcome that hydrostatic head to get into the Day Creek. And if you had, what I did as calculation here is I show that based on the lowest calculated pressure gradient that we had off of our adjacent wells drill sim test, when you calculate it, I calculated fluid level for each zone. The fluid level for the Day Creek would come up to 630 feet. The fluid level for the Whitehorse would come up to 675 feet. So therefore, it has a more equivalent pressure, and the Whitehorse would be the one to drink it.
How do you justify that with the fact that whenever the well was swabbed, when both sets of perforations were open, red sand was being pulled out? Wouldn't that indicate that the Whitehorse has a higher pressure than the upper perforations?
No, not necessarily, because what happens is in those sands, the sands are friable and they're loosely consolidated. Whichever sand is more loosely consolidated, when you swab from right above the formation, you put very low pressure on it. So the pressure in the formation comes out, the water does, and it carries sand with it. Whichever sand is the least compacted, so what I'm looking for, unconsolidated is the one that's more likely to come out. So we were getting some white sand in our sample when we were swabbing from both of them, but we were getting more red sand at that time. And when we swabbed just the top sand, we were getting the tan or white sand.
Can you point out in the daily drilling reports where it says that there was white sand coming up with the red sand?
I don't think it says, let me look here. It just says red sand, but if you look at our picture that we showed of the two sand samples, are actually, what document was that in? Was that in KCC's testimony where there's the two sand samples sitting on the tubing rack?
It's,
Or was that on our sand? In
that's staff.
status? So it's KS1. If you look at those two samples, if you zoom in on that, you can see a little bit of white sand in that red sand.
Is there? Is that your testimony?
I see it.
Okay. You say so.
I see white sand in it. Yeah, I want to zoom in on it. Or I see white. I see flecks of white or tan.
Would you say there's a much larger percentage of red sand in that sample though?
Absolutely.
Can you point to anywhere on the logs prepared by Shakespeare that would indicate that these wells are perforated in the Cedar Hills?
I'm not a geologist and I really haven't, I mean, I looked at the logs, of course, but I don't know if we have a log showing the Cedar Hills in our file. I don't think we do in our testimony.
Well, and
But
as Mr. Eck testified earlier, sorry for interrupting. I was just gonna say, as Mr. Eck testified earlier, he did not pick the Cedar Hills on the logs, correct?
that's correct. That's what he said.
On page 2,
Oh, did you?
I in our mind, the Cedar Hills, it's not giving up any fluid. 12 days time to give up 0 fluid. Okay. If it won't give up fluid, it won't take it. So we'd be more than happy to set a cast iron bridge plug over the top of that and not worry about the Cedar Hills. It's not really pertinent to this whole process.
well, what if the well's not perforated in the Cedar Hills? What if it's perforated in the Blaine Formation?
If we're going to set a plug over it, does it matter?
Well, I mean, Shakespeare's whole premise for this docket is, we went uphole because the Cedar Hills wasn't viable. If you can't show that you even perfed in the Cedar Hills, how can you show that,
Well, so on this well, yeah, in the COG 235, we had perforated in a similar area in it. Okay. We had called it Cedar Hills. No one had ever questioned it. For us, as an oil company, we, put a lot of effort into determining the zones in Lansing, Kansas City, and the Meyer Station, all those. But up the hole, everything's always been just referred to the Cedar Hills, and it's always just been allowed. The state's never come back and corrected us and said, oh, that's not Cedar Hills, that's the Blaine. So in this situation, when we logged that well, and we're trying to make a decision what to do, we had a discussion that night in the middle of the night that the hole was so washed out over that interval that it looked like if it washed out that much, our reasoning was, we know in this area, that area doesn't normally take water. Okay. It's not usually a good disposal zone. We knew that. Okay. But we knew we also had the Whitehorse that we could fall back to. So when we made our decision, we thought if the zone is capable of washing out that far, if it's that friable, that unconsolidated will wash out, maybe it will take wood. It's worth a shot. And because we have the Whitehorse to fall back to. So that was our reason.
You say the Whitehorse, but you did not mention the Day Creek. So you knew that you could fall back to
At that
the
time-
Whitehorse, but
at
not
that-
the Day Creek.
I'm an engineer, but if you'd asked me to identify a Day Creek on a log, I would not have been able to do it at the time we were doing this. Everything in that area I was referring to as the Whitehorse. That's what I thought it was called at that time. So at that point, we thought we had the Whitehorse. We didn't know we had the Whitehorse and Day Creek. I didn't know it for sure.
Okay, and as on page 4, line 10 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that the Permian formations are below the top of the red beds, correct?
Say that Permian formation is below.
You say page 4?
Page 4, line 10.
I said if the Permian formations, which are below the top of the red beds, are under pressure, as opposed to overpressure as alleged by Mr. Bryant, then there are no extenuating circumstances due to pressure that would cause fluids injected into the Permian formation to migrate upward into zones potentially containing usable water. So I didn't say the Permian formation is below it. I said the Permian formations which are below the top of the red beds.
Well, I mean, if they, which are under the top of the red beds, then they would be under the top of the red beds, correct?
Well, I'm not saying I'm saying the top of the Permian is the top of the red beds. So I'm saying these Permian formations, which would be what I was referring to, the Day Creek and the Whitehorse, are under pressure.
Right, and I wasn't focusing so much on the pressurization part of it. I was more focused on your testimony saying that the Permian formations are below the top of the red beds. Because, you know, as we saw with that exhibit KS1, the sample on the left that was taken from the wells 227 is not red, correct?
That's correct.
And in those daily reports that we referred to earlier, whenever you were just pulling from the top perforations, there was no mention of red sand, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no mention of dolomite, correct?
No, we did not perforate the dolomite. I think if you look at the log, you can see where the dolomite's at on the PE curve. And Don is better with logs than me. He might be able to point that out to you, or we could try to get into it. But we perforated the sand, not a dolomite.
On Scarborough Exhibit 8, there's a note there that on January 2nd, 2025, the daily report log indicates that 168 barrels of water were taken by the well in 40 minutes on vacuum, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, where did that water come from?
So water we swabbed out of those zones.
Okay, so it was water that was taken out of those zones was then just put back into the well?
Yeah, it's the water we'd swabbed out over the previous 3 days. And it wasn't all of the water because it would not fit in that tank. It's probably the water from that last day. Let's see. Where is, I'm trying to find where it says that.
I believe it's the note from January 2nd, 2025.
Bottom of page 5.
Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Yeah, so in the morning we'd tag fluid and we'd swab steady all day and drop the fluid level to 1,000 feet. It did not say how much he swabbed out during that day. The operator did not report that. But if judging by the other days, we were able to swab out 300 barrels in a day. It would be reasonable that we swapped out 300 barrels or so that day. And we were having to have a tank truck come out to haul off some of the water. So the water would have been what we swapped out that day.
So if the water is taking that 168 barrels, it's, you know, that water is going into the formations, right? It's not being
That's
pushed out.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. It means it's very permanent.
So if it's very permeable, I mean, doesn't it make sense that water from the wellbore will be moving in and out of those formations?
It would travel from the fluid's going to travel with the least, you know, from higher pressure to lower pressure. And it's going to travel whichever one holds it in. So, like I said before, it's going to travel from the Day Creek to the Whitehorse because of the equivalent of hydrostatic heads. You can't just look at the pressure of each reservoir. You have to take in the hydrostatic head it takes for the Whitehorse push fluid up to the Day Creek. And that hydrostatic head is not equivalent to the pressure required. So the Day Creek is the one that would have had water going out of it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scarborough. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. We will now move to commissioner questions, and I will begin again with Commissioner Keen.
Thank you, Chair French. And good afternoon, Mr. Scarborough.
Good afternoon, Mr. King.
With your indulgence, I'm going to cut my video so that I have some assurance that the audio works. So bear with me.
Yes, sir.
All right, can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Yeah, a few follow-up questions for you, if I might. You were present, I take it, when Mr. Eck testified this morning?
Yes, sir.
In response to a question that I asked him directly, he identified 3 sets of perforations. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And so I guess what I'm asking you, to the extent you know it, what kind of completion methodology did you utilize? Were each of these 3 perforations acidized or completed in some other way?
What we're calling the Cedar Hills was perforated with a 3.5-inch strip jets, strip with 1 shot per foot. Okay, so 1 perforation per foot, and it was perforated from 1,800 to 2,000 feet over a couple of different perf runs. It also perforated with a hollow steel carrier, which has a deeper penetration at see here, 1,850 to 1,600 feet, trying to pick out a place that maybe is more, we thought might have better porosity and perm, and with the hope that we could get farther into the formation. Then we had acidized from 1,900 to 2,000 feet. We had acidized that area after our first set of perforations. And after we'd done that, it still wasn't giving up any fluid. So that's when we perforated from 1,800 to 1,900 and did the 1,850 to 1,860. Then when that didn't give up any fluid, we did not acidize the upper part of the Cedar Hills. We moved down and we perforated the Whitehorse and Day Creek, what we're calling it now.
Excuse me, sir.
We did not.
Pardon my interruption, but while we're on the Cedar Hills, just to put the finer point on it, in your testing, after you acidized, did you swab back?
Oh yeah, we would swab on it, and we also try to use an air foam unit on it. What that does is when you have fluid in your wellbore, you pump air down and foam, and it lightens the hydrostatic head to where it's easier for fluid to come in. Okay, and that's a given practice that people do often in lieu of swabbing. When you're swabbing, you have these rubber cups that are on a tool that go down, and they're shaped like bees, and they pull the fluid up the hole when you go. If you're getting a lot of sand, the danger is those rubber cups can get stuck in the well. So it's more expensive, but we try to use the air foaming unit to alleviate having to swab and take a chance of getting stuck in the hole. And it, like I said, it'll bring a lot of sand out of the well if it is a loose, friable sand. We were not getting good recovery doing the air foam unit on the 1900 to 2000 foot sand, or not sand, 1900 to 2000 foot perforations. And that's why we acidized it. And after we acidized it, we swabbed the load back as best we could. And we got to where we're not getting any returns. So then we waited an hour and we made another swab run and still didn't get anything. I think it's correct.
Okay, thank you for that
Right.
clarity, Mr. Scarborough. You can continue with the upper zones. I get the drift of what you did with the Cedar Hills.
And so we did not, I think I was wrong. I misread this. We did not swab that upper zone. We just did the air foaming unit and never got good returns. And so then we perforated from 1800 to 1900. And then we did swab it, swabbed it down to 1800 feet and let it sit 30 minutes and had no fill up. So then we shut down for the day and came back the next morning and swabbed it again and still had no fill up that day. So from 1800 to 2000, never gave up any fluid.
All right, thank you. And now, I think I interrupted you when you were headed toward the acidizing or completion of the two upper zones.
So we actually, after we had perforated that and had 30-minute fill up, that was on the 18th of December. We came back on the 30th of December, 12 days later. We had no fill up. So in reality, it was 12 days. And then on that day, we loaded the casing out of the swab tank and we perforated the upper two zones with strip joint jets, again, 1 shot per foot. And then we swabbed on it that day. We did get some white sand in the cups, it says that day. The next day we came out and we did the air foaming unit. And then the day after that, or that was actually on the weekend, that was a Friday, looks like our Saturday, and we came out after the weekend and swabbed on it. And that's when we did our injectivity test by putting the 168 barrels down in the well. It took that 40 minutes. No acid.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that. Let's talk about an issue that's somewhat central to this docket and the ultimate resolution of the docket, and that is the concept of usable water and how that plays into the question of compliance with Table 2. So if I could have you address that for me, your take on the relevance of this usable water, and in your opinion, how is it that you have gone about the process, if you can explain it, of complying with the requirements of Table 2?
Okay. So Shakespeare prides itself as being a very responsible company. We hardly ever have any violations. We try to do things the right way. We treat landowners fairly. We try, and I've told many people that I love working for Shakespeare because when I go to bed at night, I'm able to sleep soundly. I have no issues because I know we're doing the right thing. I'm not one of these companies that, working for one of these companies that try to get by and do things wrong and take chances. We don't do that. And the last thing we'd want to ever do is endanger usable water. And I think you can see by some of my emails that I sent out and the amount of work we've done, if I would have found out that I thought we were endangering usable water, I would have recommended to Don and Toby, here's why we can't do this, because we are endangering usable water, and we would have stopped. But we felt like, and early on, we thought, hey, let's test the water and find out what it is. Okay. At that time, we did not have the swab results that we ended up getting. I wasn't really thinking about those. We just, whatever the results we got was what they were going to be. We did our swab testing. Later on, I did analysis of the pressures based on what the gradients that we calculated. And we determined that the Day Creek is the least likely to have been contaminated. Well, when you get numbers of 19,500 TDS and 19,300 TDS and 18,700 on those tests, and also high chloride numbers, that tells us that it's not usable water. It was never impacted by the supposed Cedar Hills perks, whatever we want to call those, whatever, it didn't give up anything. It only two that could have contaminated each other was the Whitehorse or the Day Creek. And by my analysis, it shows the Day Creek is the least likely to have been affected. So it's not usable water. And, you know, the study that Mr. Whittemore told me about with the SP's, you know, potentials, those are estimations. Okay, those are estimations based on other lab analysis that they correlate to and look at the SP. Well, you can look at the SP on our log and you can see the SP is a scale of -100 to +100. And when you look and go down from the top of this well down to down to where we're at, you'll see that the SP is reading like 60 to 80 in the freshwater sands, so the usable water sands. And as it approaches down to 1,450 where we're at, and in the 1,500, the SP is the same in both the Day Creek and the Whitehorse. And it is on the negative side of the line, indicating that it has contamination in it and that it's not useful. It's not a quantitative analysis using SP, it's a qualitative analysis. If you have detailed analyses of waters from that county where you're at, and then you do the SP study that they did, you can get really good data doing that, or fairly accurate data. It's still not exact, but it's much more accurate than what's presented. And saying that there's usable water down to 2,000 feet, I think is really a stretch by Mr. Whittemore. I mean, even the depths he was saying the upper Day Creek was at, he was saying they were deep, it was a couple hundred feet deeper than what it actually is. And it changes in a hurry. If you look at the SP, what it does on the log, you'll see it changes in a hurry when you're from 1,000 feet down to 1,400 feet where it's reading on the log. And so in my mind, it is not usable water, and we're not endangering anything above it because of that 57 foot of shale above it. You can argue all day. As an engineer, I deal with numbers all day, okay? And I've always said I couldn't be a geologist because geologists, they have to have a good imagination and have to be able to see how things correlate and everything. But in engineering, it's all about numbers, and the numbers don't lie. This water's not usable.
Well, I appreciate the granularity of that response very much, Mr. Scarborough. Tell me, if you would, please, what is the top of the cement column outside of the production casing as verified by a cement ball log? Can you tell me what that is?
It was surface. We cemented the surface.
Oh, it's cemented to the surface.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You know, we looked at the casing, Commissioner King, to the anhydrite where we set pipe to, and so we cemented it to surface.
So you did an alternate two completion in Wichita County. Am I understanding that correctly?
You
know what I mean?
When you pipe to TD.
Alternate two means you cement it from bottom to top.
We did cement from bottom to top. We did.
Wow. All right. Thank you. And you have a bond log that verifies that, I presume?
We do. Was it submitted as part of their, okay.
We could if it was.
We had to turn that into the state though, whenever we turn in our U1, correct?
If someone.
KCC has laws.
KCC.
I know folks are trying to get some clarification here, but let's just keep it between the questioner and the questionee. And if you don't know, you can say you don't know, and maybe we can try to get clarification from another witness later.
I'm pretty confident.
Go ahead and continue.
Has a bond law.
Mr. Scarborough, I'm trying not to interfere with you. Say again what you just said.
I'm pretty confident the KCC has the bond law. And if not, we can
Oh, yeah.
provide it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not testifying here, so I'm not going to testify to whether or not you submitted it, whether you were required to. I'll just ask the questions and do the best I can with that. All right. Well, that's very interesting to me. I'm turning now to your rebuttal testimony, and just a couple of questions there, and I think I can finish up. Before I get to that, though, let me go back to a question and ask of you a question similar to the one that I asked of Mr. Eck. And that has to do with your knowledge of, and I'm kind of going back here to my notes, your knowledge of the existence of wells within either a quarter-mile radius or reasonably proximate to this well that are permitted for injection into the Whitehorse or the Dick Creek. Do you know of wells that fit that description?
Commissioner King, did you say a quarter-mile radius?
I said, so I actually kind of give you some slack there, either within a quarter-mile or within a reasonable proximity.
So in Wichita County, there are very
county, or within Wichita County. Sorry.
I apologize.
I said, or within Wichita County.
I don't think that there. I had presented actually I presented an exhibit. What exhibit?
3.
Exhibit 3. I had presented. Can we pull that up, someone?
Chair French, would you like me to pull up Mr. Scarborough's
Yes, if you
Refiled
have it
Exhibit
readily
3.
available, that would be great.
I do. Hold on.
While he's pulling that up, I'll go ahead and talk. So in Wichita County, it's very sparsely populated with disposal wells. And if you can scroll down just a little bit. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I should have said up. I apologize. Go up just a little bit more. Right there. Okay. So the around us, there isn't any, but you can see the COG well to about 5 miles to the east. So, you know, but it is in Scott County. But that's the nearest Whitehorse disposal well. So, I mean, I know there are, I had done this study. I tried to determine where other Whitehorse and Day Creek wells were, and I presented that in my testimony, but that's as close as there is.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. Now I will turn to your rebuttal pre-file testimony for a couple of questions. Then I'm finished. I'm turning to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony. Beginning on line 8, you respond to a question by addressing the issue of the underpressurization of a couple of these zones, if I understand this correctly. In lay terms, is underpressurization a rough equivalent of saying that the well's capable of taking fluids on a vacuum?
It would take a fluid. It would definitely take fluid on a vacuum. The 168 barrels that we put into the well was all just on a vacuum. It took it 40 minutes, which is a very high rate of, disposal.
Okay. And by a vacuum, that's essentially the equivalent of requiring no pump pressure at the surface, right?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah. So it's really, if you look at the pressure after formation, it's not on a vacuum course there, it's vacuum at surface. So what it's saying is the hydrostatic head is able to overcome whatever formation pressure there is, which from my calculations, just based on the lowest pressure gradients, I think it was 372 PSI in the Day Creek, 399 in the Whitehorse.
That's well stated. That was really well stated. My question to you is this. Given this under pressurization issue, what, in your opinion, are the implications of that under pressurization for the operation of the injection well for which the Shakespeare is making application in this docket?
I think it greatly reduces the risk of the fluid migrating upward into potential usable water up above us. Normally, when we complete a well, say at 4,600 feet, and we're perforating the Lansing, Kansas City per se. In the Lansing, Kansas City, we have wells that have A through L zones. So A, B, C, D, E, F are all different lenses of that Lansing, Kansas City. Sometimes they're 10, 15 feet apart from each other. We will acidize those wells and put 1,000 PSI of pressure at surface to force acid into those zones, sometimes greater than 1,000 PSI. And hardly ever do you see it channel. And if it does, it's usually because of a cement issue, you know, but you know, we're not afraid at all with just 10 feet of shale. If we have 20 feet of shale, we have no fear whatsoever of it channeling. Just hardly, it happens so rare, it's incredible. But that's with 1,000 PSI or greater. In this case, we're going to have, you know, much less than that. This zone is very formable. It'll swap 300 barrels a day by itself out of that one zone. And if it'll swap that much, it'll take that much. So it may not take hardly any pressure over its actual reservoir pressure to get it to take it. Now, over time, as the fluid goes out farther in formation, you'll have to see what happens. But we're not asking for any pressure. We're more than happy to have the well as a saltwater disposal well with no pressure.
All right. So going back to the response you just made, your lack of concern about the shales in this particular case, is that because shales are generally impermeable?
Yes, and also one thing that, I mean, I office with Toby, and he's taught me a lot about geology. And one of the things he said about these red shales is that they have they're kind of elastic. Like if you're actually out of the hole and you step on them, you get water on them, they tend to squish, and you know, they're not brittle at all. They'll smash, you know, really easy when they're wet. And so if you had water going to one, it would smash. So it's not most likely to fracture. It's more than likely, I mean, there's very little reason for it to be fractured. And if it's not fractured, the pressure's not going through.
All right, Mr. Carbo, my last question is this, and it really has some reference back to, again, your pre-filed rebuttal testimony on page 2. In particular, the question that's asked of you on lines 14 and 15. So let me ask the question that was asked of you in a slightly different way that I hope is germane to this docket. Here's my question. How much of a risk factor to the fresh water, in your opinion, is injecting into these two zones simultaneously?
So you're saying how much of a risk factor is there to usable water by us injecting into these zones under a vacuum? Is that what you're asking? Just making sure.
I think that's a fair restatement of what I ask. Yeah, I'm just trying to examine the totality of the risk factors to the fresh water by your injecting into these two zones that you have testified are under pressured, given the parameters of what you're requesting vis-a-vis the application for injection at zero pressure injection.
I said I deal in numbers, so I can't really give you something. I think it's close to 0%. Well, how I will say it is there is no more risk in this well injecting into these two zones than there would be to any other in saltwater disposal well in the Cedar Hills. It's the same thing. And if those other wells have pressure allowed, then their wells are actually most likely greater. I would argue they may be even greater a chance of something bad happening. In my mind, we're at the same level of risk as you have for any other Cedar Hills with 0 PSI. Right. I mean, and that's one of the things I showed in my, there are a number of these wells operating in the surrounding counties that have pressure. I mean, that are allowed pressure. So I'm not sure why this has become an issue when I've shown in my testimony that there are zones higher stratigraphically. One of them was 104 feet higher stratigraphically when you compare log to log. And it wasn't a concern back then. Maybe it is now, but if it is, someone should have told us before we did all this work.
All right, Mr. Scarborough, thanks once again. I appreciate the consistent granularity of your responses to my questions, and I appreciate your indulgence of those questions. I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, any questions?
No questions, but I want to thank Mr. Scarborough for that last answer. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that exchange has been helpful. I've also I'll admit I am having trouble delineating sort of the positions and the arguments here. And as you've been talking, I've been going back and forth looking at your rebuttal testimony and staff's testimony to try to define things here. I think you've basically done this, but let me ask you a sort of a level setting question. I think I know what the answer is going to be based on what I read in your rebuttal testimony, but if you had to characterize what you think staff's best or strongest argument on this point is and why it's wrong, how would you do that?
Are you asking me just on my testimony or on all testimony?
On your testimony.
I think staff's argument with my testimony that would be the most damning would be that the water had been contaminated. That maybe they never said the Cedar Hills. I felt like it had been implied. Maybe I was wrong. But they implied that the samples were damaged, they were contaminated. I think I've proven in my testimony by simple engineering, when I looked at those drill stem tests, I took the pressures recorded on the drill stem test surveys, and then I took the depth the zones were at, and I calculated the PSI per foot that was created in those reservoirs. And you can see on document 9 or exhibit 9 on my testimony that top table, you have anywhere from 0.252 to a 0.273 pressure gradient. I think those are all pretty similar. You can see the pressure gradient. Gravity acts at the center of the earth. So the pressures that created these reservoirs by gravity pushing on the formations down. So the gravity is fairly consistent. The pressure gradients are fairly consistent in these reservoirs. So I took the lowest one, and even with the lowest one, I'm showing that it's under pressure. If I use the average of those, it still would just, be normal pressure. But with those, it's pretty straightforward calculations that any engineer probably can do. That shows that there was not cross-contamination.
Well, that's very helpful, Mr. Scarborough, and consistent with what I read in your rebuttal testimony. So I appreciate you helping me focus on the actual issue here that's in dispute. So I think that's all I have. Are there any additional commissioner questions that have developed before we move on? I'm not seeing anybody come off of mute. Commissioner Keen is shaking his head no. So at this time, we will turn Mr. Bingston, if you would like to do redirect, if you have any.
Just briefly, Mr. Scarborough, in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony at page 2, line 14, you were asked the question about the possibility of water from the Whitehorse contaminating the water sample from the Creek Formation, correct?
Correct.
And you answered that, no, I do not believe that could have happened, and then explained the rest of your answer, correct?
Correct.
No. Okay. I just want to make that clear because there was conversation here about was the Cedar Hills that contaminated the samples or not. But you said neither the Cedar Hills nor the Whitehorse could have contaminated the water samples.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you very much. And I think we will just go ahead and move forward. We're 2 witnesses in on 5 witnesses, so I'm not going to allow any further examination at this time. We're just going to move forward. So, Mr. Scarborough, you are released. You may virtually step down. We do thank you for your time. And Mr. Bankston, you may call your next witness.
Yeah, Chair French, my next witness just left the room briefly, I believe probably for.
Why don't we give everybody a 5-minute break? Is that okay? Would that be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. We will take a 5-minute break. We are off the record and we will return at 1:40 to continue with operator's next witness. Thank you.
Thank you. It's coming back and forth.
I'm sneaking out here. Hoping you need on that here. Since you wrote that. Want this?
Okay, I've got 140. Do we have everyone back? So we've got operator. Mr. Marsh, are you back? Okay, we've got Mr. Marsh. Okay, all right. We are back on the record in this evidentiary hearing. And we are ready for operator to call its final witness. So, Mr. Bankston, I'll turn to you.
Operator calls Mr. Don Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Bankston, go ahead.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Don Williams,
And Mr. Williams, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Shakespeare Oil Company, and I'm the vice president.
Okay. And Shakespeare is the applicant in this docket.
Correct.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket certain direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
That pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony, certain exhibits, I believe there are a number of Williams exhibits numbers 1 through 3.
Yes.
Were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony or your exhibits?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today here under oath at this hearing that are contained in your pre-filed testimony, both your direct testimony and your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay, next I'd like to move to qualify Mr. Williams as an expert petroleum engineer based on the education and work experience described in his pre-filed testimony.
No objections.
All right, that will be approved.
I will move to admit into the record in this hearing the direct pre-filed testimony, direct pre-filed rebuttal testimony, and exhibits Williams 1 through 3 into the record in this hearing.
No objections.
Hearing no objections, the reference testimonies and exhibits will be admitted.
I will tender Mr. Williams for cross-examination.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marsh. The witness is yours if you have examination for this witness.
Thank you, Chair French. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
On page 2, lines 8 through 9 of your direct testimony, you state that the wells 2-27 was originally drilled as a producing well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how deep was the well drilled?
Gosh, 48 or 4,900.
I had 4898, so right in that range. What was the original target formation for the well?
Various, but mainly Marmaton and some Lansing, Kansas City. Our Jantz well has some Lansing, Kansas City, so we're targeting both.
Okay. And when was that Jantz 1-22 drilled?
I have the well schematic here somewhere.
Would have been around December 2022.
It was completed March of 22, started producing.
Okay. So Shakespeare had already been hauling water from that well for a couple of years before attempting to drill the wells 227 as another producing well, correct?
Yes. we've drilled several wells out there, but this was, this would have been our last one, I think,
Okay,
in that particular prospect.
all right. Was one of those other wells the wells 127?
Correct.
On page 4 of your direct testimony, you testified that the approval of the application will prevent waste, correct?
Yes,
In your opinion, does preventing waste override potentially polluting usable water?
no,
On page 4, lines 12 through 13 of your direct testimony, you state that Shakespeare perforated the Cedar Hills in the wells 227, correct?
yes. We're basing that off the COG 235.
Okay,
Same sort of intervals. We did Whitehorse, Cedar Hills, which was, as mentioned, Renee Stuckey mentioned the Whitehorse to me as a possible zone. And that was approved by staff 10 years ago.
and as I asked Mr. Scarborough and Mr. Eck, is there anywhere on the logs prepared by Shakespeare that shows that the Cedar Hills is at 1,800 to 2,000 feet?
Well, I think we've determined that that's more likely the Blaine.
Okay. On page 4, lines 21 through 23 of your direct testimony, you state that there are not any other potentially viable injection zones below the Cedar Hills formation, correct?
From where we set pipe, that is correct. We set pipe at 2,500.
But if the pipe was set deeper, there would be other potential injection zones.
Yes,
Did Shakespeare ever attempt to perforate any of those zones?
deeper zones?
Yeah, deeper zones.
No, because we set pipe at 2,500.
Okay.
In order to get to the deeper zones, we'd have to drill it out and then set a liner. And then cement it. We'd have to squeeze off the current perfs, cement a liner. I figure that all that would cost about an additional 150,000.
Okay. And why did Shakespeare decide to set the pipe at 2,500 feet?
Well, we TD'd at 10:15 p.m. and about 3 o'clock in the morning, we were looking at logs. We liked the ways the Cedar Hills looked, as I think Jeff mentioned, but we also knew we had the Whitehorse as a backup. And at the time, we were calling the Day Creek Whitehorse, all that the Whitehorse, okay? And they both look better on the logs than the COG 235. And since we already had that injection well going for 10 years with no issues, we thought that would be a good thing to set pipe at 2,500, save our working interest owners money of not setting casing deeper. I figure it's about $44,000 we saved with saving on cement, steel type tubing, and casing costs.
Okay. On page 4, line 24 through page 5, line 2 of your direct testimony, you testified that if the Cedar Hills was not viable, you knew that Shakespeare could use the Day Creek and the Whitehorse intervals as you did in the COG 235 well, correct?
Yes, well, COG 235 just has Whitehorse.
So today you're testifying that the COG just isn't perforated in the Whitehorse?
He's on page 5 of your pre-filed testimony. Top of page 5, right here. No, very top, first line. First questions.
Okay, I have to read this. What was the question again, Mr. Marsh?
Okay, it's on page 4, line 28, or excuse me, page 4, line 24 through page 5, line 2. Your testimony indicates that you knew that you could use the Day Creek and Whitehorse intervals as you did in the COG 235 saltwater disposal well just a few miles away in Scott County, correct?
That was our assumption, yes.
Okay, so you're
Because
testifying
at that time, I'm sorry, at that time, we had heard that District 1 was not allowing Whitehorse any longer. We did not know.
So you're testifying that the COG 2-35 well is injecting into the Day Creek and Whitehorse formations, correct?
No, it's just Whitehorse.
Well, your testimony says.
And it does have a Day Creek interval that we did not perforate. I think that's maybe what I meant by that.
Okay. And just for clarification, I want to pull up Exhibit KCC 10. Actually, let's scroll up here. This is the disposal permit for the COG 2-35 well, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Defines the injection formation as the Whitehorse,
Yes.
and there's nothing on the permit that would indicate that injection into the Day Creek formation is allowed, correct?
No.
On page 5, lines 7 through 8 of your testimony, you state that after the Cedar Hills proved to be a poor injection zone, we decided to perforate 2 Whitehorse zones, correct?
Yes.
And looking at your Exhibit 2, I believe that's an email communication between you and Mr. Evandera. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And in that email, don't you refer to, I'm going to pull it up here so we have it in front of us. Not sure what page of the exhibit it is. 1, 2, 3. I think on the 3rd page of the exhibit, you refer to the middle perfs from 1522 to 1582 feet as Cedar Hills perfs. Is that correct?
Yes, at that time, and this has been a fluid situation, we were calling the top perfs the Whitehorse. And I had had a phone conversation with Evan and Ryan Cox before that. Ryan has since quit, and also Evan has now too. But I was kind of quizzing him, well, what do you call the Whitehorse? And we actually had a phone call, and we really didn't know. So when I did the amended, I just called it Cedar Hills. It should have been Whitehorse, and then the top perfs, Day Creek. But he did not mention Day Creek to me either.
Okay. And looking at the top of the exhibit too, just out of curiosity, I see that it looks like there's an email missing at the top of the page. Is that correct?
He probably doesn't know. I'll just say that was forwarded to me as an email. That's why that
Okay.
letter's gone.
Okay. Mr. Williams, I want to turn to your rebuttal testimony. On page 1 of your rebuttal testimony, you acknowledge that Shakespeare did not seek design approval for the wells 227, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that Mr. Bankston's shared an email between you and Mr. Cox about whether Shakespeare needed to obtain design approval, correct?
Yeah, of course, that was my email to him was 2 days after we'd already set pipe. So,
Okay.
yeah, but it just shows I was conferring with the KCC. I just didn't do it at 3 o'clock in the morning when we had logs out,
Gotcha. And that email, I think it refers to the Cedar Hills, but it does not refer to the Whitehorse or Day Creek formation, correct?
Because the plan was to perforate the Cedar Hills first and try it. Ideally, if that zone would have worked, that's what we would have had as the Cedar Hills disposal well.
So after it was determined that the Cedar Hills was not viable, you did not reach back out to staff to see if the Whitehorse or Day Creek caused any potential issues?
Not till after we perforated on 12/30 or moved the rig back on December 30th. I did call District 1. But Kenny Sullivan was on vacation, and I talked to, whoever answered the phone and told him our situation. And he seemed to think, well, since you have this COG 235, the Whitehorse should be okay, but you need to, talk to Mr. Sullivan. Well, it was around Christmas time, and I never heard. I think I called one other time and didn't get a hold of anybody. So, we had a rig and we needed to perforate. We needed, to move on with our completion. But all along, we thought the Whitehorse would be okay. Table 2 compliant.
And you never reached out to anybody from the UIC department whenever you couldn't get a hold of Mr. Sullivan?
Well, I had been in contact with Evidentiary once Ryan Cox left. But I didn't find out till later that KCC had a problem with Whitehorse. It was no longer doing those permits.
Okay. When was the Wells 2-27 drilled or spud?
I have that. 11/6.
Okay.
As a producing well.
And when did they reach total depth on that well?
11/18, 10:15 p.m.
Okay. So how long did it take Shakespeare to then perforate the well from 1900 to 2000 feet?
Well, we moved on it. We set pipe on the 19th of November, and then we got a completion rig on the 13th of December, and then we ran the bond log and perforated the next day. Well, that was on the weekend, then on 12/16/24.
Okay, so 12/16/24. So roughly a month later is whenever the well was perforated from 1900 to 2000 feet.
Yes,
And then the well was then perforated from 1800 to 1900 feet on December 18th, correct?
correct.
December 18th, 2024. And then 12 days later, Shakespeare perforated the well from 1522 to 1582 feet and 1452 to 1476 feet, correct?
Yes,
And in that 12-day time, you're saying you tried to reach out to Kenny?
I talked to whoever answered the phone at District 1. I keep a yellow pad of paper by my desk, but I did not write down who answered the phone.
Okay.
But I was told that it sounded reasonable what we were doing, but may want to talk to Kenny Sullivan, and he was not available. I did not have his cell number, so.
And did not reach out to anybody from the Wichita UIC department, correct?
Not during that Christmas break, no.
Okay. On page 2, lines 10 through 12 of your rebuttal, you testify that Shakespeare did not reasonably believe that the application for the Wells 2-27 would be denied, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And just, we pulled it up before, but going back to exhibit TB-1. Mr. Williams, you see the notice of intent to drill for the Wells 2-27?
Yes,
And on that intent, it said that the depth to bottom of usable water is 15-20 feet, correct?
yes,
And then Shakespeare ultimately decided to perforate above that depth, correct?
yes, and I think Jeff touched on that. 1520 is a number I've used. in that area, but that's because we do the alternate to completion on a producing well. You know, we run a port collar and we cement to surface. So that's, if we were intenting a saltwater disposal well, I probably would have put a lot lesser number. You know, may call and ask what your guys' opinion was. But to get an intent to drill approved, I've never had anybody tell me that there's a different number I need to be using. And I've done, gosh, 100 intent to drills. You know, whatever number I put in there, they seem to okay it.
Gotcha.
So,
But you understand the issue of the optics that it causes, correct? Like, hey, you know, whenever you put depth of usable water and then you decide to perf above it, could be a potential issue, right?
yes, and that was pointed out to me by Evan Dara.
Okay.
After the fact, you know, later on.
I'm going to move on to page 5, lines 2 through 4 of your rebuttal. There, it appears that you're claiming that staff has, in effect, modified the minimum depth of table 2 for Wichita County, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then later down on the page, I think it's around line 14, you testify that staff does not have the authority to modify table 2, which it appears to have done. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to turn back to EC Exhibit 1. I know I've visited with him, but just reaffirm with you. And you see the top of table 2,
Yes,
established depth for, or minimum depths for disposal wells. And below that, it says the following depths are the absolute minimum depths which will be permitted. Depths greater than those given may be required for some areas. Did I read that correctly?
yes.
On page 5, lines 24 through 6, page 6, line 4 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that you do not believe it can be true that the wells 227 poses a threat to usable water in the Dakota system, correct?
Yes.
Has Shakespeare conducted any study or research of the Dakota system?
Not Shakespeare, no.
Has Shakespeare visited with anyone from KGS who has indicated the wells 227 does not pose a threat to usable water?
No.
On page 6, lines 7 through 8 of your rebuttal, you testify that staff has not acted to cease or modify the injection into the Day Creek, Dolomite, Whitehorse formations from a previously permitted well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 7, well, I guess, is that still correct?
Is it still correct? That
To your knowledge, is it still correct?
I am not aware that staff has, acted to do anything with those other wells that Jeff pointed out in his table.
Okay. On page 7, lines 2 through 4 of your rebuttal testimony, you testify that Shakespeare would not do anything that it believed or had reason to believe would endanger usable water, correct?
Correct.
So
We've been around since 1950 and we try to avoid any sort of thing like that.
right. And I know whenever you guys came into the office, that was something that, you know, we talked about as well. And so I guess kind of circling back around a little bit, but whenever you think about it that way, do you think it makes sense to perf 70 feet above, you know, what the usable depth or the depth of usable water that's listed on the intent?
Again, that it probably shouldn't have been 1520. It's more like whatever the Dakota is, 1100, 1200.
Okay.
On hindsight,
And then-
I would have put depth of useful water 1100 on that, intent to drill. But as I said, we were drilling it as a producing well.
So the depth of usable water varies depending on if you're drilling a producing well versus a disposal well?
No, not necessarily, but for the intent purposes, it probably should.
Lastly, last question I got, on page 7, lines 11 through 13 of your rebuttal, you state that Mr. Stuckey suggested that the COG 235 well be completed in the Whitehorse formation, correct?
Yes,
Do you have any written record of that communication from Mr. Stuckey?
no, but it's widely known in our company because I told whoever I was working with that, hey, the KCC said we need to perforate this Whitehorse zone. Because at that time, I'd never heard of the Whitehorse. So, and I was happy because we had a zone we could go to.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, do you have any questions of this witness?
I do indeed. Good afternoon. Pardon me. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. King.
With your indulgence, I'm going to give you the benefit of not having to look at my mug. I'm going to go off camera here so I can preserve the connectivity of the audio. So bear with me, please. I've done that. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I want to, with you, as a result of the opening statement from Mr. Bingston, I want to pursue, first off with you, a new area of inquiry that we haven't really touched on yet today, and that has to do with the question of waste. Mr. Bingston indicated that he believed that there was a potential for economic waste, so I want to ask you some questions that bear on that issue. My first question is, this is the Wells lease. Have I got that correct?
Correct.
How many producing wells, and I presume they're oil, are there on this lease?
0. We had drilled one dry hole on the wells, and then this was our second well. And we did have to convince the surface owner to let us have a disposal well on him, because typically we don't have disposal wells on surface owners that don't have any oil wells. So we had to negotiate, and we did all this in December of 2024 and get a right of way and easement. But we worked out a pretty good deal with Jason Wells and his wife. And so that's why we were really trying to hurry with this deal, because we were hauling so much water, 7,000 a month. So.
Okay, so the water that you're hauling is from other leases that you own in the
It's
vicinity.
from the Jantz 122 producing well, which is about 4,500 feet to the north.
Any other leases?
No, sir.
Just the
Not
Jantz?
yet.
Okay, I got you. So what's the production of the Jantz?
At the time of my testimony, it was 14 barrels a day and 92 barrels of water per day. Now it's about 10, 11 barrels of oil per day and about 90 barrels of water per day. It's declined a little bit, but we've also had some cold weather. And another advantage of us having a disposal well is that we can run that well more often, because when it does rain in Wichita County, our tank truck cannot get to the tank battery to haul the water. So we have to shut the well in.
Okay.
And sometimes for a good week, we've had to shut the well in a week at a time.
Okay. I'm going to kind of intermingle here on this issue of waste because of the fact I wasn't aware that there were no producing wells here on this lease. I'm going to kind of intermingle the issue of economic waste, which I will, with another potential element of waste, which Mr. Bingston did not identify it as such, but that I would call basically the opportunity cost. I think what he was indicating was that there's an opportunity cost in the form of almost 12,000 barrels of oil that may not be produced if the injection or disposal permit here is not granted. Can you elaborate on the extent of what that means?
Yes, we have two zones, the Lansing, Kansas City G prime and the H, I believe, that swab oil and water during the initial completion, but we deemed it to be swabbing too much water at that time compared to the zone we now are producing. But at some point, we could knock out the plug and commingle all those zones, meaning put them all together in the same well bore and produce more oil, but we'll also make more water. But right now, if we had those zones open now, we'd be hauling too much water. It wouldn't be cost effective.
And that's all on the. I'm sorry, I keep talking. Please.
Well, I mean, at these oil prices, we need, I'd love to have 70 and above, makes it easier.
We're talking about the Jants here, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to work through in my head the economics of this circumstance, because I think, again, and I would ask you to either confirm or embellish, what I think Mr. Bankston alluded to was a cost of roughly $70,000 per month to haul water in the absence of having a disposal well to put the water into. Is that correct?
No, it's more like 7,000 per month.
Oh,
so 84,000.
Okay. I added a number there. 7,000 is bad enough, but 7 would be, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. My apologies. Okay. It's kind of making more sense now. Thank you. I was thinking, holy cow.
7,000 is still a lot, but
I get it. And so when Mr. Bankston, again, in his opening statement, alluded to, in the form of an opportunity cost, other potential zones behind the pipe, he was basically talking about the Jant's lease, was he not?
correct.
Okay.
We do have some other drilling locations out there, but we haven't drilled them yet. And we got to have a saltwater disposal well.
In your opinion, does the wells situation, I guess it's an easement that you have here, sorts, does the wells situation, does the wells property have the potential for oil production?
Yes. I mean, we've drilled 2 wells and there may be another location on it.
Okay. And how many acres is that lease?
Oh, I think it's at least 320. Don't quote me on that. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. Okay, well, this kind of this helps put things in perspective here for me now. And the agreement that you have with the wells is what's the extent of it? Does it have a timeline on it? What are the parameters of that agreement?
Yeah, we work out a saltwater disposal agreement with surface owners. And in this case, Jason Wells and his wife, Quinn, I think it's in a trust. We worked out a deal for an annual payment. We like to keep things annually instead of cutting checks each month. And a lot of the landowners like that too, just one check a year. And that began in December of 24. We've also worked out a right-of-way easement with him because we have about 4,500 feet of line that needs to go on his property. And then we'll have what we call a clean tank. We'll have a water tank and a dike at the well site and, wellhead equipment for the disposal well.
All right. Does this agreement with the wells have a term?
No, I think it's perpetual as long as we're actively injecting into it.
Mm-hmm. Is there a deadline within the agreement for you to actually have approval to use this well for disposal?
No,
Okay,
but he's well aware of the hearing. And he's actually given us a little time before we pay him for 2025. So,
okay. Going back to the testimony, were you present for the testimony of both Mr. Eck and Mr. Scarborough?
yes,
Going back to the testimony from Mr. Scarborough, I find it interesting that he was telling us that the well for which you seek this disposal permit has been cemented from TD, basically where the casing is, to surface. Is that correct?
yes.
Is that kind of a completion in terms of cementing common for Shakespeare?
Generally, let's say we have a 4,900-foot well in Scott or Wichita County that's a producing well. We'll set pipe down to 4,900, cement about 3,500, and then we run a port collar on our casing string, and then we cement from the anhydrite up.
Up to surface.
Correct. So there's a void space, 3,600 to 2,500, say,
Okay.
which is allowed by KCC rules.
Okay, and I take it that is to avoid any either lost circulation issues or to avoid maybe the hydrostatic head, if you would, by pumping more cement than the pump might be capable of doing it within the range of the tested pressures of the pipe. Am I close?
Yes, we found that, we run cement baskets and other things to keep the hydrostatic head off.
Yeah.
But that is one good reason. But there's been a few wells that we haven't cemented the top portion, and we go ahead and try to complete it, and then we recover casing if the well's no good. But we've only done that like twice since 2003. So most of the time on a producing well, we cement from the two different cement jobs, the bottom portion and the top.
Why do you cement all the way to the surface?
That's the alternate to completion. That's required by the KCC.
Oh, in this part of Wichita County?
All over the state.
Okay.
Yeah, we're protecting the salt. So
Okay. All right. Very common practice for a long time in eastern Kansas, not so much so in the west. But it certainly is it's taking the long-term approach, and it does protect the fresh water.
We've
Mr.
also
Williams,
found that we've got really good cement jobs by doing it the way we do it. We've had very, very, very few poor cement jobs since 2003. We drilled well over 250 wells in Kansas.
All right, very well. I think that concludes the questions I have for you, Mr. Williams. I thank you again for the granularity of your responses as well, and for your indulgence of those questions.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Keither, any questions for this witness?
Yeah, I just have one, even though it may be sort of redundant to everything that's been said today. But on the bottom of your rebuttal testimony, lines 23, 24, and page 8, 1 and 2, it talks about your application to temporarily abandon the well 27, and you say, it was approved, and you do not believe that it would have been approved if staff believed it would pose a threat to usable water. Do you have anything to elaborate about that? I mean, you had expectations here, clearly.
Yeah, staff asked us to TA the well because there's been a long time period between, when we completed the well, and because we knew we were doing a hearing and whatnot. So they requested we temporarily abandon the well. We filled out the proper paperwork, passed the test, and it was approved. I don't have a date
It's on exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3.
Yeah.
That was just something staff asked us to do and we did it.
Okay. But you certainly went into it with expectations, I would think, of things going ahead.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, I don't believe I have any questions for you, Mr. Williams, based on everything that's been asked. So I will turn to Mr. Bankston to see if he has any redirect examination for you based on
Thanks.
the cross and commissioner questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair French. Just very briefly, Commissioner King was asking you questions about waste if the application is not approved, and talked about what he called opportunity cost, and talked with you about the potential reserves behind pipe that would not be produced or could not possibly be produced if this application is not approved. A second element of the waste, the economic waste or the physical waste, is the early or premature abandonment of this well. And is that set forth in Williams Exhibit number 1, where you say that if the application is not approved, the economic life of this well is 1.58 years. And if the application is approved and you can haul the salt water, the estimated economic life of this well is 6 years.
Right.
Okay. So if the application is not approved, you'll miss the reserves that would have been produced for that 4-year period, correct?
That's based on $60 oil, unescalated, just a normal cash flow that I do all the time. I've calculated Shakespeare's reserves since I've been hired there in 1990. And it will reach economic limit, meaning that it's no longer economically feasible to run the well, meaning we'd lose money each month if we don't do something about the water hauling. So, and generally in the Lansing, Kansas City zones, water doesn't deplete. It just keeps on coming. So I expect that water hauling cost will be about the same if we aren't allowed to have this as a SWD. So,
I have no further questions.
Commissioner Keen, I see you've turned your camera on. Did you want to follow up with something?
If I could, very briefly, I'm going
Yes,
to
go
risk
ahead.
this and leave my video on. If it screws it up, I'll turn it off. Yes, Mr. Williams, is a follow-on to the redirect by Mr. Bingston. I didn't ask you this question. I should have. I think Mr. Bingston alluded to the fact that there is a possibility of simply, it was a little bit less than this, but roughly 12,000 barrels of oil would not be recovered in the event of a better alternative for water disposal than hauling it. Where did you come up with that amount of potential production and that amount of reserves? How was that amount derived?
yeah, it was based on our swab rates when we completed the well and my experience in what Lansing, Kansas City zones will do. And I came up with 10,000 barrels. It could be more, it could be less. We would hope it'd be a lot more. That was just, I might have estimated the low side, just to be, good engineer.
Okay. I don't mean to diminish your experience at all, but it was kind of a business judgment that you made on the back of an envelope, more so than an engineering study per se.
Well, we can only handle so much water. If you handle too much water, that means we got to have a bigger pumping unit, maybe even a bigger pump. And that 7,000 a month water hauling, if those two zones were open, would maybe be 14,000, which would make the well uneconomic. So, I mean, there's
I
things
understand.
that go into it when we're looking at what zones we're going to complete.
I understand all that. I was alluding to how you came up with a number of 12,000, and I'm saying it was kind of that was a back of the envelope number. I'm not trying to be unfair, more so than an engineering study per se, right?
Yeah, it's more of an experience thing.
Yeah, and I give due regard to that. I'm not trying to diminish your experience by asking the question in that way at all. I have no further
I
questions.
didn't calculate volumetrics or anything like that. So,
Sure. Very good. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to assume no additional redirect is necessary based on that additional commissioner question. Okay. We will then just move forward. All right, Mr. Williams, you may virtually step down. We do thank you for your testimony here today.
thank you, Chair French.
All right, let's take a very quick break. We're now ready for staff's two witnesses. I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute break this time, just to kind of reorganize yourselves. So we'll go off the record at this time, and we will return at 2:35 for staff to call its first witness. We're off the record.
Let's sit here and buzz, don't you? I looked at my emails today and it probably don't want to.
Oh, no, Cuyahoga
Just so
Lesser
you guys
Prairie.
know, we can hear you on the Zoom.
Oh, right. We unmuted, yes.
Okay, I'm at 2:35. Just checking that we've got everyone here. All right. Looks like we do have everyone. And just a quick heads up before we go back on the record, Commissioner Keither did reach out to me and she is having a bit of technical difficulty. She's able to see and hear everything just fine. But I think she's got a battery issue. And so just for everybody's knowledge, if she drops off, we are going to continue, but this is all being recorded. We'll have a transcript. So if she misses anything, she will be able to review everything. I just didn't want anybody to worry if they see Commissioner Keither drop off the Zoom for some time. I think she's okay to go for a while, but she did let us know about that issue. So with that, we will go ahead and pick back up. We are now back on the record in this evidentiary hearing, and we are ready for staff to call its first witness. Mr. Marsh?
Thank you, Chair French. I guess one quick thing first, if I may. Can we go ahead and admit exhibits KCC 1 through KCC 11, please? Or I'd move for them to be admitted.
And these are all your cross exhibits that were not
Correct.
part of pre-filed testimonies?
Correct.
Any objection?
I have no objection. I didn't keep track if all of them were used during the cross-examination, but if they were used, I don't have any objection.
Mr. Marsh, I know you had an awful lot of them, but I also was not keeping very close track. You would confirm for us that each of those were addressed with each of the witnesses?
They were. I used them at least once. I know that because I was writing them down as I was going through it.
I probably should have been asking you to move to admit as we went through them, but we will go ahead and admit them based on that representation. And of course, this transcript is available. If anybody wants to take issue with it later, they can. But at this time, we will admit KCC 1 through 11.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
With that, housekeeping, thank you very much, Mr. Marsh. With that, we will now turn to you to call your first witness.
Thank you. Commission staff calls Kenny Sullivan.
All right, Mr. Sullivan, you may need to say something so you'll pop
Oh,
up.
yep. Can you hear me?
Yep, we do hear.
All right.
There you go.
Perfect.
Will you please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you. Please state your name and by whom and what capacity you are employed for the record.
My name is Kenny Sullivan. I'm employed by the Kansas Corporation Commission Conservation Division District 1 office as a professional geologist supervisor.
Are you the same Kenny Sullivan who caused to be pre-filed in this docket testimony consisting of 18 pages and 15 exhibits on October 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Now that you are under oath, do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
I do not.
Do you swear the answers contained in your pre-filed testimony are true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, staff moves for the admission of Mr. Kenny Sullivan's pre-filed testimony and exhibits into the formal record.
Any objection?
Subject to the objections already made and ruled upon, no further objections.
Thank you, Mr. Bankston. We will note that. All right, the reference testimony and exhibits will be admitted into the record.
Thank you. Staff tenders the witness for cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Bankston, the witness is yours if you have cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you, Chair French. Good afternoon, Mr. Sullivan. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Fine, thank you. I've got some questions for you today about your pre-filed testimony. If you would turn to page 3 and at lines 3 through 6, you say, what is operator requesting in this docket? And you answered with the answer that operators applied for authorization to inject into the subject well into what is alleged to be the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills formations at a maximum rate of 500 barrels of water per day and a maximum surface pressure of 0 pounds per square inch, correct?
Correct.
And now, you didn't have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony when asked by Mr. Marsh. Now, you are aware that the application has been amended and you'll see it at SOC exhibit number 1, correct?
Correct.
And that application asks for permission or authorization to inject into the Day Creek, the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills formations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so your pre-filed testimony, to the extent it leaves off the Day Creek formation, is incorrect.
Yeah, I'm at with that question. Yes.
Okay, and I will just say I've got several places in here where your testimony, and in all fairness to you, when you drafted this testimony, the application that was pending was specified the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills. It's been amended since that time. I guess, and so I don't have to go through all that, would you just recognize for me that the amended application has been filed, that it asks for permission or authorization to inject into the Day Creek, Whitehorse, and Cedar Hills formations?
Yes, I acknowledge that. Yep.
Okay, so to the extent that's not reflected in your pre-filed testimony, that would be changed.
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you next, let's stay on that page. And at page line 11 and line 12, you state that I believe that the formations the operator proposes to inject into are largely inaccurate. See that?
Yeah.
Well, you heard Mr. Eck testify today as to his findings and conclusions based on his analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you have a difference of opinion with Shakespeare as to the formations that Shakespeare proposes to inject to versus that Shakespeare's are inaccurate?
Is there a difference in that?
Well, inaccurate makes a quantitative statement, but you do have a difference of opinion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In that same sentence, you say you object to or ask that the application be denied because the subject well is perforated and would inject into formations above the minimum depth established by table 2. You see that testimony?
Yes.
And for Wichita County, the minimum depth for table 2 is top of the red bits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your statement there is based on your identification or your classification of the upper purse in the Wells 222 as being located in the Morris formation, correct?
Correct.
If the commission finds that the upper perforations in the Wells 227 are actually in the Day Creek formation instead of the Morrison, would the well then comply with the minimum depth established by table 2?
Well, if it is determined that those perforations are in red beds, that would comply with that specific part of the application, yes.
Yes, and if the upper perforations and the Day Creek Formation is actually determined to be in the red beds, it'd be compliant with table 2, correct?
Yes, it would be compliant with table 2.
Let me ask you to turn to, well, let's go on. Take a look at your pre-filed testimony and page 4. Starts at line 16. And you're talking about the solids collected from the perforations in the well, in the subject well.
Correct.
And at KS1, exhibit KS1, you've got a
Yep.
photograph
Correct.
showing 2 sets of solids collected by Shakespeare. And this photograph was taken by Shakespeare, correct?
It was sent to be by Ken Jellick.
Oh, this is Ken's, okay. From the day that he went out to the well site and collected samples from the pit.
No, this was during swabbing.
Okay.
Actually during, not after.
The samples cutting shown on the left. See that?
Right, so the tan sand.
Hand sand, correct.
Okay.
And if you take a look at exhibit 10,
Okay, and his director, is that in his direct or is that in his
that's in his rebuttal.
rebuttal? Okay.
Okay, and that's the sample of sandstone from near the big basin of the Whitehorse Formation contact, where, as you recall his testimony, where that formation outcropped and he dug into the side of the road cut and collected a sample of the sand. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Does the sample shown in exhibit 10 look similar to the cuttings sample on the left in KS exhibit 1?
It seems to be a darker color and a coarser material. If I may, I do have a picture of the sample on paper, on a white piece of paper that I could show you.
Where is that? Was
It's on
that
my
part of your
computer.
exhibit?
It's not.
No, is that? No, okay, well then we're not gonna talk about that because you didn't bother to make it an exhibit.
Okay.
Well, I think he was answering the question. I think he's able to elaborate. I know that several Shakespeare witnesses elaborated whenever they were answering questions. I don't find it unreasonable.
Well, my
that way we-
understanding is all testimony from the witnesses is required to be pre-filed.
Yeah,
And I do believe it's-
I will allow elaboration verbally, but I'm not gonna start introducing additional exhibits.
Okay.
I
Well,
do believe it's on exhibit
Mr.
KS10.
Sullivan.
I'm sorry,
What?
Mr. Marsh, you said it is included in the exhibit?
Oh, yeah, it is. That's correct. Sorry about that.
what's
It's
the
in,
number? Oh, okay, KS10, is that it?
yeah, that's one of the yeah, that's not quite as clear as what I was referring to, but yes, that is a in the exhibit. And
Okay,
you can see the sand on the right half of the page, the bigger pile is from the Wells well. And it
that's
appears to
from
be
the upper perforations,
correct.
out of that left cup,
Yes.
okay? So if you compare that sample of cuttings to exhibit 10, is that sand similar to what's shown in that exhibit 10?
You know, I don't think anybody would want to testify to this. I mean, without reviewing both sets of samples together.
Well, I can only work with what I've been given. And I guess I'm not a geologist, but I've got my eyes and I can see, and it appears to me that the sample shown at KS10, page 2 of KS10 on the right, is substantially similar to the sample shown on exhibit 10.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
It's cross-examination.
If it could just be phrased as a question.
Okay. Let me back up. Okay. Mr. Sullivan, do you believe it? Is it true that the sample shown on the right side, page 2 of KS exhibit 10, appears to the naked eye to be substantially similar to the samples shown on exhibit 10?
As opposed to the cup on the right?
No, I didn't ask that. I asked us
Okay,
to.
all right, okay. To me, the sample that I have in possession is a lot finer sand and a different color. It's a lighter in color than Mr. X.
Okay, that's your testimony. Commissioners can use their eyes and see. Let me ask this question, Mr. Sullivan. Let's go to exhibit 10, because I was going to ask you about that. Page 2 of exhibit 10 depicts on the left-hand side are the cuttings from the AEC test hole from the Morrison Formation, correct?
So we're on exhibit 10?
I'm sorry, KS10. My apologies. It's your exhibit 10.
Page 1 or 2?
2, please.
Okay. Sorry, repeat the question.
I'll repeat the question. Okay, in this page 2 of exhibit KS10, it shows side by side
Correct.
2 samples. The sample on the left is a cutting from the Morrison Formation from the AEC test hole number 5, correct?
Right. Correct.
The sample on the right is from the upper perforations in the well 227, correct?
You cut out a little bit. The bottom picture on page 2.
Right?
That was 1190. What did I?
Well, if I may, I'm just looking at the narrative on your exhibit below the pictures.
Okay, the sample on the right is collected from wells. Yeah, so repeat the question then. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine. We'll make sure we're on the same page.
Right.
Okay, we're on exhibit KS10, the second page. You show 2 photographs. You show on the left-hand side of those 2 photographs, a photograph of, it says here, the samples on the left are cuttings from the AEC test hole number 5. Per KGS maps, these samples would be from the Morrison Formation. So it's your testimony that these are cuttings from the Morrison Formation in the AEC 5 well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the sample on the right is from the upper perforations in the wells 227.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in my mind, I'm looking at those 2. They don't look remotely similar. But is it your testimony that those 2 cuttings, which the Morrison Formation, you're alleging the upper perforations in the wells 227 is perforated in Morrison, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, in my my mind, those two cuttings should look similar, correct?
Yeah, and they do in person.
Well, they don't here, do they?
Yeah,
Do you think so?
yeah.
Okay. I guess,
All right,
That
just
will be
clarify for me again. I got lost. Sorry. Which,
okay,
let's just level set. Which exact exhibits and samples are we comparing here? Because I'm
Okay.
switching back between about 3 different exhibits and I'm not following. So let's just level
Okay.
set. Which ones are you asking Mr. Sullivan to compare? And let me try to follow
Right
as
now-
best I can.
right now, we're asking about, if you go to second page of KS10,
Yep, I'm there.
and you'll see those two sets of cuttings. Those cuttings on the left, he has justified, are from the Morrison Formation in the AEC test hole number 5 well. Okay? And the staff has contended that the upper perforations in the wells 227 are in the Morrison Formation. Okay, so if you look at that same 2 photographs, the cuttings on the right, which are tan to reddish, are from the upper perforations in the wells 227, which Shakespeare contends is Dave Creek Formation, but staff contends is Morrison Formation. And
Okay,
I
so we're
asked
just
him-
comparing the left and the right in KS10. I thought you were referring back to, is it KS1?
Act 10. Act 10 is the photograph that Mr. Eck took of the sample that he collected from the outcrop of the Upper Permian Formation, Clark County.
And is that in his rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay, I've got you now.
Okay.
All right, you can continue with Mr. Sullivan. I think I'm cleared up now.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
apologize if I've gotten confusing, but if the samples on exhibit KS10 came from the same formation, they ought to look the same. Based on my eyes, they don't, but Mr. Sullivan testified they did. We will move on. Okay, Mr. Sullivan, would you look at your pre-filed testimony at page 6?
Okay.
And the question at line 6, you were asked, has a well been permitted for injection into the Whitehorse Formation since you became District 1 supervisor? And you answered no, correct?
Yes,
Now, I believe you became District 1 supervisor in 2021, correct?
correct.
Okay, so as the District 1 supervisor, have you implemented or adopted a rule that no Whitehorse Formation disposal applications will be approved in
No.
District 1?
No.
No. But none have been.
Well, this is the second application since I've been supervisor.
Fair enough.
And that was a reference more to Mr. Scarborough, who made the list of all the Whitehorse and Day Creek injectors. You know, saying that there's all these ones permitted.
So yeah, that's the 25 currently injecting Whitehorse disposal wells?
Or the, what, 11 or 12 or 13 in District 1.
Okay, fair enough, because the Logan County wells aren't in your district.
Correct.
If you receive a new application tomorrow for a Whitehorse injection well in District 1, would you deny it because of the fact it was asking for permission to dispose into the Whitehorse?
Well, I should clarify, District 1, district offices don't receive the applications. The applications are filed through the UIC department for their approval or denial. District staff can provide opinion and expertise to the applications, but they're not permitted through the district office.
Okay, if district or if UIC staff receive such an application tomorrow, what would be your opinion?
I would have to review everything. I mean, it's without review, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
If
Now,
it does
all
not
of the-
impose, if it does not impose a
I'm
threat,
sorry, I mean,
yeah, sorry. If it does not impose a threat to use fresh and usable water, and it meets table 2 requirements, then it would be permitted, I would assume.
okay. How do you determine if an well that's been applied, an injection well has been applied for, poses a threat to fresh usable water?
Proximity has a lot to do with it. Confining layers between the injection zone and the base of usable water.
What's the proximity to fresh usable water in the wells 227 well?
It's inusable water.
What do you believe is the base of usable water at that location?
The top of the Permian.
And where does staff say the top of the Permian is?
I believe we say it's at around 1,500.
Is it the top of the Whitehorse?
Yeah, so there in this location, the Taloga Big Basin and Day Creek have all been weathered away, and it's the Whitehorse sets unconformably below the Jurassic.
Okay. Want to ask you about that statement. You, in your testimony, you have contended that the Day Creek does not exist at the site of the wells 227, correct?
Correct.
And the evidence that you have supplied to support that contention is shown in Exhibit KS 8, correct?
KS8. Yeah, that's one piece of evidence. Yes.
Okay, we'll talk first about that piece of evidence.
Okay.
That evidence is it's titled Geologic History of Kansas, and it is dated December 1963, correct?
Yes. Original publication.
But well, to your knowledge, has this been updated since 1963?
It says a web version was conducted or made in May 2006, but it doesn't discuss any updates. The geology that it's referencing is 100 to 250 million years ago. I doubt it's changed much since 1963. If it had,
Okay.
surely it's been reviewed and could have been updated.
Okay. Would you pull up Shakespeare exhibit number 3? Or do you have that, Mr. Sullivan?
I don't believe so. If Mr. Myers could maybe help me out, that would be great.
Mr. Bankston, is that Shakespeare Cross Exhibit 3?
Correct.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, now, Mr. Sullivan, in exhibit KSA, you provided one page of a much larger publication, correct?
Correct.
And in SOC exhibit number 3 are the first 2 pages of that publication, correct?
Okay. Correct.
Okay, and page 1, it says originally published in 1963, correct?
Correct.
And then in page 2, it says right below the cover page, it says the information has not been updated, correct?
Correct.
So does it appear to you that the information contained in this publication has not been updated since 1963?
Yeah, that would lead me to believe that the information within that publication is correct.
Okay, let's go, and according to you, this cross-section, which runs from south to north, correct?
Correct.
And barely touches the west side of Wichita County, correct?
Correct.
And it shows that the Tologa, the Day Creek Dolomite pinches out at the X prime log, which is at the very north end in Greeley County.
Correct.
Correct.
Yep.
And the Wells 227 is how many miles to the east of that X prime log?
I don't know how many townships across or ranges.
Like 40 miles?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay. So this cross section doesn't necessarily touch where the location of the Wells 227 is, correct?
Correct, but it does provide a line of where you see the dash line that cuts through the map.
Yeah, which is the line, yeah.
Of extent of the Tologa and Day Creek formation.
Okay,
So north of that line, it's not present.
Based on well data from 1963, which hasn't taken into account wells drilled since that date, correct?
Correct. Like there has been a lot of opportunity to update this and it hasn't been updated.
Well, there's been a lot of wells drilled since that date too, correct? And they aren't considered by that cross section.
Yeah, if that cross section was incorrect, they could have updated it with all the new wells they drilled.
Not been updated,
Correct.
but it was published, right? And it was published in 1963. When was it last republished, you know?
No, it says a web
It's
version.
1998, it's a 1998 reprint, correct?
Correct.
So it hasn't been updated since 1998.
Correct. Like I said, the geology in question is 100 to 250 million years old.
But every time a well gets drilled, there's new data learned.
And it
Correct.
could have been, yes, and it could have been updated.
But it's not been updated since 1998, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You said that was one piece of evidence that you had to show that the Day Creek Formation is not present in the Wells 227? What other piece of evidence is in your pre-filed testimony?
KS12 would also have my log interpretations picks, where you can see that I didn't pick any Day Creek or Big Basin formation.
Okay, now this KS12 is just a summary of some quote unquote log interpretation you did, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you prepare a cross-section of logs showing a stratigraphic cross-section like Mr. Eck did in Eck Exhibit 3 and Eck Exhibit 11?
So we don't have the programs to do that. So I was able to work with KGS to construct one prior to this hearing, and I can share it with you now.
Well, I didn't ask you. So you did prepare one, but you didn't put it in your pre-filed testimony, did you?
Well, yeah, due to our lack of computer programming.
Well,
But I have it now. If the point is to get to the, I mean, I can show you the work and everything.
Well, the point is, you're required to show your work in your pre-filed testimony. You didn't do it. All we can respond to is what's in your pre-filed testimony.
Right, but if we want to get to make sure the fresh and usable water is protected, I mean, all evidence should be laid out and presented.
Well, it should have been laid out by you in your direct pre-filed testimony, right?
And I worked diligently to try to make it happen, but unfortunately, I couldn't because.
All right, let's move forward. If you've got a question, Mr. Bingston, ask it. And Mr. Sullivan, if you, well, let's see what the question is, and if you need,
When did you get it?
we'll think about it. If you need a visual aid to to answer it, but let's see how the question goes here.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so Mr. Sullivan, I asked you if you prepared a stratigraphic cross-section like Mr. Eck did in his testimony. And we know it's not in your pre-filed testimony, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. You said that you had one prepared for you by Kansas Geological Survey, correct?
They constructed it for me.
And when did they do that?
A week ago.
And why didn't you ask them to do that for you sooner?
I tried it. I mean, we reached back prior to, I reached out prior. I can't think of a specific date, but.
So is it safe to say that none of your pre-filed testimony is supported by that stratigraphic cross-section that you just now received?
So I'm sorry, one more time.
Is it fair to say that none of the information in your pre-filed testimony is based upon that stratigraphic cross-section that KGS just recently prepared?
Yeah, so they were logs I used to make the picks on KS12 to correlate to. I just didn't have the program to actually draw the cross-section like Mr. Eck did.
So you had some work papers that you relied upon, correct?
Yeah, it's all public information on the KGS.
That may be fine, but the problem is you took that public information and you analyzed it and interpreted it, right?
Yes,
Okay, but you didn't put that analysis or interpretation in your pre-filed testimony, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, so I don't know what that is, correct?
What? I can show you.
It doesn't do me any good to show me today.
Okay.
Let's go, did that analysis or that you had done exist prior to filing your pre-filed testimony that you used to pick the tops in KS 12?
Did the cross section exist?
Yeah, the one that you said you prepared based on various publicly available data that you picked.
No, I was unable to actually construct the cross section due to insufficient computer programming.
Okay, but you said that your picks of the formation tops in KS 12 were based on some stratigraphic analysis that you had, correct?
Yeah, so I can hold the log up. Sorry, that won't. And look, hold it here and correlate it there the best I could.
Okay. But I guess if I don't know what you did, I can't tell whether or not your correlations shown in Exhibit 12 are correct or accurate,
But-
right?
They're accurate with the cross section that is I'm referring to.
I understand that's your testimony, sir.
Okay.
But what I want to know is how can I check your work if you don't present your work? Or how can Shakespeare check your work if you don't present your work?
I'm ready to present it now.
Chair French, I'm going to make an objection to KS Exhibit 12 based on 60, the expert testimony provision cited in our written objections to the pre-filed testimony. I can get that for you.
I mean, the
Yeah,
exhibit's
no,
already
I
been
know what
admitted into
you're-
the record, so
I know
I'm
what you're
sure.
talking about. Go ahead, Kelsey.
I'm sorry, Chair French. I mean, the exhibit's already been admitted into the record, so I don't know that we can object to it now. And I don't think there's anything that's been presented that discredits
But 64,
Exhibit
56,
KS 12. You know,
Go ahead, Mr.
he's
Bigston.
testified that KS 12 is based off of his interpretations.
It's KSA 6456B. That's the statute, rule of evidence, frankly.
I mean,
If testimonies be admitted, it will only be admitted if the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data as product of reliable principles and methods, and the witness has reliably applied the principles and methods. But if he didn't produce or provide in his testimony the facts or data he relied upon, the principles and methods that he used to apply them to, we can't respond. And we're
Yeah.
prejudiced.
So the exhibit's already in, but as I mentioned before, I was going to allow examination on those issues that you objected to. I think that's what you've done here. So the cross-examination stands for itself. I'm going to overrule this request to exclude the exhibit. It's in, but we will take all of this and obviously apply it as we decide what weight to give the evidence. So the objection, the request to remove the exhibit from the record, that's overruled. But this will go to the weight of the evidence.
Thank you, Chair French. Okay. I guess I want to make clear on the record Mr. Sullivan, you say you have that information, that data in your possession, you just chose not to present it as part of your pre-filed testimony, correct?
I didn't have it at the time of the pre-filed testimony.
The KGS log or stratigraphic cross-section.
Correct.
Can
But
I
you
ask
had-
may I ask a clarifying question here? Because it is, I am not clear in this whole, back and forth. Mr. Sullivan, the data that you used to create KS12, that was the publicly available KGS data. You just didn't have the visual representation that you have since created, but that exhibit is based on the KGS data.
So, yeah, I correlated, when KS12 was correlated, not with a constructed cross-section, correlated to other logs to determine that. The KCC doesn't have, Mr. X sitting right there, can I ask what program I can't think, Petrel or something? We don't have we don't have those. We don't have that
Yeah.
program, I mean, we can't construct cross sections like Mr. Eck did that can be shared.
I'm just trying to get to the issue that I think Mr. Bankston is raising, which is whether there's what is the foundation for KS12, and it sounds like you have now created something more with the help of KGS, but the foundation for KS12, it is data that you reviewed. It is KGS data that you've reviewed. You just weren't able to turn that into a stratigraphic graph until now.
So I utilized the type logs initially, like Mr. Eck did, but as Mr. Eck testified, there was a lot of holes and inconsistencies with the type logs. So I found the Dakota Aquifer program, and they had logs that were also correlated by scientists at the KDHE. And I can at least, if you want, I can at least show you where those logs are to see that they're, how readily available they are to look at this. And, and I filed testimony. Mr. Eck filed rebuttal testimony, called me out for not creating a cross section like he did. And so I worked since then to have one prepared for the hearing.
Okay, that's enough to answer my questions. I think we can move forward. Mr. Bankston, I do apologize that's not my standard operating procedure to step into your cross-examination. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what was underlying all of this. So you may continue, Mr. Bankston.
That's fine, Chair French. I do appreciate it. I was actually confused by what the witness was saying and couldn't figure out what he actually looked at and relied upon to come up with the conclusions that he made in cross-section 12. Because if I don't know what he reviewed, or I don't know how he applied them, I can't determine whether or not his conclusions are correct or not. And neither can you, frankly, as you need to look at this evidence. Okay, Mr. Sullivan. Let's move on. At page 7 of your pre-filed testimony, you've talked about exhibit KS4.
What page on my testimony?
Page 7, exhibit KS4.
Okay. Correct.
Okay. And I believe this testimony refers to your claim that there is a threat to usable water from this subject well.
Correct.
Now, if you look at KS4, you make the statement in your testimony. You said one thing that stood out to me was an abstract from a study of the depth and thickness of selected units of the Upper Permian, Upper Jurassic, and Lower Cretaceous rocks in southwestern Kansas, correct?
Correct.
And then you attached exhibit KS4, which talks, I guess it's 2 pages from a much larger publication or an abstract of a publication relating to the depth and thickness of selected units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your testimony, you say the abstract states that groundwater reserves decline in the Ogallala Aquifer in the area of about 17,400 square miles in 26 counties in southwestern Kansas. Sandstone aquifers in underlying Upper Jurassic and Lower and Upper Cretaceous rocks may be developed to supplement and replace Ogallala as a source of water, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that statement says nothing about the Upper Permian, does it?
No, the Upper Permian is not a viable usable water zone.
Okay. And this abstract when this study just reflected or determined or estimated the depth and thickness of those units, correct?
Does it say it estimated them?
Well, it estimated the thickness and the depth of those units, correct? The plates, you didn't attach the plates to your exhibit, so all I can go by is what was said in the abstract. Is there anything? Go ahead.
I believe, I can't see they're the tan. These are the plates. These tan, they may be a part of exhibit 9. So those are all the plates.
Okay. Well, you
But
didn't-
you know, on this specific line of my testimony, I was just referencing the actual information in it and not the plates.
Okay, and this information that you referenced here again, it was published in 1984, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, has it been republished since then?
Not to my knowledge.
So again, the study on this was done in 1976, correct?
I don't see that, but it was published in 1984. And again,
Okay.
we're talking Upper Cretaceous, 100-ish million years ago. Geology hasn't changed since 84.
But as wells are drilled and new knowledge of the geology is developed, the interpretation of that geology can change, correct?
But it hasn't with all that new
I agree.
information, they haven't updated it.
Well, do you know that they have tried?
No,
Or has it just not been done? You don't know, do you?
no.
Okay.
My assumption would be is that it's pretty accurate and doesn't need updated.
That's just
Correct,
your
that's-
assumption.
Yep.
And look at your testimony at the bottom of that page. the last sentence, you say, especially when considering that this all could have been avoided if operator had contacted staff to discuss its options prior to conducting the work on the subject well, correct?
Correct.
Well, this also could have been avoided if staff had told Shakespeare that it was not wanting to approve Whitehorse disposal wells in District 1, correct?
There's been no policy to not allow Whitehorse wells in District 1.
And it is true that Shakespeare did talk to staff before deciding to perforate these wells, or perforate the wells 227, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, have you seen SOC exhibit number 9?
Whose testimony is that in?
It's an email exchange between Don Williams and Ryan Cox.
Oh, yeah, that was previously discussed about Don's email to Ryan about making a Cedar Hills disposal well.
Right, from November 20th of 2024.
Okay. Yeah, I have seen that, yes.
Okay, and that's about a month before Shakespeare perforated the zones in this wells 227.
I might have to look at the daily logs again. But in the interest of time, if that's
Yeah, that's
accurate, then I
that's
believe it.
accurate. Okay. In your pre-filed testimony, you talk about a reasonable and prudent operator. You recall that testimony? What they would or wouldn't do?
Oh, the question I was asked on top of page 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Have you ever worked for an oil and gas company?
No.
Have you ever operated an oil and gas well?
No.
Okay, so, and I assume based on your work history shown in your pre-filed testimony, your entire career has been spent as a regulator, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe in your pre-filed testimony, were you critical of Shakespeare for not asking for design approval prior for this well?
Where at my testimony?
It's page 9.
Yeah.
Line 7, 9, correct? Now,
Correct.
it is true shown in Shakespeare or SOC exhibit 9, staff told Shakespeare they didn't have to apply for design approval, correct?
That was the Ryan Cox email? Or
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, he told them that.
correct? Okay.
Correct.
You also say in your testimony, page 9, lines 11 through 13, I also do not think a reasonable or prudent operator would rely on information that's a decade old, especially when attempting to complete a well right at usable water.
Okay.
What information that was a decade old did Shakespeare rely upon?
We discuss that in the next question of my testimony and his conversations he had with that Mr. Williams had with Renee Stuckey,
Okay,
and their reference
so
to
that
the
was
using the cog well for a Day Creek Whitehorse correlation.
Whitehorse. Okay. Now, it is true that the cog well was permitted in approximately 2015,
Correct.
and that would have been a decade ago, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Roughly.
Now, every year, Shakespeare would file with the KCC a annual report disclosing the volumes of water that were disposed of into the cog well, correct?
Yeah, that's a U3C form, I believe.
And in that U3C form, it describes the formation in which the water is injected, correct?
Yeah. Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah,
I don't review, district office doesn't review U3Cs. They go through the,
but you're aware they're filed, correct?
yeah, but yes. I mean, there's like 16,500 UIC wells in the state. I don't review them all. I don't
Okay,
review any
well,
of them.
Okay, but if a U3C form was filed every year and there was no objection received by Shakespeare from staff saying, hey, you got a problem with the disposal well, this Whitehorse is too close to usable water. Well, Shakespeare would have no reason to believe there was any issue, correct?
That's a fair assumption.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about your testimony about Mr. Stuckey's email.
Okay.
And that was exhibit, or is exhibit, sorry. KS5.
Correct.
Now, in your testimony, you indicate that Mr. Stuckey said that he was seriously contemplating a ban on any future injection into the formation in the Whitehorse moving forward, correct?
Correct.
He didn't say that in his email, did he?
Okay, one more time then.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask it this way. In his email, he said, I'm toying with the idea of banning any new Whitehorse disposals.
Correct.
Okay, but you said he was seriously contemplating. I guess my question to you, do you think toying with the idea and seriously contemplating are the same thing?
I think conversations had with Mr. Stuckey over the phone, hearsay, fine. He was seriously considering it. But
he
in
doesn't say that.
I will say his email says toying with the idea, correct?
Okay. And during the period of time before Mr. Stuckey retired, correct?
Correct.
Did he ever ban Whitehorse disposal?
No, there has been no policy made to ban Whitehorse disposals.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Stuckey said for the time being, I'm going to limit it to 500 barrels per day maximum and no pressure.
Correct.
Is that the current policy, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, that, yeah, they'll be limited to that. Still be permitted, but limited to those rates and pressures.
Now, there are existing Whitehorse disposal wells in District 1 that are approved for and injecting at much more than 500 barrels per day, correct?
Yeah, those were unfortunately inherited permits from the KDHE from the 70s and 80s.
And also injecting at pressure, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, you say you inherited them. You do have the ability to modify a permit, correct?
I believe the UIC department might.
And to your knowledge, has the UIC department modified any of those permits for those existing Whitehorse disposal wells that are injecting more than and permitted for more than 500 barrels a day?
Actually,
or under pressure?
Actually provided a amendment to those and limited them down to 0 and 500. I'm not aware of any.
Why not?
I mean,
If it's a problem,
huh?
why not? Why not? If it's a threat to usable water.
Why haven't we?
Correct.
I wish we would, but I don't know the process in doing that. I'm the district supervisor, not the UIC office.
Okay, thank you. At the bottom of page 10, going over to page 11, you testified if the operator had perforated the subject well in the Permian Formation, then it should not be pulling any white sands from the well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see,
Where'd you say that was?
bottom of page 10.
Okay. Yeah, okay. On to page 11. Yep, I'm with you.
Then how do you square that with the picture of the sand in exhibit number 10?
So Mr. X said he got that on the hillside. He said that that's an area that was bulldozed to make a road. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I trust the location of where that came from. Sorry, but I don't know what depth on the road cut that is. There's an outcrop to the west side of that hillside, and I visited that last Friday, and you cannot see any sand that color on the outcrop. You can't follow that bed. So
Right,
if you-
Mr. Actest, oops, sorry, go ahead. Apologize.
and if you follow the news, I mean, it was, that county was on fire last week and blowing 70 miles an hour. So, and if you look on his geologic map, it intersects with alluvial deposits. So that could be wind blown. I can show you on the geologic map what I'm referring to.
That's fine.
That
Well, you're
is
just
correct.
simply speculating.
I'm speculating that a bed doesn't exist.
No, you're speculating that Mr. X sample wasn't actually taken from the red beds.
I can show you the picture I think we exhibited, or we can go on a virtual tour of Google Earth. I can take you real quick, and it's very pretty country. And
Sure.
we can see about 80 to 90 feet of an outcrop on that west side that does not show any bed of that color.
Well, you haven't shown that, so.
It's in our.
Marsh. Oh, you're referring to what was he introduced today on cross-examination?
Oh, correct.
Okay, well, Mr. X talked about that. Let me ask you, at page 11, line 5, you say you've conducted research that indicates the subject well is perforated above the minimum depth established by table 2.
Correct.
And what I want to know is the extent of what that research is. I'm not exactly clear from your testimony. I'd like to know what research you're referring to.
So that specifically I do use in my exhibit KS7.
Okay. That's the research you're referring to?
In this specific part of my testimony, yes.
Yeah, right. That's what we're talking about. Okay. And those are the contour maps that are shown in exhibit 7?
Correct.
Okay. And you stated in your testimony that based on those contour maps, you were able to quote unquote calculate the depths of the tops of various formations.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
showed my work there.
Where are those? What's that?
I showed my work there.
Okay, tell me where that is. I don't see that.
You don't see on line 10. Well, I say the wells elevation is 3197.
Right, I agree that's your conclusion. what I'm asking you is, you said you made calculations, correct?
Right, they're shown.
So, okay, those calculations that you've shown are the difference between two numbers, correct?
Yeah, the elevation minus a contour interval on those
And,
maps.
and the elevation of 3197 is a constant, correct?
Correct, that's the elevation of the wells.
Right. And the
227.
the second number in those calculations is a calculated number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what I want to know is, how did you calculate that second number? I
How
can't
did I
tell.
pick that second number?
Yeah,
So if you look at those.
yeah, just walk me through it.
Okay, so on the contour maps, so the first one is, and you know, you need to open them up on a computer where you can really zoom in and you can pick the closest contour line and get a you can come up with that number. So on for the Dakota, for example, I use 2230. Mr. Myers, are you able to pull this up by chance, or can I?
Chair French, I can pull up what he's referring to.
Can I maybe share it so I can maybe show my council my work?
Yeah, if you've got ability to share
I
screen.
think I'm not very tech savvy here. Let me see if I can. I wonder if I can just do share. Let's see. Oh, I think I'm getting there. Okay, what do I got pulled up? So top configuration of the Dakota officer. Okay. Share this screen. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah,
So do I need to walk through that this is the approximate location of the Wells well? Somewhere right in there? Or do I need to back out and show this is the correct township and range? These numbers are approximate, but I mean, if you,
that's.
I think if you look at
that's
Mr.
what
X,
those are.
yeah, so, you know, this line, it's 2200 coming through here, and this line's 2250. The Wells, you know, is about right in there. Is a little closer to 2250 than it was 2200, so I used 2230 and came up with 967. And I looked at Mr. X log, and that's also where he came up with the Dakota, and so on and so forth. So it's pretty accurate, but not precise. I think you can see here on the
It's not.
like top of Morrison, the map, you know, shows 1427, and then a log that we discussed earlier.
How
showed the
far
different-
apart?
the
How far
different
apart are
dots.
those contour lines?
I'm sorry.
How far apart are those contour lines?
So this, you know, line to line's gonna be 6 miles. So, or I'm sorry, the black line here, so this township, this square is, you know, 6 by 6. So there to there,
It's about 6
2 and
miles.
huh? No, it fits
I
inside
thought-
here. I mean, 2.5, 3 miles. I know this well right here is 2.5 miles from the well's location, almost straight south. This
Okay.
control point.
So-
All these black dots are control points that they use to create the map. I think they said there's like over almost 900 wells or something.
Yeah, 5% control. Correct?
What's that?
The well control for those maps was 5%, correct? plus or minus?
Correct.
So all of these formation tops here in your testimony are based on your estimation and extrapolation of a depth of the formations between two contour lines that are miles apart.
That's one point of reference, like Mr. Eck testified. We try to get all available data that we can to make those determinations. So this is one point of reference, yes.
Well, I want to know what all the points of reference you relied upon to come up with your formation top depths. And in your testimony, you said you looked at these contour maps, correct?
I did look at these, yes, correct.
Is there anything else that you were relying upon?
Like I mentioned before, I also use type logs and logs from the Dakota Aquifer Study.
But those aren't in your pre-file testimony, right?
That is correct.
Anything else in your pre-file testimony that you relied upon to pick the tops for these formations?
There was the USGS maps that are helpful. They're not quite as precise as these KGS ones, I would say, but
And are those
the
are
tan,
those an exhibit?
yeah, that's part of them. They're behind this one we're looking at. They're the tan. We've already went through that.
Okay.
They're from
Same
1984.
Okay, anything else? Those are contour maps again, correct?
Correct.
Anything else that you relied upon in trying to select tops of
That
the
I haven't-
formations?
That I
That
haven't
you have
already
already
stated.
Yeah,
I don't believe so.
okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Act testified and has testified that there's approximately 57 feet of red beds above the uppermost perforations of the subject well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you disagree with him, correct?
Correct.
And what the basis for your disagreement is what? What data, what facts, what information you rely upon?
Yes. Well, first of all, I've pointed out that that is not in fact the big basin and formation that he's called out.
Right.
Go ahead.
No, you contend it's the Morrison, correct?
Yeah, the interval from whatever 15, 14. Yeah, right at 1400 to 1500, some right in there is the Morrison. That has substantial research that is present in a approximately 100 foot thick and has a 20 to 30 foot sand aquifer to it.
Okay. Let me ask you, Mr. Sullivan, you attached to your pre-filed testimony an email you got from Don Whittemore, correct?
Correct.
And without wait, in that email, what information did you supply to Mr. Whittemore in order for him to make his analysis and draw his conclusions?
You can see it in the email.
But I don't know that I can.
You're asking me what I sent Dr. Whittemore?
Yeah.
I provided the location of the well to him, and he, provided back the information.
Anything other than the location of the well?
I provided the picture. I believe I provided a picture of the sand that I referred to earlier that's on the piece of paper.
That was KS-12?
No, it's one you wouldn't let me share with you.
Oh, okay.
That's not in the testimony.
It's not in your pre-filed testimony, so it's not that I'm not letting you share. Anything else you provided?
Nope, just that email, those emails, and a picture.
Did you provide him with a copy of Mr. X pre-filed testimony?
No.
Why not?
I was searching for just a complete non-bias opinion.
Okay,
I didn't tell him who the operator was. I didn't tell him what the well name was. I didn't tell him anything other than, hey, this came from and it called it an oil well, and said, you have any thoughts on it? And actually, when I was going through everything, I found Mr. Scarborough's email to Dr. Whittemore. So I thought, well, yeah, that's probably a good person to reach out to as well. So I did.
in your first email to Mr. Whittemore on October 16th, you did tell him that the sample was likely from the lower portion of the aquifer, possibly Cheyenne, correct?
Correct.
Does that not suggest to him the
Okay,
outcome you're asking for?
That's
Correct?
fair. Yes.
At page 12 of your pre-filed testimony, line 16, you're asked a question whether or not you had any doubts that the formation solids collected by District 1 staff came from above the Permian.
Correct.
And you say no, after reviewing the electric logs and mapping data, everything correlates the subject well being perforated in the lower sand unit of the Morris, correct?
Correct.
The electric logs you reviewed are not in your pre-filed testimony, correct?
No, I was unable to construct a cross section.
But I guess the mapping data that we've already talked about.
Yeah, those were. Yes.
Bear with me, I'm going through to see if I have any other questions.
Yeah, I think you could.
Oh.
And Mr.
wanna ask-
Whittemore's email, he kind of gives a description of what the Entrada sandstone or the lower Jurassic is. It's a massive beds of white, friable, very fine to medium, extensively cross-bedded quartzose sandstone, which is also a great description of what was being pulled from the well. And I think Mr. Scarborough might have also said it was very friable as well. So
Move to strike, no question pending.
Any response, Mr. Marsh?
I mean, I think they were still kind of on the topic of Mr. Whittemore's email. But
Yeah,
Mr. Banks
I'm
had
gonna-
asked,
I'm gonna
I'm
overrule
sorry.
the motion.
Okay. Yeah, and in fairness, Mr. Sullivan, when he talks about the Entrada sandstone, he says in Baca County, Colorado, correct?
correct. That's where it outcrops at, yes. So you can, I mean, just the same way Mr. Eck going to Clark County.
Okay. Let me ask you, at page 14 of your pre-filed testimony, line 14, you talk about higher pressures existing in the Permian.
Yeah, so,
Wait, just, I haven't asked
oh,
my
yes,
question
sorry,
yet,
yes. Yes, I do.
if you don't mind. Okay. Now, what I wanted to know is, have you done any calculations of the pressures in the Permian, in the well formations in the wells 227?
I looked at Mr. Scarborough's work and it looked accurate. We have a simpler calculation that, you know, just, you know, take the height of the column of fluid and multiply times 0.44. It'll get you close. It's not as accurate as Mr. Scarborough did, and I would agree with his.
But
quick
Mr.
math.
Scarborough said that Mr. Scarborough, based on those calculations, concluded that the Permian is under pressure.
Well, so what we're
Correct.
referencing is overpressured in comparison to the Dakota, not like it's an overpressured formation. It's over in relation to the Dakota. In the KGS studies, they state that it is.
Okay, so every time in your pre-filed testimony, when you talk about higher pressured in the Permian, you're talking about pressure in the Permian in relation to the Dakota formation.
Yeah, that's how, you know, in northwest Kansas, that's how it has, the Permian has naturally contaminated the Dakota aquifer system due to its, well, one, due to its, I mean, it gets to where the Cedar Hills is set unconformably upon the, it's not here, but on the Cheyenne sandstone and polluting it. So,
Are you aware of any of that having occurred in the vicinity of the wells 227?
that the Permian is naturally,
Contamination.
that the Permian is naturally causing contamination? No, I'm not aware. I think there's, in my exhibits, there's talks about what the Dakota TDS, there's a map of it, chloride concentration and TDS. Exhibit 13.
At page 16 of your pre-filed testimony, you indicated that the subject well is currently a threat to and polluting usable water, correct?
Yeah, I mean, previously discussed in my my testimony is that, you know, Jurassic, anything above Permian appears to be usable water. And
So it's true that yes, the KCC approved TAing the subject well in September of 2025, correct?
so this well was already filed for.
Is that correct?
Yes, that
Is that
is
correct?
correct, but that's correct.
Can you
but
let him
this-
answer the question, David?
Yes, that
It's a yes or no question, and I'm trying to speed this along.
I believe he can elaborate on his answer.
Well, he didn't
Okay,
answer yes or no.
hold on. That one was a yes or no question. And we get the point. So I think he can answer it yes or no. If additional questions require elaboration, we'll go there.
Let me ask you briefly about exhibit KS14. And this is, I believe, a table, Mr. Sullivan, table 5 from, I guess, a much larger document, but it is a summary of chemical analysis of water from the Jurassic, Cheyenne, and Dakota aquifers.
correct.
See that?
Yes, sir.
And, okay, and I looked at this study and the water samples that were on which this analysis was done, these wells were located in Hamilton and Kearney County, correct?
Yes,
Not in Wichita County, correct?
correct.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. We will now move to commissioner questions, and I will begin again with Commissioner Keen.
Good afternoon, Kenny.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner King.
If you'll indulge me again, I'm going to go off camera and ask you the questions so as to, in the likelihood that you can hear them, and I won't lose them.
Yes, sir.
All right, can you still hear me?
Yes.
All right, here's my first question.
Okay.
I don't have too many for you, but many of mine really kind of cut to the chase.
Okay.
Are new wells drilled and completed in District 1 required to use alternate 2 cementing procedures?
Not in its entirety. It's more prevalent in the northern quarter of our district along the border with District 4.
And what is it that distinguishes that from points south that would require alternate 2?
So further south, and the geology is vast, and subsurface geology is vast in District 1, but just straight south of here into like Stevens County, Grant County, those wells have much shallower usable water, 500 or 600 feet. And so that's a lot less surface casing. So they can do an alternate 1 completion where they would set 600 feet of surface pipe. Up in this area, you have a usable water, or I'm sorry, a freshwater Ogallala, around 200 feet. And then you have, usable water around 1,500 feet. So that's a lot of surface pipe for a dry hole. So they'll set their surface pipe, meet those requirements through the freshwater, cement it back to surface, and then are required to set the cementing stage tool, DV tool, or port collar below the usable water. And like Mr. Scarborough said, it's becoming overwhelmingly common to set those down to the stone krill and hydrite and cement it back to surface to prevent, the Cedar Hills and those upper highly corrosive formations from eating up your pipe.
Okay, fair enough. In this particular case, with this well 227, was it required that they use an alternate 2 cementing, or was that optional with them?
So they have the option to either file it as an alternate 1 or alternate 2, which, like I said, that would have led to an alternate 1 would have led to setting somewhere around 1,500 feet of 8 5/8 surface pipe, and rather than the 200 and some they did set. And then, if they would have made it well, they could have set a DV tool or port collar on their production casing below the usable water depth.
Okay, I get it.
satisfy
The
that.
trade-off, I'm sorry, didn't I talk over you?
Go ahead.
The trade-off in District 1 isn't too dissimilar from that in District 3. If you're willing to set or kind of a horrendous amount of surface casing and incur the cost of doing that, you don't have to cement it to the surface. If you choose to do what is a state prescribed minimum of surface casing, basically you're required then to do the alternate 2. In this particular area in the north part your district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's come back to this particular case here. I take it you're familiar with Mr. X exhibit number 3.
Is that his cross section?
That is the stratigraphic cross section, yes.
Correct.
Here's my question. In what ways, if any, do you specifically dispute the preparation, presentation, or conclusions of this stratigraphic cross section?
If I could pull it up here. Oh, can I get the list of what all you were asking me here?
I'll restate the question. Yes, no,
Okay.
no problem, no problem. I'm asking you in what ways, if any, if you have any, do you specifically dispute the preparation, presentation, or conclusions of Mr. X stratigraphic cross section, that is specifically Act Exhibit 3?
Right. So, yeah, he used type logs, which, as he testified to, that there's a lot of holes and inconsistencies in that. It was also brought up that the status of those logs are poor. They don't even, I mean, I think it says there's less than 15% confidence in review of those logs. And you know, also, like I say, he just, all of a sudden, a formation has appeared that everything says is not there. Talking about the Big Basin, Taloga, and the Day Creek, and formation is missing that all studies and mapping and logs show is about 100 foot thick in that area. So
Next question. Beyond Table 2, what concerns, if any, do you have about the protection of fresh or usable water presented by the disposal application?
So one, I don't believe they are in fact in the red beds. I think what paints a really cool picture for us is my exhibit 3, which was Ken Jellick's report with pictures of when he went out and collected it. Obviously it shows a nice bed of red from their swabbing of both zones, and then it has a nice bed laid on top of it of this tan sand that's been in question. So I have severe concern for the adequacy that the usable water would be protected. I was told that one of the things UIC does in reviewing the confining layer would be a GAPI of 120. That's internal policy, I was told, and that's not present in any formation. One of the policies.
So just to make sure I'm clear about this, you still hold to that conclusion, notwithstanding the fact that the operating pressure requested by the operator is 0, that they're willing to set a cast iron plug above the Cedar Hill formation, that they have a cement bond log that evidences adequate cementing or complete cementing. I guess that's a successful log from the bottom of the production casing to the surface.
Correct.
So you don't think any of those things mitigate the concerns that you have?
Well, so with the Cedar Hills, you know, what they're calling the Cedar Hills perfs, I mean, that's even deep, that's even further below the usable water. So isolating it and not using it does nothing to help mitigate the threat to usable water. They've moved up the hole several hundred feet, and that's where they're disposing.
All right, notwithstanding the fact that you may have a dispute with Mr. Eck or other witnesses for the company, for the operator, about whether or not the lower zone is going to be called the Cedar Hills or the Blaine. In any event, the Blaine, it sounds like to me, is below the Cedar Hills, so that if its cast iron bridge plug is set above the Cedar Hills, doesn't that isolate the injection zones to simply the been a long day.
So,
Now, let me finish my question.
oh, I'm sorry.
To simply the Day Creek and the Whitehorse. Thank you. That's my question.
So I believe you stated the Blaine was below the Cedar Hills? Or
If the
asking
cast
about-
iron bridge plug is set above or below, if it's set above the Blaine and the Cedar Hills, would that not provide adequate protection?
No. So they're at what they're asking for on their permit is the Day Creek at 1450, the Whitehorse at 1520, and then the Cedar Hills at 1800 to 2000. They did say they would set a cast iron above the 1800 foot perfs. But I mean that is still below the Day Creek and Whitehorse. And also, I mean, I think it's important to point out, I know operator witnesses wanted to brush off the fact that whether that was Blaine or Cedar Hills, and it was, you know, very, very clearly in the Blaine. So if they thought, and the Cedar Hills is down around 2150, I believe. So they were 300 feet high stratigraphically. So they were likely that way all the way up the hole.
I'm going to really cut to the chase with this next question.
Yes, sir.
If, based upon the testimony and evidence in the record in this docket, the commission were to find that the upper perfs of the Day Creek were compliant with Table 2, and if the operator was to set a cast iron bridge plug above the Cedar Hills formation and below the Whitehorse formation, thereby only allowing injection into the Dry Creek and the Whitehorse formations, would you support granting the disposal permit?
No,
Why?
because of its proximity and threat to usable water.
Notwithstanding the cementing of the casing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate your indulgence of my questions. I do have one more.
Okay.
What, in your view, would it take for them to be compliant and be able to be granted a disposal permit for this well?
So the difficulty on that is their 1520 perfs, nobody's disputed, that is Table 2 compliant. That is in the Whitehorse formation. If it is in fact believed that the formation right above it if the Whitehorse sets unconformably below the Morrison, there is not a adequate confining layer at the top of the Whitehorse to prevent fluid migration from going outside the wellbore, outside the cement, and up through the formation and contaminating those zones or that zone. So, and then when you get into that, you get into that Dakota aquifer system, you know, there's a lot of unpredictable fractures and everything, and they all kind of run together. So,
I appreciate your indulgence of my questions. I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Keither, I think we still have you. Do you have any questions for this witness?
I'm still here. No questions. I'm just digesting a whole lot. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Kenny. I think I've got just a couple questions. A follow-on to that last discussion you had with Commissioner Keen. Did I hear you say that the perfs into the Whitehorse are okay, and if they were only disposing into the Whitehorse, that would be acceptable to staff? Could you clarify that to me?
So staff, you know, holds the belief that the perforations at 1452 are in the Morrison, and then the perfs at 1520 are in fact in the Whitehorse. But nobody, I mean, looking at the logs and everything, and nobody's testified to the fact that there wouldn't be anything, a confining layer at like 1500 to hold the fluid inside that formation. It would, you know, be able to go out the pipe, out the cement, and
So it's
wherever it
staff's
goes.
opinion or your opinion that even if it were just dropped down into the Whitehorse, the risk still remains that it's going to travel upward.
Correct.
Okay.
But it is, you know, that is red beds.
Okay. One follow-up. I know you and your counsel wanted to provide a little more color, and it was a question I wanted to ask. You were asked about this well. I think, you know, it was requested that they do a TA on it, and that TA was approved. You know, obviously the question here is if it was a threat to fresh and usable water, if you think, you know, contamination is active at this time, can you help explain why that TA was approved?
So that TA must have been, so we have Michael Meyer on staff who runs is our TA program manager, and he runs queries all the time. This well was likely put into our system, RBDMS, as inactive. So Mike sent out a TA letter, operator filed TA. This well was already, you know, moving towards hearing. I think at the time, operator and staff already had testimony due dates. So if we had denied that application, they would have had two options: use it, which we can't obviously do without a permit, or plug it, which I would say they would protest that as well. And, you know, we would be here in the same place. So
It's an issue I think that's come up in multiple of these hearings. So, okay, I think that's all I've got for you. Yeah, Commissioner Keen and others addressed pretty much everything I would have addressed. Oh, well, actually, one more question. You were asked about the data underlying some of your exhibits, and in particular, KS12, and, you know, what were the data points that went into you forming your opinion. And I'm just going to say, I guess my understanding was it was a criticism that you did not attach all of the underlying work papers that went into you forming that exhibit, in your opinion. Were you requested to provide those work papers and data points in discovery, or were the questions today the first time you were requested that information?
I believe today was the first time I was requested.
Okay. All right, that is all I have. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. At this time, if there are no more questions from Commissioner Keen, are you waving your hand at me?
I was.
Okay, go ahead.
Reluctantly, I would say. It's been a long day. I'm going to try to, so that for my understanding, I'm going to try to turn the rock one more time, Kenny.
Okay.
Again, hypothetically, if the operator were to set a cast iron plug above the Cedar Hills, and they had a tubing and packer completion where the packer was set below the dry creek and above the Whitehorse, so injection could be accomplished into the Whitehorse, would you support granting that application?
So that would create MIT issues, right? I mean, we would, if it was completed with the tubing and packer, we would do a mechanical integrity test where we pressure up the annulus between the tubing and casing to 300 psi and watch that for 30 minutes and make sure it has mechanical integrity. So we wouldn't be able to conduct that test with open perforations above the packer. And furthermore, as I stated before, there's not a confining layer between those two zones or above the 1520, keeping it from rising above 1500 feet in the
So you're
formation.
saying the absence of, oh, sorry, Kenny, I didn't mean to talk over you.
I just said within the formation.
Okay, so you're saying because there is no confining layer, there's no way in the world that they can do anything but plug this well, in your opinion?
It would be interesting to see if they could go and actually perf the Cedar Hills at 2150 and see if that would actually take water. I mean, we have a map of the area that the Cedar Hills is salt cemented in, where that doesn't take water. And this well does fall within that area in that map. But so did the Hartman well we talked about in 2023. That well location also falls in the map that says it's salt cemented, and they haven't seemed to have any trouble getting it to take water. So I do think that option is open to them, trying to perforate around 2100 feet or so, 2150.
Unless I have missed something here. I think it's been the operator's testimony throughout the day and in the pre-file leading up to today that the Cedar Hills has been perforated, that it was impermeable, and virtually if they've repeated swab testing, it produced zero fluids, so that virtually either injecting into it or producing from it is virtually impossible. So I don't see, again, how, if they followed the prescription you just stated, there's a way out for them.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Williams did say that it was in fact the Blaine at 1800, but I could have misunderstood. But like I said, I mean the issue with or trouble with Mr. X cross section is he does stop at the Blaine. My cross section goes all the way to the Stone Corral. If I could show you it, I could show you where exactly the the Cedar Hills is, but
Okay, that does conclude all of my questions. Thank you.
Well, I just had one follow on just to clarify it for me. That last piece is confusing because I guess as I understand it, that's a point of disagreement between operator and staff. Staff does not believe that this well is perforated in the Cedar Hills, correct?
Correct.
And even though operator has said that. Okay. Um, okay. I don't believe I have anything else. So unless I see any other commissioner questions, I think we will do redirect. We will take a very short break after redirect, and then we will move to the final witness. So Mr. Marsh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair French. Kenny, is it still your position that this well is perfed above the minimum depth established by Table 2?
Yes.
And is it still your testimony that the Big Basin / Taloga and the Day Creek formations are not present at this well location?
Yes.
I know that you've mentioned a cross section. We've kind of talked around it, but could you at least pull up that cross section for us?
I can.
What wells did you look at when forming that cross section?
I'm going to object to his reference to this cross-section that was not included in his pre-filed testimony.
I believe the door's been.
Yeah, I'll have them bring it up for purposes of questions. If they seek to introduce it as an exhibit, then you can renew your objection.
Okay. Kenny, did you help have this cross section created?
Yes.
Okay. What were the top picks based off of?
So they were,
I'm going to object to the testimony coming in because what he's doing is reading into the record what's in the exhibit. Now, maybe the exhibit doesn't come in, but I don't think the contents of the exhibit should come in either.
I'm just laying the foundation for what we're looking at.
I disagree.
Yeah, let's well, before I comment, I hate to do this because we're at 4:30. But yeah, there's well, IT, can you create a Zoom breakout room for us? I think the commission needs to consult with counsel on this before we go any further.
Okay, with just the commissioners?
The commissioners and John Myers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like the commissioners and Mr. Myers have all returned from the breakout room. So I will have whoever's sharing their screen, I'll have you take it down. Yeah, I think we will just cut off this line of questioning right here. I mean, I don't mind if you want to, Kelsey, if you want to ask your witness about any questions that the commissioners had asked or about the cross-examination that was asked, that's fine. But it is way too prejudicial to be introducing something like this basically during the hearing. I understand this was not brought up as a potential exhibit before the hearing. It wasn't brought up at the pre-hearing conference. We didn't have any motions to add it to the record before the hearing. It just does not seem like fair game to be inserting it at this point. So if you want to ask some questions based on cross-examination, go ahead. But yeah, the exhibit is not going to be allowed in, and we won't allow questions to interpret the exhibit as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair French. I just wanted to at least give us the opportunity to do that, since Shakespeare made a point to point out that, oh, staff did not attach a cross-section to their testimony. We have done the work. That's all we were trying to show. So Kenny, based off the questions, you know, there was some questions about going out to Clark County and the sand that Mr. Eck picked up off the side of the road. Do you think that that sample is an accurate representation of the Permian Formation?
No.
And why not?
Well, like I said earlier, I mean, there's a lot of variables to that. You know, I think you brought up a deal discussing topsoil. There's high wind in that area. There's been that area's been bulldozed to create a road and prevent and prevent you know, slides or fault. Losing my terms. For that hill stability anyway, there's been material added for hill stability, most likely. So a lot of variables there to consider that an accurate depiction of that being correlatable without actually just seeing the two samples together. I believe Mr. Bryant even put our sample from the upper perforations under a microscope. Furthermore, as I discussed, you know, you can go just to the west side of where Toby collected that sample, and there's a beautiful outcrop in that cuts deeper. There's that Kiger Creek right there that cut that outcrop deeper in relief than where Mr. Eck collected his sample, and that bed isn't present there. So.
And then Kenny, one last question. Do you believe that the logs you looked at are more accurate than the type logs that Mr. Eck has presented?
I do. Like there's 18 logs in Wichita County. There's 38 logs in Logan County. There's like 25 logs in Scott County, and where the type logs, you know, as we discussed, you know, have holes and inconsistencies in them. There was 3 in Wichita County. So yeah, I believe, and that's what their focus was shallow subsurface only. I mean, they stopped at the Stone Krell anhydrite, and, you know, made their primary focus those formations.
And I know you kind of talked generally about the numbers of wells, but these are all wells that were part of the Dakota Aquifer study, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
We're getting very late, but the commission did cover a lot, and with staff's main witness. Mr. Bankston, do you have any quick follow-up questions you feel like you really have to ask?
I just have maybe 2, if I may.
If you can be succinct, we will allow it.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan I believe you testified in response to staff's questions that you believe that the Whitehorse formation was table two compliant or below the top of the red beds, correct?
Yeah, yes, that at 15, the 1,520 foot perfs.
The perf, you didn't say
Well-
the perfs.
Yeah, so that's perforated in the Whitehorse. Yes, those perforations are in the Whitehorse formation.
If, as Shakespeare has alleged, the top of the Whitehorse is at 1478, there would be 46 feet of red beds between the top of the Whitehorse and the perforations, correct?
Oh, they said it was at 1476,
78.
1478. I would lower that. I would put it around closer to 1,500.
Okay. And so that'd be 22 feet of red beds between the perforations in the Whitehorse and the top of the red beds, correct? I'm just doing the math. Is that
Yeah,
correct? Is that
roughly,
math?
right? Yeah, that's rough, 20-ish
Okay.
feet.
In response to Mr. Marsh's last line of questioning about your log and whether or not you believed it was more accurate than Mr. X's log, that log you're referring to is the log you prepared after you had submitted your pre-filed testimony in this case, correct?
Well, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the way I understood the question, Mr. Marsh asked me if the logs I used to interpret mine were more accurate than the logs Mr. Eck used.
Okay. But when you're saying mine, are you talking about the KGS cross-section? Understand my question? Trying to determine what cross-section you're talking about. Because you had one
Oh,
prepared.
the logs I utilized to create that cross section, yes.
That cross-section, I guess, even know, is that the section you got just a week ago or so?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
So just so I'm clear, not the data that you used for KS12 or any other exhibit. You're talking about the data you used to create the new stratigraphic graph.
Those were used. Trying to remember now. Right. Yeah, I didn't figure out how to get them until after my testimony was filed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we've had recross, which does allow for any further commissioner questions? I'm not hearing anybody. So I will turn to Mr. Marsh. There were just a couple questions there, but I want to give you the last word. Any final redirect?
No, Chair French.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, let's give everybody a 5-minute break, 6-minute break, to collect themselves, and then we're going to get to staff's final witness. So we are now in recess off the record. We will return at 4:50 to take up staff's final witness.
Okay.
Unmuted.
Unmuted, okay.
1 minute. Sit here just out of sight. That's all right.
That's fine.
Pass stuff back and forth.
You don't want to be in the crosshairs.
Tired of being studied.
Yeah. You guys, Abby's been doing this a little bit.
Lean forward very much in that spot though.
Okay.
All right. Looks like I've got 450. I
Yes.
am assuming everybody's back. I see we've got operator. I see we've got Commissioner Keither. Looks like we've got Mr. Marsh. We've got Mr. Myers. All right. At this time, we are back on the record in this evidentiary hearing, and Mr. Marsh, you may call your final witness.
Thank you, Chair French. Commission staff calls Todd Bryant.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Chair French, you're on mute.
I apologize. Good afternoon, Mr. Bryant.
Hello.
If I could have you please raise your right hand. Oh, I don't know when I muted or unmuted, but we are back on the record in this evidentiary hearing. Mr. Bryant, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, back to you, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and by whom and what capacity you are employed for the record?
My name is Todd Bryant, employed by the Kansas Corporation Commission. I am the Environmental Program Administrative Supervisor, or the UIC and Production Supervisor.
Are you the same Todd Bryant who caused to be pre-filed in this docket testimony consisting of 14 pages and 5 exhibits on October 24th, 2025?
Yes.
Was this testimony created by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Now that you're under oath, do you have any corrections to make to your testimony?
Yes, I do. It mainly the same as Kenny's testimony, Mr. Sullivan's on page 3, lines 5 and 6. Date Creek needs to be added. Lines 18 and 19, operator has filed or amended their application to eject into the Day Creek formation. Page 6, lines 22 and 23. That should read Day Creek perfs at 1452 instead of the Whitehorse. Then the second set, 1522, should be the Whitehorse perfs. And then the last set should be the Cedar Hills as per their application. I may have missed something, but I went through page 9, lines 12 through 15. They have published since then. I think that's it. I may have missed something. If I did, I can admit it, but
Okay, thank you. With those corrections in mind and the corrections you laid out, do you swear that the answers contained in your pre-filed testimony are true to the best of your knowledge?
yes, they are.
At this time, staff moves for the admission of Mr. Todd Bryant's pre-filed testimony and exhibits into the formal record.
Can I board down as a witness, please?
Yes.
Just a portion of this testimony. It's very small, but I want to make a record, please.
Yes.
Mr. Bryant, at page 12, lines 1 through 7 of your testimony, do you see that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In that testimony, you say, no, I do not believe the well perforated in the Day Creek or the Cedar Hills based on the information evidence available. And then you say, I believe the upper perforations in the subject well are in the Morrison, the middle perforations are in the Permian red beds, and lower portions are in the Blaine, right?
Correct.
And those are your opinions, correct?
They are
Those
my
are your
opinions,
conclusions.
yes.
And your conclusion, okay. What facts or data did you rely upon to reach those conclusions?
Logs, tops called out by the Hugoton project and the, what is that other one called? It is the McFarlane Dakota Aquifer Project.
Where can I find that information in your pre-filed testimony?
It's not in the pre-file testimony. I believe it was provided to operator after our informal meeting.
Like, it's not in your pre-filed testimony, correct?
Correct.
And what principles or methods did you apply to that data to reach these conclusions? Is that in your pre-filed testimony?
No.
Okay, and I'm gonna make an objection to this testimony based on KSA 456B with this all these expert opinions and conclusions listed in his testimony without having any of the underlying data in his testimony or any explanation of the principles and methods applied to that data or how it was applied to that data to reach these conclusions.
All right, as previously ordered, that motion or that objection is overruled. But we
Thank
do
you.
now have it on the record. With that issue handled, I believe Mr. Marsh's motion to admit the testimony is still pending. Any objection other than the noted objection?
Subject to my prior written objections that are in the record, no further objections.
All right. With that, the reference testimony and exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you. Staff tenders the witness for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Bankston, the witness is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair French. Mr. Bryant, when you started your testimony today, you made some corrections, which I think were an attempt to correct your pre-filed testimony in each instance in which it was contradicted or was no longer correct based on the amended application, which is SOC exhibit number 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's there.
Okay. And one thing I noted in your pre-filed testimony, you had indicated that you had an objection to the notice provided by Shakespeare. And I want to make sure that you no longer have any objection to the notice of the application that Shakespeare provided.
I think legal has determined that the notice of the application was appropriate. I would still mention that I would object to on SOC number 1, the deepest usable water being listed as the Ugalala at 200 feet.
Good. Any other issues with the application? Amended application, excuse me.
I mean, not other than, where we disagree, but that's.
Right, subject to
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't have any problem with the notice of the application that was given. Okay, moving forward. Page 4 of your pre-filed testimony, you testified that the operator perforated the subject well between December 18th and 30th, 2025, and did not notify staff of its intention to inject into the subject well until it filed its application a few weeks later on January 10th, 2025. Now, that testimony is not correct, is it?
Are we referring to lines 10 through 14?
Yes.
Are you referring to the email that you've attached to SOC? Was it number 9 or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. They did reach out. I wouldn't agree with that entirely. They did reach out to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and explain.
They did reach out looks like November 20th, got in contact with Ryan Cox about completing it as a Cedar Hills, which, I mean, if would have happened, I'm not sure that would have been much basis for denial, but there was no mention of the Day Creek or Whitehorse in that notice.
I know that your testimony says did not notify staff of its intention to inject. Doesn't say which formation.
Oh, yeah, you've got a fair point there. I wasn't aware of that email. So as it stands until yesterday, that would have been correct. With this being provided to us yesterday, I stand corrected.
Okay.
There
Well,
was,
it was in the commission's files prior to yesterday, correct? That email?
not that I'm aware of. I wasn't made aware of it until it came through with your paperwork yesterday.
I believe you stated that since in your pre-filed testimony that since you've been director of the UIC department, that you have not approved a application to inject into the Whitehorse formation in District 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you developed or creating a policy to that effect that no further Whitehorse injection applications in District 1 will be approved?
No, there's no official policy. It would be received on a case-by-case basis and reviewed to see if permitting such an application would be acceptable.
Let me ask you a question, page 7. You say at line, well, your answer starts, the sentence starts at line 8, it's through to line 10. And you refer in that sentence to quote unquote demonstrated local and regional hydraulic connectivity. See that? What evidence do you have in your pre-filed testimony to support that conclusion?
I was relying on publicly available studies from the KGS scientists. That did not include my pre-file.
Is any of that publicly available data and studies in your pre-filed testimony?
No.
Your next sentence, it says, furthermore, the presence of unpredictable fracture zones, even where direct communication is not evident, poses an elevated risk of fluid migration into fresh and usable water-bearing formations. The idea of the presence of unpredictable fracture zones, what evidence do you have in your pre-filed testimony to support that conclusion?
Again, it would be relying upon the data from the KGS studies. It was not included in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask this question. In the application that's been filed by Shakespeare, Shakespeare requested authority to inject 500 barrels of produced water per day at a pressure of 0 psi, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If the well were determined by the commission to be compliant with table 2, will you have any objection to those requested volumes and pressures?
I'd still be I'd still object to the permit, yes.
Even if it complied with table 2?
Even if it applied with table 2, correct.
On what basis?
Through the studies that KGS has done, through the Dakota Aquifer study, the top of the Permian is known to be a shaly sandy shale, a silty sandy shale, excuse me. And there's evidence that as water is withdrawn from the top of the Dakota for irrigation or whatever, as we determined earlier, is depleted by 60%. It allows water to migrate from the Permian into the Cheyenne through the hydraulically fractured Kiowa Shale up into the more fresh water of the upper Dakota.
Are you aware of any instance in Wichita County where a usable water well has been contaminated by a disposal well that didn't have any mechanical issues, was simply disposing water into the permitted formation at the permitted rate and permitted pressures?
We work on a proactive, not a reactive schedule. So no, we don't have any evidence of that, but I would err on the side of caution, as the studies have shown, that I'd rather be proactive than reactive in trying to clean up a mess.
So one way to be proactive in this case would be to go amend table 2?
No, we would have to, on a case-by-case basis, verify the confining layer to make sure that it's a good confining layer, or go deeper, like the application originally stated or the email stated they were trying to go into the Cedar Hills.
But operators who are intending to to drill a disposal well or to complete a well as a disposal well, should they be able to rely upon what table 2 says with respect to the minimum depth for those disposal wells?
Yeah, and I'd also point out that at the top of that, it does say that, I don't have the exact wording, but basically that additional for deeper depths may be required.
In certain specific instances, not on a countywide basis, correct?
Correct. And know what the data provided to me here or available.
What about all the existing Whitehorse and Day Creek disposal wells that are currently injecting into those formations at rates and pressures in excess of what Shakespeare is requesting in this case?
Are you also referring to the documents that you sent over, the SOC, so on, like 4 through 9 or something like that, those permits?
Those are Ness and Hawking. Those are Cedar Hills disposal wells. I'm talking about Mr. Scarborough's testimony in the map he showed with all the other Whitehorse, Day Creek disposal wells in the area, and the table that he compiled. Those are all actively injecting into the Whitehorse formation, correct?
Correct.
And has staff taken any proactive action, as you like to say, to limit or reduce the volumes being injected into those wells?
We were able to look into them quickly, and it would appear that the minimum depth between the bottom of usable water and the top of their perps are, I'm trying to do this math in my head right now, it's in excess of probably 200 feet. So all of these wells are nearly 200 feet below the bottom of usable water.
Okay. Does the KCC have a map that shows the depth of the bottom of usable water in the state?
We have an internal map that our the individual that processes our intents uses and updates as needed, that we use to call out the depth to usable. The bottom usable.
You've testified that you believe, in your opinion, there's a lack of sufficient confining layers above the injection perforations in the subject well. Correct?
Correct.
What evidence have you relied upon to reach that conclusion?
There's a Dakota Aquifer study by Donald Whitmore that, as I've already stated, states that the water is able to migrate up through the Permian as withdrawals from the upper Dakota due to fractures and less than adequate shales, like silty or sandy shales.
Is that Dakota Aquifer study that you're referring to contained in your pre-filed testimony?
No.
What?
I'm sorry?
Did you answer that question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, I said no.
Okay. Did you heard all the testimony today? You read the pre-filed testimony. You've seen that Mr. X Exhibit 3 and Mr. X Exhibit 11 are two stratigraphic cross sections that he prepared and presented in support of his testimony. You familiar with those?
I am more familiar with the oldest one, I suppose would be the way to put it, but I have seen the newer one.
In your pre-filed testimony, have you prepared any similar stratigraphic cross sections to support the opinions in your testimony?
Well, no, I mean, due to the lack of time and technology, I was unable to. I tried, but was unable to produce anything.
Okay. And in speaking of that, attached to your pre-filed testimony is an email. It's TB5. It's an email from Jake Eastis to you. And it sets forth his conclusions of what the tops of where the perforations or what formations that the wells 22-7 is perforated in, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask him to prepare a report that supported these conclusions?
I did. He was out on paternity leave until just recently, so he was unable to complete that in the time. I think it was nearly right after that email. He was out for 3 months.
So to your knowledge, he didn't ever prepare a report to support these conclusions?
Recently has completed it.
By recently, what do you mean?
In the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Isn't it a little backwards to come send an email with your conclusions and then go prepare your report to support them?
Well, in the fact that he was going to be out on paternity leave, he was trying to get as much as he could to me in a short period of time. So he got me what he could. And then once he got back, he finished.
So then it's fair to say that the conclusions that are contained in Mr. Eastis's email were arrived at him before he even prepared the report, correct?
Before he prepared his final report?
Right.
Yeah, just like all work is done, you kind of come up with a rough draft and then you finish up your report later. Yeah.
And between the time you do a rough draft and the time you get a final report, your conclusions can change, correct?
Yeah,
That's possible.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you about page 10, lines 17 through 19 of your pre-filed testimony. And there you state, furthermore, the Permian interval exhibits elevated formation pressures. I'll let you get there.
Yeah, I'm there, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. And 2, evidence of natural and unpredictable fracturing. Okay, you say these conditions provide a conduit for fluids from the Permian to migrate upward into zones containing usable water, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if either of those conditions that you're referring to don't exist, does that conduit not exist?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Well, to be fair, you said the first sentence, you said there's two conditions that exist. Right? The permeable.
Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Where are we at again?
Page 10, line 17 through 19.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Continue.
Okay, you got, in the first sentence, you got two conditions, right? Stated.
Correct.
Right? Okay,
Yes.
then you say in the next sentence, these conditions provide a conduit for fluids from the Permian to migrate upward into zones containing usable water, correct?
Correct.
My question to you is, if either of those two conditions don't exist, does the conduit not exist?
I mean, I think I understand your question. I would say yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask you some questions, page 12 of your testimony, lines 8 through page 13, line 4.
Okay.
And in there, you're talking about work or opinions specifically that others within the KCC have done to conclude where the wells 227 wells perforated, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is any of the opinions of those other members of KCC staff, excluding Mr. Eastis, which gave you an email, are any of their opinions contained in your pre-filed testimony?
No, they were solely provided to the operator after our in-person meeting, excuse me.
So that was the meeting we had in Wichita,
Yes.
and you said the work product or whatever was presented to the operator was just presented verbally? I guess I don't
No.
remember receiving materials.
As I understood it, I didn't send it. I was under the impression that information was sent off to the operator.
That was not sent.
I'm sorry?
Now, nothing was sent to Shakespeare following that meeting.
Okay. Well,
So that's wrong.
I'd have to verify and make sure, but it would appear from your position, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bryant, for you, in staff's analysis of this wells 227 well, does your analysis show the Day Creek dolomite formation above the top uppermost perforations in the wells 227?
For our correlation and our work that we did, the Big Basin and Day Creek were not present.
Okay, so there's no dolomite in the Jurassic.
Correct. It would appear that the top of the Jurassic was not as you guys described earlier.
There's dolomite on the log, correct? From the wells 227?
I'd have to go back and look and get back
You
to
gotta-
me.
Okay. Let me run through this real quick. I don't have any further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bankston. We will then turn to commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, I will begin with you again if you have any questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Todd.
Good afternoon.
Again, with your indulgence, I'm going to try to spare us some connectivity issues and go off camera. So let's try that for starters. Okay. Yes, several questions for me. I take it you have been tuned into the hearing throughout the day.
Yes.
My first question is this: the operator contends that in the absence of this disposal permit, there's a substantial risk of economic waste. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, per their calculations, yeah, I mean, I could see where that would be the case, yes.
Does that cause any concern?
Yeah, it is concerning. But unfortunately, I don't think the cost outweighs the risk or the damage of the usable water in an area of the country that, or sorry, the area of the state that relies so much on its groundwater.
By cost, you mean the potential waste?
Oh yeah, the waste and the cost of the well and losing everything, correct?
A question I ask of Mr. Sullivan, I want to ask of you. I think having sat through Mr. Sullivan's testimony, you realize that basically in terms of the ultimate decision-making authority within the staff, I think that rests with you, does it not?
It does, correct.
Let me be fair and answer that question. It's late, Todd. I mean, in terms of UIC decision-making authority.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry, that's what I inferred, I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mr. X stratigraphic cross-section, which has been identified as EC Exhibit 3?
Is that the one with just the 3 wells on it?
No, I think it has more than 3. It has several.
That's the large one? Yes, I am then.
Yeah, that's the big one. Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, here's my question. In what ways, if any, do you specifically dispute the preparation, presentation, or conclusions of that exhibit and that stratigraphic cross section?
As far as the presentation goes, I mean, how it's laid out, I don't know, I'd call it as much of a cross section as a correlation. I mean, cross sections are generally to show the subsurface trends along a path. It doesn't have to be straight, but you know, the straighter the better. As far as looking through the logs and like his omissions of filling in gaps and so on, I have a real hard time following from one log to the next what he's actually correlating, and probably would disagree with a bit of them, a fair amount, I guess. Not all of them, obviously, but I'm just not seeing the same markers or trends that he was seeing.
Going back to some of the cross-examination, following up on some of those questions asked of you by Mr. Bankston. Do you have a concern or policy, either formal or informal, against using the Whitehorse Formation for saltwater disposal?
Not a policy, but it would still be done by a case-by-case basis. We would review the geology, verify that there's a good confining layer that we would deem quality. I mean, if one was put in front of me, that I would have no issue or no concerns that the water could possibly migrate into the lower Dakota, or the Cheyenne, the Marmaton. I would have less of an issue permitting that one, but in this case, I have a real hard time with a clear conscience saying that this one poses no risk.
Let's say, so what are the metrics that make certain confining layers adequate and certain others inadequate?
Well, I mean, a good hot shell is generally a pretty good indicator, and a fairly thick one. In most cases, usable water doesn't sit directly on top of the formation that we're intending to inject into. In most of the cases of the Whitehorse and the Cedar Hills disposals, I mean, there's several hundred feet. I think there's a minimum of 170 feet. I couldn't find that one right away, but I'd say that would be the minimum depth between the upper perfs and the lowermost usable water in all of the Whitehorse and Day Creek wells that we permitted. I think I answered your question. I might have sidetracked a bit. I'm sorry.
Did you? Well, it's okay. We'll go down the sidetracks too sometimes. Do you did you do a survey of any sort of the existing permitted Whitehorse disposal wells to determine that there was this 200 feet interval?
It was, I think I stated it was 170 feet minimum, but yeah, no, I went through their list. Sorry, and I'm not trying to correct you. I went through their list of wells and pulled out the permits, found the uppermost perfs in each well bore, and then bounce it off of the deepest usable water that was called out. And every single one, I mean, has a minimum of 170 feet. Some are 300, 400, 500 feet. So.
Okay. Are you taking any steps as a result of that review to determine that the freshwater resources above are being protected by those wells as permitted?
Since this has been brought up, we've been operating on minimal staff. I have myself and one geologist running the entire UIC department right now. We have looked into it, and there was only one other well that had upper perfs above the lowest, most usable water, which was the operator's COG. COG 235. And pending the investigation, I mean, if the deepest usable water there was 1550, if I recall, their uppermost perfs are 1480. Like I said, we're so short-staffed right now. I'm trying not to have a huge backup of work and permits and everything else. It's just a real struggle to get things done real quick, I suppose. So
I understand that, and I appreciate it, and I'm empathetic for that problem. With respect to the Whitehorse Formation, is this formation naturally fractured?
Did you say the Whitehorse Formation naturally fractured?
Yes. Is it naturally fractured?
I'm not familiar with that. What the studies have shown from the KGS Dakota Aquifer Project is that the Permian shows to be naturally fractured and slightly permeable in areas where the shale is more silty or sandy.
Well, the reason I'm asking that question is because the operator has suggested that they be granted a permit that allows them to operate at zero pressure, or basically a vacuum. And so my question in that context is, if we have zero operating pressure, how is it that, and I'm not a geologist, how is it that that can cause fractures that make the confining layer inadequate in this case?
It wouldn't be from the current injection operations. It would have been from events in the past. And I mean, if these were fractured, I'm sure the pressure would have alleviated itself by now through natural processes.
Is there a well in close proximity that's been fractured that would enhance that risk of migration?
Not, like I said, not that I'm aware of. I tend to try to operate within as a proactive, not a reactive department. The studies show that some areas have elevated risk, especially due to the presence or the lack of presence of, that's not the right way to say that. It would be due to the fact that the Cheyenne, and in this case, the Permian Morrison sits directly on top of the Permian at which the operator directs or intends to inject into the top of. And then upon further contentions, I suppose, that we believe that they're perked above the top of the red beds.
Well, is it fair in concluding that given those concerns, there's no way to alleviate, if you would, those concerns by virtue of having a zero authorized operating injection pressure, setting this cast iron bridge plug above the Cedar Hills and isolating it, whether or not it's perforated, and relying to a large extent upon what appears to be an adequate cement bond log demonstrating cementing from the bottom to the top?
Yeah, the cement I would have zero issue with until the casing was perfed above the usable waters called out on the intent. I mean, past that, I mean, it's a great cement job. I wish it was more like that across the state. Obviously, that's not a popular opinion, but no, I honestly, in this case, I think the best option to protect the water just to be moved downhole. And unfortunately, in this case, the operator's already set up, let's say set up shop. They've already set pipe, cemented everything in, and perfed. And I understand that asking for design approval isn't required, but our regulations don't require a permit to construct. That's done solely on the operators or at the operator's risk of exactly this, of constructing a well and then having it denied due to facts that were unfortunately unbeknownst to them.
Okay. I'm tempted to ask another question there, but I'm not. It's I'm just trying to be an independent arbiter and find out what the balancing propositions are for us. Here's something approaching my last question. In your opinion, given the well as it exists today, given your indicated concern for the potential for there to be some economic waste in this case, what steps must the operator undertake to pass muster and receive a permit from the KCC to use this well as a disposal well?
I mean, there's probably a couple of options, right? I mean, one which I know is contested would be to try to perk the Cedar Hills, which they think they perk that we don't think they have. Alternatively would be to, like the operator state, set a liner at great cost. I mean, I haven't really thought too much about other options, but I mean, if we were to be told that this had to be permitted, I mean, some monitoring wells to verify that the fluids aren't contaminating the waters around it might not be a bad idea, but I can't come up with any others right now.
Can you think offhand of some of the monitoring wells that might suit that purpose?
Can you state that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you think offhand of some potential monitoring wells that would suit that purpose, serving as a monitoring well?
I don't, without getting on and figuring out what's around it. I mean, it would probably have, I mean, unless they could utilize a well bore that's existing, it'd probably be drilling some slim hole monitoring wells and operating it that way. I mean, none of these ideas are optimal, right? But I don't really have any other solutions.
Okay. All right. I don't believe I have any further questions at this time. Thank you very much, Todd, for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Chair French?
I'm sorry, I had a brief distraction. Commissioner Keenan, are you completed?
I am. I empathize with that.
It's that time of day where all the non-work stuff is going on all of a sudden. Okay, we did lose Commissioner Keither. Her computer finally gave out, so she will be reviewing this afterward. She did reach out to me about that. And I actually have no questions for you, Mr. Bryant. So I think, let's see, let's turn to Mr. Marsh. Do you have any redirect?
Briefly, Chair French. Todd, I know that you and Mr. Bengtson kind of went over exhibit SOC number 9. Did anyone from Shakespeare reach out to you specifically about perforating the well at these depths?
Let me get to your number. That's the email between Ryan Cox and Operator Chris. Okay. No, they reached out solely to injection from Cedar Hills. There was no mention of Day Creek or Whitehorse.
And how long does it take to get design approval for a well?
If an operator was to call in and let us know that they got a rig on hole and they're really trying to figure out what to do, I mean, we can get it done within 20 minutes. I mean, if it's an easy one. Eastern Kansas, obviously, with a lot of wells around, could take a couple hours, but I mean, we can get it done within a day.
And I know that you and Mr. Bengtson talked about, instances of current pollution going on, but would you say that this is more of an instance of preventing current pollution or protecting usable water for the future, or both?
I'd say both.
And why is that?
Well, you're protecting the water by preventing pollution due to the information that I've researched through KGS studies and their expert scientists and so on.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. With that, I believe we will conclude this witness. So, Mr. Bryant, we do thank you for your testimony today. You may virtually step down.
Thank you very much.
One piece of housekeeping before we move to closing statements or any final matters. Mr. Bankston, did you have any cross exhibits that you still needed admitted? I believe Mr. Myers reminded me that there was a lot of discussion about your cross exhibit number 9. I don't know if that or any others need to be placed into the record.
Yeah, cross exhibit 9 was discussed. Cross exhibit 3 was discussed as well. Those two.
Okay.
Move admitted into the record.
Mr. Marsh, any objection to admitting Operators cross exhibits 9 or 3.
No, Chair French, that's the numbers I had as well.
Okay, well then we will admit those exhibits into the record. All right, let me see where we are. So we are now ready for closing statements, but before we do that, I believe it would be helpful for me and probably for the whole commission to get some briefing on these issues, just frankly to clarify the issues and the parties' positions on them. And so that would actually be more helpful to me than closing statements. If anybody's got a burning desire to make a closing statement, let me know. No.
Chair French, I was going to suggest that we waive closing and submit post-hearing briefs.
Wonderful. So that is what I would like as well. And let's not try to set anything up right now. What I will do is I will have Mr. Myers reach out to both of the parties tomorrow to start setting that up. We also might get a better idea on briefing once we know when our transcript's going to come in. So, but for the time being, just know that Mr. Myers will be reaching out hopefully tomorrow to set something up. So, is that acceptable to both parties?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair
just
French.
operate.
All right. Are there any other post-hearing issues the parties want to address at this time?
None from operator.
No, Chair French.
All right. Hearing no issues, this does conclude our hearing in this docket. At this time, we will close the record and adjourn. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for staying a little past 5 o'clock. Take care,
Thank
everyone.
you all.
You want to